Bum, bum, bum. What's up, everyone? Let's talk about the thing that I warned everyone about 6 years ago. I remember I made a video on TikTok saying the words something along, it was like 6+ maybe years ago, so I don't remember the exact words I used, but it was something along the lines of, it was actually pretty tame. Just said, hey, it's very obvious that already happening, but will continue to happen, is the invasion of Muslims into Europe. And nobody say 6-7, stop it. And I was told, hold on, let me let up some. Yes, baby, I'm working on it. Every time, because TikTok, for some reason, you click the multi-guess, you have to like literally I have to click it multiple times. My wife's always in the other room like, Nick, and I'm just like, I'm working on it. Anyways,
And you're not answering me.
well, I can't hear you
It
because these are
doesn't.
like noise canceling, but when you scream loud enough,
Well,
I heard you.
right. Okay.
Okay, so I made a video. I'm gonna say 7 to 6 years ago, so you guys stopped doing the stupid meme. Um, yeah, I said, babe, actually, no, it wouldn't have been that long ago. You remember this? Remember when I made that video where I said, it was either a video or it was on my live, got clipped, and I said something like, Muslims are gonna be invading, or are invading, and will continue to invade Europe, and like they try to cancel me over it, and it was just like.
Yeah,
It
I
was like
do. Yeah.
stitch after stitch. It was just like,
Yeah.
you can't believe it was mostly Muslims, but it was also just
You seem to be a topic
leftists.
of discussion all around right now. So
Who?
you seem to be the topic of discussion, like in all the
I?
commentators on TikTok and stuff.
Oh, really? Oh, no, I was talking about 6, 7 years ago. Or shit, fuck. 7 to 6 years ago. Anyways, um, I brought it up, and so many clips. Mostly Muslims, leftists, just like, oh, can you believe? Can you believe what this white cis male Christian said? They just say that. Anyone that hates just automatically a Christian white cis male. Anyways, whatever, it doesn't matter. So, what was I saying? Yeah, so I just laughed at it. I was like, I don't care. But they tried to cancel me. They're like, Aaron, go report his account. I did lose an account, but whatever. I just start back up, and it was crazy. Now nowadays, if I get a lot of like hate and people talking about me, I actually don't care anymore. But you guys have to understand, this is when I was still kind of new, so I was actually checking my ads and be like, oh my god, everyone's hating me. Not that I was crying over it, but still, I was like checking, and I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. Now I actually I don't really care at all. Um, but my point is if I made that exact same video today, word for word, actually I wouldn't. I'd be way harsher today. But if I made that exact same video today, word for word, 95% of people would be like, yeah, of course. Why would you? Why is this a big deal? And the reason I bring this up is because I'm sure a lot of you guys in the chat are like, yeah, Nick, 6 or so years ago, all of us are saying it. Not as much as you think, actually. I'm sure people maybe in my chat, all of us probably were, because we were all based in this family, but it wasn't that mainstream. It was actually still quote unquote hateful or whatever to say. Um and yeah, and now people are waking up. So we're going to be talking about, I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen, there's so many videos, I'm sure I haven't even seen them all, of what's happening in Spain. But before we get to that, let's start with Cape. Cape, what's up? What's on your mind?
Good morning. How are you?
Really quick, I just want to one more time for the moderators: do not block or mute people for stupid reasons. I'm telling you right now. I just unblocked a couple of people, so
Yes.
yeah,
So the
enough.
question is
Thank you.
like, oh, you finished, Daniel? Oh, yeah. So, Nick, since you're a
Go ahead.
Gentile, don't you think it's bad that you're like contributing to intermarriage?
Yeah.
It's bad?
Yeah, I don't think it's right. I think that Jews should not intermarry. That's true. But I'm not particularly going to choose something that I agree with. I'm not going to literally disagree with how I interpret the Torah, and it seems pretty clear that it says that Jews should not intermarry. It's a little harsher on the men intermarrying, because it says if a woman intermarries, it's wrong, but it says specifically that if the male intermarries, then the son will be cut off from God. I'm paraphrasing, I'm sure, but I'm sure I'm close enough. But still, yeah, I agree. But I love my wife very, very much, and so yes, I'm not going to change that just because of something that I'm not one of these people that just because I'm doing
Wait,
something
what's being
that
discussed right now?
one second. He's asking about
Intermarriage.
intermarriage.
Oh,
I'm not one of these people because there's a lot of people that don't follow, even some Jews that I know that don't follow certain things that let's say Jews are supposed to follow. Or for me, I'm not Jewish, so technically the law's not on me, but I get what you're saying. That they try to change what the Bible says to fit their lives. I'm not one of those people. Like my buddy Hebrew Hammer, he also says it all the time. He doesn't try to change the laws of the Jews. He just says, "Look, I don't keep kosher, and I know it's wrong." Right? So yeah, I get what you're saying,
Okay.
but I'm not doing something that's like evil. Okay. I think
Okay.
there's levels to
Second
this.
question. So like the point of Israel is that it's supposed to be like a homeland for or it's like a safe haven for the Jewish people. But
I don't
I
think
read a
that's.
statistic.
I don't. What are you talking? No. First off, that's
Is
not
that not why Israel
correct.
was created after the Holocaust?
No. Israel, regardless if the Jews were or were not being persecuted, yes, they were, but even if they weren't, we should advocate for Israel regardless. Jews could have been the number one most highly treated people in society, and I still would want Israel to be a thing.
So if there was no Holocaust, no persecution, no pogroms, you're still a Zionist.
100%. Absolutely. Without a doubt.
Why?
Are you Muslim, Christian, atheist?
No, yes, I'm a Muslim.
Okay, well, I don't expect you to understand, but I mean, you should understand at least a
Okay.
little bit. The Quran does say to the people of Israel, Bani Israel, to go to the land that God put out and promised to you, and do not turn back, only to end up as losers. But I don't think Muslims have much critical thinking, so I'm not expecting you to fully get it. However, the Jews going to Israel, first off, it's prophecy, right? So there's that. But even regardless of
But what
that, even
about
if
all of
we
the
put
gays in Israel today?
yeah, okay, so we'll get to that in a second because I can talk about all the gays in
Like Israel is a
Afghanistan.
secular
Yeah, if you can
state.
just like stop and ask and like you ask questions and then like as I'm answering them, you ask a new question. Do you think that that's
My bad.
it's not about I don't need your apology. I mean, I appreciate it, but just wait, okay? What are you doing, Luna? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. All right. So, I'm going to answer your first question then I'll answer I guess about the gays. So even if we put theology aside, that's where I was going with this. Even if we put theology aside, the Jews historically are from that land, right? And so yes, I agree that like stuff like the Holocaust definitely um how do I say this? Sped up a lot of process because naturally that happens in
look at Luna. I'm
persecution,
sorry.
right? That happens in persecution. It's going to
So
speed
cute.
up things. They're going to want to migrate out. If there was no persecution at all, I'm sure there still would be a lot of Jews that would want to go to Israel, but there probably wouldn't be nearly as many because they're like, look, I'm living a fine life here. I'm sorry.
Oh
Just
my
like just look at
God.
this. Just look at
Look
this
at
little thing.
her.
What about the cats of Israel? You know what I mean? Anyways,
She's so
as for
cute.
your second question for the gays in Israel, yeah, look, listen, again, I'm not Muslim. Do you and I have similar thoughts on like is homosexuality is homosexuality a good thing? We probably both agree that it's not, but I think our responses to those are different. I don't see any less of a homosexual as I do as anyone else. Okay? I don't think that they're more evil than somebody else doing something else that I think is wrong. Including me, by the way. I sin. I transgress. So that's the difference, is that you guys put like a higher hierarchy on sin, if you will, and then you guys go around, even as Muslims, and do some of the most atrocious things that are far worse than homosexuality. I also believe homosexuality is more in the book of Leviticus and the rules that were given to the Hebrews. So technically, if we want to get technical, it would only really apply to men, and it would actually apply specifically to a specific people. But you're right. I don't think
That's a good question.
that, I don't think
So
people should be doing. I'm not a fan of gay pride parades anywhere, but that doesn't mean I hate them. Doesn't mean that I think like that's what we need to be focusing on.
But 13% of Tel Aviv is LGBTQ, according to the studies.
I
They
don't.
even did the parade
How does
in
that?
Sodom
How
and
does that
Gomorrah.
statistic change anything I said? Were you listening to what I said? Did you actually legitimately hear what I said?
Yes, but Rabbi
Would you think that
Mizrahi
it?
said,
Would you think my answer would change if it was 10% or 20%?
no, but
So
why
then,
should
what was the
Hashem help?
reason to answer my point with that statistic that is irrelevant to what I said?
The point I was trying to make that I was watching the rabbi and he said that the reason that there's so many rockets coming is because of all of the sin that happens in Tel Aviv.
There's so many. What is coming? I'm sorry. Rockets.
Yeah,
I was told by
Mizrahi, he said,
Ahmad Babe that there's someone in your request that you promised you would let up early today.
Okay, just get the name. Yeah. Okay. So, I'm not really sure. Do you listen to rabbis? Like, are you a Jew? I'm a little
Art
confused.
Flores is the
Okay.
name.
no, we watch Rabbi
Okay.
Mizrahi because he's funny.
No,
But
I understand.
and
You might think, hold on, stop, dude. Listen. I know you have like your talking points, and you thought, man, I'm gonna totally get Nick, and now it's not working out so well for you. So you're just kind of still saying your talking points, but you're not actually engaging in the conversation. I get you might think this specific rabbi is funny, but I don't really particularly see why you care about what he does or doesn't have to say in terms of like what you find to be true or not, especially from God. That said, he literally could be right, but I am not like this religious extremist ideas, right? Obviously, I believe in God, but I don't go beyond much more than what, unless it literally says from God, right? I don't go with extra commentary personally, unless it's a commentary that helps me understand while it's still rooted in Torah. To answer your question, I attribute the rockets going into Israel because of a culture that is detrimental and cancerous for the world. Israel being part of the world and being surrounded by this cancerous culture is the reason. Because if we're going to go with the idea that rockets is due to gay pride, then I'd have to ask, why are the rockets going into Yemen? I'd have to ask, why are rockets going into Syria? I'd have to ask, why are rockets going into Afghanistan and Iraq and Iran? Can you answer that question, or do you think that's just for a different
because
reason?
Arabs always fight each other.
Oh, got it. So according to you, well, first off, Iran is not Arabs, but according to you, rockets go into those places just because of those silly Arabs fighting each other. But if it's
Yes,
but if it's going into Israel, it's because of Tel Aviv being 13% gay. Really?
yes.
Okay.
But
Can you tell
even
me
in
how
it,
you know that God attributes something different to this piece versus that piece? Are you a prophet?
no,
Do you have dreams of God speaking to you?
no.
Do
There's
you
no
wake up and
revelation
do the
after
morning
that.
prayer?
Oh, inshallah, yes, of course.
Do you wash your nose first?
Yes,
Okay, why do you wash your nose first?
because there's a hadith that says that Satan stays there.
Okay, good. Mashallah. All right, cool. Keep
So
going.
in Israel, there's already statistics that 60%, 60,000 Israeli women are married to Arabs. So what's that all about?
Say that again.
There's 60,000 registered marriages of Israeli women with Arabs. If I was to go to Tel Aviv with my Western
So what you're saying
passport,
to me, couple things. One, there's 2
can I just finish up?
million. Well, no, because you're being silly. Well, I have to ask you. Are you saying Israeli Jews or Israelis?
No, Israeli Jewish women.
Okay. Second thing, let me ask you a question because I'm curious. You guys say all the time that Israelis are extremely racist and very hateful towards Arabs. But
No,
then
they're
why
not.
would 60,000 of them be married to them?
No, they're not. They're not. They're liberal. They love Arabs.
Okay, so you agree that all the pro-Pallies, which is the majority that say that, you agree you would tell them, hey, that's not true.
Yeah, it's crazy. These
Awesome.
lefty
Do you think I have a
liberals.
problem with Jews marrying Arabs? Again, I don't think Jews should intermarry, but when I say problem, I don't mean, hey, what do you think the Bible says and do you agree versus like, I'm upset about that, we should do something about that now. If somebody loves somebody, whether they be Arab, white, black, Jew, Christian, whatever, who am I to take the position of God and judge them?
But what about in 3, 4
Art,
generations? I
just
mean,
mute, okay? We'll get to
look
you.
at Sudan and like Morocco. These places became Arab because of intermarriage. So what
Okay, so
if I go
Morocco's
to Tel
not
Aviv
Arab.
and
That's actually incorrect. And Sudan has a somewhat of a population. I think you're trying to say
so
Muslim.
they
Are
so
you
they
trying
don't
to say
speak Arabic
Arab
there,
or?
huh?
Oh, got it. You're one of those silly people that assumes an Arab is just someone who speaks Arabic because of a kind of
That's
a
the Islamic,
modern.
that's Sharia definition of Arab.
It's
Someone
not.
who
It's
learns
a
Arabic
modern. It's a modern
language.
shift, and it's not true. Anyways,
You want to acknowledge just
Anyone who
one
speaks
comment,
Arabic as first
maybe?
language is
Somebody
Arab.
said, "Didn't your Jewish wife intermarry you?"
yeah, that's what
Yeah,
we're
and
talking about right
he
now.
would say that it's wrong.
Baby,
Even
that's
then.
literally what we're talking about right now. I don't
I
know
was
who
just
said that.
cleaning up something real quick.
Yeah, it's literally what we're
Right.
saying.
But
Yeah, it's not correct. But again, I'm a little confused at this. I'm gonna take one from the Christians, actually. Sorry, Christians. Actually, I'm not gonna say sorry. I'm sure you guys like it. Those are sinless to cast the first stone. Kind of. Have you ever heard that before, Cape?
no, I don't. I'm only read the Quran.
You've never read the Torah,
No,
so how come you've heard some stuff from the Torah? Then you brought up multiple things.
it's only the Rabbi Mizrahi I listen to.
Okay, so you have heard some stuff from the Torah then. Okay, cool. So anyways, yeah, so that's not what an Arab is. Arabize maybe at best, but again, I don't attribute myself to these new age
Okay,
discussions.
what's an Arab then?
One from Arabia.
From
Like a
so like
Jew,
the
a
UAE
Judean.
and
Yeah.
Syria,
Mostly Yemen, Saudi
Egypt.
Arabia. I mean, it wasn't these countries didn't exist back then, but yeah, I guess it would be what is today Southern Arabia, the Arabian Peninsula, right there.
So would you call Syrians and Egyptians and Libyans Arabs?
Nope.
But they speak Arabic. It's the only
If
language
I
we
learn
know.
Arabic right now, or I mean, I know it'll take a couple years, but if I learned Arabic, would I be an Arab?
It's not your mother tongue though.
Oh, okay. So if somebody's mother tongue in Morocco, right, wasn't Arabic, but they knew Arabic, would they be an Arab?
I don't actually know, but yes, I
What
would
do you
say
mean you
so.
don't know? You're the one making up this definition.
No, it's Sharia. This is Islamic scholars say anyone who speaks
I don't give a
Arabic
shit
as
what your
mother tongue is an
fucking
Arab.
dude. I don't care what your pagan ass scholars say, dude. I don't care. I'm talking
Are
about
you jealous
reality
that they have
here.
aura?
Did you really just say that?
Okay,
Really?
just final question. So
Guys
I have a
that would
Western
advocate
custom.
for pedophilia have aura? Really?
No, we don't. No, it's fine.
Yes, you do.
But wait,
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Stop it. 65 forwards
but
to
so
the
does the
33.
Torah. But so does the
No,
Torah.
no, it doesn't actually. Nope.
I literally spoke to a religious Jew that said that Isaac married a small girl.
Yeah, he didn't actually.
How old was she?
First
What was
off, a
Rebecca
couple
then?
things. One, even if you attribute, we actually just talked about this yesterday. If you really legitimately are like, Nick, I'm curious, go to my live on YouTube, yesterday's live, right? It's going to be like 4 or 5 hours, but you only have to listen to like the first hour, right? Skip a little ahead at the beginning, but still a little ahead when we start the conversation. Me and Rabbi Lippin talk about this. There's different thoughts, and it's all based in Torah and Jewish thought. If you really are interested and you're not bad faith, go listen to it and you will know that you're wrong. But even if you take Rashi's assumption, right? Even if you take that, it doesn't say anything about pedophilia, right? The marriage would be actually a betrothal, right? Meaning they're betrothed to each other, and it still wasn't for 20 years that they had a child. And there's 10 years of barren when you actually start to question that and you possibly get a divorce from there. So at very bare minimum, it actually would still be into her teenage years. That's bare minimum, okay?
Somebody asked me to ask
Most
you,
likely-
please, was the Rabbi Asher?
No, he's talking about Rabbi
Oh.
Mizrahi. But it's also based off of the calculations that I do. Again, if you're interested, go listen. You're an adult, you don't have to, but go listen. Go to my YouTube, Nick Matau. Go to live section. Go to yesterday's live, not the one I'm on right now, but literally last night, and go listen, and you'll hear it all. I bring up every single verse, every single school of thought, and I bring up the exact math that determines the betrothal actually happened at 14. They would have started having sex at 24, and then at 34, they would have had the twins. Okay? So
24?
when they
I have to
started
wait
having
until she's
sexual
24?
relations. No, you don't have to
That's
do. Jesus Christ, why are they so dumb? Like, I'm speaking so slowly. I'm not saying anything crazy. You don't have to wait till you're 24. I'm saying that's when they would have started having relations. That
Okay, one question.
specific couple.
Okay, would you concede that this was normal in all communities, including Jewish communities?
It was
until, like,
not
8 years
normal
ago?
for 54-year-olds to have sex with nine. I want to make something clear real quick. With Aisha, it's not so much the 6 that bothers me as much as the 9. Not saying that 51-year-old marrying a 6-year-old isn't weird, but if that was where it stopped, I probably wouldn't really bring it up. It's more of him being 54 and putting his blank in her at 9 years old. That's really the focus we ought to talk about, because a lot of
But
Muslims.
puberty
One
starts at
second. One
9.
second. I don't give a shit. If first off, that's not true. She didn't have or she was not post puberty. That's actually not true, and I can prove that. But even if
No,
she
she was
just
in puberty.
stop. No, you're just wrong. Okay. But here's the thing. I want you to listen to what you just said. I said a
Yes.
54-year-old did that to a 9-year-old, and your answer, your justification that you thought was a good point was, well, she started her puberty. Really? Like, do you really
Yes.
think? Let me ask you a question. Are
Yes.
you a father?
Not yet.
I hope not ever. But let's say you have a daughter. Let's
Yes.
say the day after she starts her puberty, right? After the day after she starts puberty, okay? Whether she be 6, 9, 10, whatever. And
It's
some
impossible at
50
6.
stop. I don't care. I'm just saying if it does, regardless. Day after puberty, okay? And some 54-year-old man says, "Hey, I'd really like to, and I'm sorry to get graphic, but have relations with that." Would you actually say yes to that just because she started her puberty?
No, no.
Why not? Whoa. Whoa, buddy. Why not?
Because I wouldn't give her to someone who's that much older than her.
But that's how old Muhammad was. I literally
I
said the
know,
exact
but
same thing.
I know, but I want her to spend a long life with
Why?
her husband, so they can be together.
Okay, what if it was the prophet?
I'll give him my 1-year-old daughter.
Oh god, you're disgusting. You're fucking
I'll
disgusting,
give him
man.
my life. I'll give everything for Muhammad.
Yeah, I know. I bet you do.
It's pretty
You're,
disgusting, but I do appreciate the honesty. Guys, this is hello. Anyway, this art person, anything
no, let me
Okay,
finish
you
this.
good?
one last
Let me
Oh,
finish this. No, not one last. You keep saying one last question. That was like your fourth one last question. First off, you're disgusting. You should know that a prophet would never ever ask for a 1-year-old to have relations with. To answer your question, was it
It's
normal?
just the
Stop.
principle.
Just stop talking, dude. I know you're disgusting. You're a disgusting freak. I don't want you in our countries. I want you guys to go back to where the fuck you came from. Anyways, to answer your question though, um, you said, was it normal? The answer is actually no. It wasn't normal. It was never normal for a 54-year-old to have relations with a 9-year-old. In fact, even when you look throughout all of history, I couldn't find one example. The closest things I could find was 2 people that were like, I think 10 that were married. I don't think they had relations, but they were married for royalty. They were trying to connect 2 families. And even that's like in dispute, but that's like the closest thing I found in history. And even that's not that close. Because again, they're both 10. That's really weird, but one wasn't 54, you know? But no, it wasn't actually normal. Did marriage happen below the age of 18? Absolutely. Absolutely. Was it like extremely normal? More or less, right? But here's the problem with the argument. Muhammad isn't a normal guy according to you. Why are you comparing him to a normal person of the 600s AD or CE or whatever you want to say? Like, it's really weird when you guys say he's the most perfect man to ever exist. I would never compare him to the disgusting normies of the 600s. And then you go, oh, come on, Nick. Muhammad only did that because that's what normal people did back in the 600s. I don't really get it. All right, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, Nick?
Yeah, good.
Hey, I called in yesterday, but I had to go to a meeting, so I had to stop. But I'm inquiring Orthodoxy, Eastern,
Okay.
and so I want to first say I don't represent Orthodoxy. You know what I mean? A lot of Orthodox really don't like when we're pro-ish Israel or have questions, and it's pretty hostile. Honestly,
Don't think for yourself.
Yeah, it that concerns me a bit. You know what I mean? It does concern me a bit, and I like listening to you, and I hear, oh, he's being paid. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I'm like, okay, even if he was, like, that doesn't mean he is wrong. You know what I mean? But
Also
I did
true.
want to come up with the concerns that they bring, which is the stewardship of the holy sites. A lot of them are concerned about the way Israel treats clergy or, certain people like Christians. So I guess, what are your thoughts on that? Is there concerns there? with regards to Christians and being able to visit holy sites and being able
What are you
to
talking about?
peacefully.
Dude, I've been to Jerusalem actually more times than I can count. I've been to Israel like 3 times, but I go to Jerusalem a lot while I'm in Israel.
Mhm.
I have never once seen anyone, Muslim, Jew, Christian, that has been systematically or purposely targeted to not visit their holy site. In fact, in 1967, when Israel first took control of Jerusalem and liberated Jerusalem from those Muslims, when they liberated it and connected East Jerusalem, quote unquote, with West Jerusalem and took that back, and the Jews immediately, they go to the wall, they start praying, right? They're crying. This is the first time they've been able to touch the wall in a long time. They almost, right after that moment, the Jews could have done, you know what, you did it to us, we're going to do it to you, get out, this is our land. And I don't think many people, they would have because they're Jews, but many people couldn't have blamed them. They could have done the exact same rule that was placed on them. They could have done it back. Do you know what Israel did right away? They, I don't remember the name of the law, just look it up. But they immediately passed a law that essentially protected the holy sites, all of them, not Jewish holy sites, all of them, and said this is for every single person. And they even allowed the Islamic Waqf to take control of the Temple Mount, which is the holiest spot in the world to the Jews. It would be the equivalent of Jews or Christians keeping control of Mecca and the Muslims being like, here you go, you got it, it's yours, and we'll only come certain times of the day and only when you kind of say we're allowed to. Like, that would sound insane to you. It sounds insane coming out of my mouth. It would be the equivalent of Catholics giving the Vatican the to the Jews or the Muslims and saying, hey, here you go, you have it. We'll come only when you allow us to, certain times during the week. Like, again, even coming out of my mouth, that sounds insane. So I going to assume that whoever told you this absolute nonsense has probably never been to Jerusalem. And if they have, then it pisses me off more because then it goes from naive to disinformation.
Malicious.
Yeah, malicious, exactly. So to answer, I'm guessing what happened was they read a story that has been twisted where a Christian was stopped from going to, like, for example, Pizza Bala. He's
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of as well.
Oh
I looked it up.
yeah. He's a piece of. Sorry, I shouldn't say anything about because I don't want to offend any Catholics, but not a. I'll just say, thou shalt not bear false witness. Okay, he very heavily implied that there was a lot more to it than there was. So what ended up happening, a little bit of miscommunication, but he ends up going kind of more humbly, which I respect that, right? And when he gets there, he goes during a time where the Jews were not allowed to go to the wall, or anyone for that matter, because it's not like Jews are the only ones that go to the wall, but no one was allowed to go to the wall, except for like a small amount at certain times because they did have a mamad, which is a bomb shelter that was within a distance and it follows the home front instructions, command instructions. But even then, it was very limited or shut off all the time. Same thing with the Temple Mount, where the Muslims go, and same thing with the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where a lot of Christians go. So he goes during that time, and there was a block, and for that reason, they weren't treating him any more or less special. But because of his status and who he is, it decided to get twisted off as the Jews are blocking on Palm Sunday, I think it was, if I remember correctly. They're blocking this very high authoritative figure, religious figure from going to this area. And everyone, of course, ignored all the context. Prime Minister Netanyahu immediately, figures it out, and he gets him to be able to go during that time. He's like, hey, let him and just a specific amount through. What they were worried about, the original guys that blocked him, was like, look, we don't mind because of your status going through, but what we're afraid of is that because of your status, if anyone hears you're here, naturally a drove of people are going to want to come and be with you, which is exactly kind of what happened. A lot of people wanted to go, and that's what Israel was worrying about. Now, you can say they made the right decision, they didn't, it should have been handled quicker, sure, but this idea that they're blocking Christians because they're Christian is absolutely insane.
Okay, yeah, and so thank you for that. Appreciate it. Also, just one more thing I wanted to ask about kind of what Andrew was going with Dinesh, the whole Zionism and Christian Zionism and the whole moral oughts, right? I know that you kind of said yesterday you don't care what is... Actually, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you think that there is a moral ought for Christians to support Israel? Like, would you
That's
say
up for the
that there
Christian to
is some?
decide.
But do you think that's important going forward, especially with a lot of people converting to Orthodoxy and a lot of, Christians are, there are more Christians nowadays. So I feel like it is kind of important to try and at least.
This is how I see it from an outside point of view. First off, I was baptized Catholic, which is obviously not literally the same as Orthodox, and I know a lot of Orthodox will hurt hearing me say this, and a lot of Catholics are. I'm about to piss off both the Orthodox and the Catholics, but it's pretty similar, you guys.
Get those
Okay,
likes up, people.
it just is. Let's just be honest. It's pretty similar. I'm not saying it's literally the same. It's not. But they're gonna be pissed off at me saying that because they're like, no,
No, I agree. There's
we
similarities. They're both apostolic.
Yeah. So, I have a bit of an issue with people that like to add words to God and tell you have to do it this way, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Your belief's your belief. What I will say is what I see from the outside point of view is that you have these Christian Zionists, not all of them. I'm specifically talking about some who go a little far on what maybe the Bible. I don't want to word it like that. They're correct. They will bring scripture and say the scripture says this. They go a little far on the hyper focus on that, but I don't blame them because they're doing it in counter to what they believe other Christians are doing the opposite that is wrong. And then same thing on the opposite side. Those that are like vehemently like anti-Zionist Christians, they will ignore a lot. In fact, I was just on a 1v10 and there was this Christian man who literally denounces and trashes Paul. Like he like blasphemes the guy, which I thought was just pretty weird. I'm like, you're a Christian and you like, again, you're not even like disagreeing with Paul. You're like blaspheming him. You're like, nah, he contradicts himself and he's a liar. And I'm like, whoa, dude.
Yeah, you can't really be Christian and say that kind of stuff that he was saying about Paul is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't, whatever. Anyways, so point is that it's very clear that what is said, what I don't understand is a lot of Christians, including people like Andrew, who actually was just in his DMs today. I was talking back and forth with him, not about this, it was about Candace, but anyways, I don't get this idea of like, oh yeah, Jews, they reject Jesus, and that's like a evil. It's evil and disgusting. And it's like, okay, listen, I understand you want people to follow Jesus, as you should as a Christian. But when you go so strong, to me, it confuses me because the Bible literally says, the Christian Bible, that there is, first, that Jews reject the scripture for your sake. And what did he mean by that? Because if they would have accepted it, it probably wouldn't have spread to the Gentiles. And that's probably true. It would have just been another Jew thing, to put it lightly. Second, it says there is a hardening over all of Israel. He's speaking of ethnic Israel in this context. There's a hardening over all of ethnic Israel until the Gentiles are fully grafted in which case all of Israel will come to be connected, right? So if the Christians are correct, and they might be, I'm not a Christian, but yeah, Christians might be correct. They're supposed to not accept Jesus technically as at least a whole. I'm not saying individual Jews might not convert to Christianity, but they're supposed to. It says it in the Bible. And it doesn't say until 10 of them come over or 10,000 or 10. It says all of them, right? Sorry, not the Jews. I'm talking about Gentiles now. All of them will be grafted in, and then Israel will be connected via ethnic and spiritual Israel as one through Jesus Christ. It says it so clearly in the Bible, and so I don't get this idea of, again, I know it's a minority of Christians, so I know I'm not speaking to like probably 99% of my chat, if not 100%, but there's these Christians that have like this very, like they have like almost spit acid because not just Jews, but Jews too, don't accept Jesus, and it doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. It's in the Bible.
Well, yeah, no, but I don't even mean like, so what I'm saying is like, is there going to be like any attempt, like, because I see that BB kind of is cool with the evangelicals that like them, that like Israel, right? But that's counter to what a lot of the Orthodox believe. So I'm just wondering if there's going to, I don't know what I'm asking, never mind. But yeah, thank you. I guess the moral obligation is super hard to...
You do what you find most comfortable. I'm never going to tell you should consider this. That said, I think Christianity is a beautiful religion. Maybe just follow the words of God, and for you, the words of Jesus, And I would say Paul too, because he was inspired by Jesus on the road to Damascus. But you know what I mean? Just just
Hmm.
follow what the Bible says is my recommendation. I'm not telling you to. If you
Yeah,
don't,
no,
and
no,
you're like,
I
no, I want
agree.
to see what the church says too, by all means, you do you.
Yeah, yeah, no. Well, I appreciate the talk, and maybe I'll come up and have some other questions or whatever in the future. But appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. To me, I feel like there's a
People want
lot
to
of
know about your thoughts about Hamas disarming.
we'll talk about that. To me, I find a lot of this isn't just only Christians, some denominations of Christianity. Jews do it, Muslims do it, everyone does it. I think it's human nature.
Why do the
That's
two guests
there's
have like
a
almost the same
beyond
photo?
there's a there's
That's kind of
beyond
weird.
there's beyond the words of God, and they kind of add to it. Now, I'm not here to say that I'm any authority by any means. Maybe you should add to it. Maybe those things are right. I don't know. I'm just saying that there's a part of me that consistently struggles, wink wink, with the idea of extra, other. That's just me. Now incoming comments where the people get very disgusting, say bad and mean things because I said, "Oh my gosh, I struggle with this." And then they go, "You're disgusting, Nick, you're wrong, and you shut your mouth, you." Anyways, Elephant, go ahead.
How you doing, Nick?
Oh, yeah, good.
So I just had a couple questions. Number one, sorry I don't know so much about you, but are you a convert to Judaism?
Nope.
So at the point, agnostic, wasn't how
No,
would you describe
I
yourself?
believe in God 100%.
But you don't subscribe to any religion.
I'm a Noahide.
Okay.
Where he says, "What's a Noahide?"
I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know what a
No, you're
Noahide
good,
is.
bro. It's like when you answer the question every day. It's not your fault. It's just kind of like
No, if you don't want to answer, it's fine.
I believe in the
It's not
seven laws of
related to me
Noah.
anyway.
I believe in the God of Abraham, Jacob, and Israel. Or
How old
sorry,
are you?
Abraham, Isaac, and Israel.
Me too.
Jacob's the same person.
You're 18?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, second question was so I agree with most of your points that I see listed on the live. Just the one thing I would say is that I see you see two big problems for the world: leftism and Islam. When you're talking about Islam, are you saying that you hate all Muslims? Is that your point? Or
Jeez. First off, I don't hate anyone, okay? For me to hate somebody, it has to have such a strong energy that is equivalent to love, but on the other side of the spectrum. I promise you, there's no Muslim in the world that deserves of me, or really anyone in the world that deserves of me that amount of energy. Okay, I save that energy for the people in my life that are important enough to give that energy to, which will always be on the side of love. So no, I don't hate anyone, but I said it's a problem. Do you think I hate all leftists?
I I I don't know if I meant hate so much as would you want you. I remember I heard earlier in the live you
Would
said I
you
want
agree
them out
that
of my
that an
country.
ideology is different than a person?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so I have a very serious problem with the ideology, but it expands a little bit beyond that, and this is where it gets into Muslims. And that's the contemporary times and how the people of that ideology act in contemporary times. But that being said, I could have a Jew right here and a Muslim right there and be closer and have more in common with and would rather hang out with this Muslim than this Jew because everyone's an individual. This Jew could be have none of the values that I have, including with Zionism, and be a rude asshole person, right? And this Muslim
Hmm.
might be somebody who does agree with at least a lot of my values. Again, they're still an individual and be a nice person. So no, I would never say I hate anyone for that matter, but not Muslims either.
But would you, so is your belief that there should be no Muslims in, for example, America or Israel?
Well, again, the way you word it, I would rather if look, when you say that, you make it sound like I'm saying we should ethnically cleanse or kill all of them.
I don't think you believe that we should ethnically cleanse all of Gaza and Palestine. That's not what I'm
Oh no, we
asking.
should ethnically cleanse Gaza, but no, Gaza should go back to Israel. I think the Palestinians should leave to a different area, but that's because I think they forfeited their right to that. I was talking about America. That being said, to answer your question, I would rather Muslims convert to. Well, I mean, I have a bias, so I would like them to be Noahides. That'd be great. But if not, like Christianity, Jews obviously don't proselytize, so it's not like they're going to be like, yeah, convert to Judaism, unless you're talking to that Rabbi Asher guy. So yeah, so when you say, do I not want any Muslims in America? I guess technically the answer would be yes, but not based off of I think how you put it. Like if for a reason, if Christianity was doing a very good job proselytizing and they went into Dearborn and all of them converted to Christianity, that would be preferable to me than Dearborn being a Muslim city.
Mm.
Amen.
Alright.
But I wouldn't advocate for like genociding Muslims in Dearborn. I wouldn't advocate for that.
No, I understand, but then I think
I assume you're Muslim, yeah?
No, I'm Jewish.
You're Jewish?
Yep.
Why are you advocating so hard for Islam right now then?
I'm not advocating for Islam. I'm asking you whether you wanted to remove Islam from America completely.
Yes.
These two things are not equivocal.
Do you?
Yes.
Do I want to remove all Muslims from America?
Again, based off of even how I said it?
As in, would I rather them convert or something like that?
Yeah, because when you say remove, that takes physical action.
Yeah, I get it. I think it's like I'd rather them just keep how they're going, but then integrate with the society like any other culture.
How can Islam integrate into Western society without breaking the tenets of Islam? I mean, I guess that's possible. They could integrate and just be those, oh yeah, Muslim, but not like really. But I assume you meant by keeping their culture and traditions. Are you so you're a Jew? Let me ask you, because you have this like nervous way of saying, and I get it, dude. I know everyone's nervous to speak about Islam because they like to poke people in the neck and throw acid on people's face. I could say all day, I'm not a Christian. I don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God. I say it all the time. And I've never once, not even a little bit, I've ever thought, man, there might be a crazy Christian watching who might kill me. Like, I literally have never even thought that. Not even 1% have ever thought that. But yes, every
it literally
day
isn't a thing.
I have thought that one day. In fact, if anyone go watch my new interview with Nissan Black, which I totally recommend, it was a great interview. I'll give you guys a hint, because he says I say something in that stream I've never said in another stream, which is true, at least on another podcast. I tell him, because he asked, do you think that what you do is going to, and he said, I'm sorry to ask, lead to your possible death or serious injury? And I told him that increasingly, babe, cover your ears. And I'm sorry to say this, and I'm not asking for woe is me. I choose to do this, right? But I have been increasingly shifting, because as you get older, you start to think about death. And I think the average person thinks, when they're older, your heart gives out, you might die in your sleep, whatever. I have been increasingly thinking that that's not how I will leave this world. And I increasingly
Excuse me, why are we talking about this right now?
Let me get to it. I'm increasingly thinking that it could be by the hands of somebody who really, really, really hates me. Now, that being said, it's not going to scare me away from my values, right? I'd much rather...
That's really going to help my anxiety in the moment.
The point I'm making is that I've never, ever considered it with Christianity. Like, literally never once.
So you were asking a question.
Yeah, my question to you, are you a Zionist, anti-Zionist Jew? You don't care?
I'm a Zionist Jew.
Okay. Would you, if I were to ask you the same question I asked about Muslims, like, hey, would you rather them convert to maybe a different ideology? You had a problem like, well, I mean, if I were to ask you, hey, would you rather, again, not like by force or physical, I'm just saying, would you rather anti-Zionist Jews, especially very outspoken ones, would you rather them at least not care to preferably be Zionist Jews?
I mean, I would prefer all Jews to support Israel.
Right. See how quickly and easily you answer that, but when I asked you effectively the same question with Islam, you were kind of like,
I get what you mean. I think it's just what the problem I find is calling a whole religion as a monolith a problem.
But it's not just a religion, and it's not like other religions either. This is where Westerners, like, unfortunately,
I'm not
like
a
we've been conditioned to think it's freedom of expression, freedom of religion. But this is way more than just a religion. It's a political system, and they are trying to take over the world with it. So it's not like, oh, it's just like they're practicing in their free time. No. It's gonna harm society the way it's going.
yeah. Look, I get it, dude. You're young. Trust me, I used to kind of think similar too.
it's just hard, because like you see, like there's other religions obviously that advertise their religion. Christianity, I mean, Judaism's the only Abrahamic religion that didn't advertise. That's why there's only like 18 million Jews. I guess it's just hard for me to think when we're talking about Muslim being or Islam as a problem to say that to call the ideology a problem. And I understand why you feel that. It's just I can't think about, and I'm gonna leave after this because I don't think we actually have a debate here, but
Sure.
it's just hard for me to really like
I get it.
call it a problem because I think there's so many different parts of it, and while there are some extremists, I think there are also sects that truly, in their heart of hearts, just want to do the right thing.
Do you
And
Where
think?
do the extremists get their extreme opinions from?
I think they get it from misconstruing the Quran.
Well, how do you know that the non-extremists aren't misconstruing it?
I mean, that's a fair point, but you have
When the Quran says, "Don't take Christians and Jews as your allies, smile in their faces and curse them in your hearts," how do you misconstrue that? Give me the alternate explanation for how that's not what it says.
Can you give me that verse?
Yeah.
What is it? It's I don't know off the top of my head.
Take Christians or Jews as
Yeah,
allies.
I speak like in the live. We're at 30. We should be way higher. Thank you.
Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 51. So that's chapter 5, verse 51. Says, I'll read it to you right now. O believers, take the heck pop-ups. There we go. O believers, do not take the Jews and the Christians as allies. They are, in fact, allies of one another, which, first off, based. And whoever is an ally to them among you, then indeed you are one of them. Indeed, Allah guides not the wrongdoing people.
And then later in the hadiths, it says, smile in their faces
Right.
and curse them in their hearts.
Yeah, that's right. It comes from the hadith. I can get that one too. I just don't remember.
How do you misconstrue that? Don't take them as allies. Give me the alternate understanding from what it clearly says.
I mean, the only possible way I could think of another way of taking that would be they mean specifically as military allies.
Yeah, but okay.
Then
Even
they
if
said
you
military allies.
doesn't say that, but even if you did assume that, like, I mean,
They could have just said
that's a
military
little
allies.
better, but is that much better though? Like, why does them being Christian or Jews have to matter? How about this one? How about this one? This is this one's Surah 9, Ayah 5, okay, which is chapter 9, verse 5. And when the inviolable months, which is to give you a quick little history, it's this 4-month treaty that they did with the polytheists, and whether they attacked you or not at the end of the 4 months, the treaty becomes void. Anyways, and when the inviolable months have passed, then kill the polytheists wherever you find them, and capture them, and besiege them, and sit and wait for them at every place of ambush. But if they should repent, establish prayer, and give zakah, which aka that means convert to Islam, Let them go on their way. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful. So what this is saying is at the end of 4 months, you either kill or force Islam onto them.
Jesus.
Yeah, you think that's how do you misconstrue that one?
Pretty direct.
How about
direct.
929? That's a good one. Let me scroll to that one. Same chapter, just verse 29. Fight against those who do not believe in Allah or in the last day, and who do not consider unlawful what Allah and his messenger have made unlawful, and who do not adopt the religion of truth, Islam, from those who were given the scripture. So what they're saying is to fight Jews and Christians, because those were the ones given the scripture. Fight until they give the jizya willingly while they are humbled or humiliated. So that one's saying to fight them until you extort money out of them, essentially.
I get it. And my answer for those, all those verses would be the same thing that my teachers in Hebrew school taught me, is that sometimes there are verses in these ancient texts that don't make sense. For example, if you look at Deuteronomy, there's a verse that says if there's a rebellious son that doesn't listen to their parents, they should be brought before the town elders
and stoned to death. Yes, right. Did it ever happen?
No, it didn't happen. But my point is,
have the Muslims been attacking Christians and Jews?
Yeah, but
so it does happen. The Torah also says you get puts a permanent sleep for violating the Shabbos. It doesn't happen. But that's also internal. Right? This is an internal thing. People from the outside could look in and say, wow, you guys think you should kill your rebellious son. That's crazy. And I would be like, yeah, I can understand your point of view. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. What we're talking about is Islam's view of non-Muslims. Nowhere in the Torah does it say, don't be allies with anyone that's not a Jew.
Yeah, so I want to add on top of what Hammer said, even, and this is like kind of more impressive to expand on what Hammer said, is even during the biblical times, it's not even just today, the sages, the Sanhedrin specifically in Jewish teaching said, what is it, 70 years, one murder? I think that's what it says for
the death penalty. For the death penalty.
Right, so they said that if a court has just one murder in 70 years, then it is a bloodthirsty court. Do you think the Muslims today, but not even today, especially during the time of Muhammad and a little after him, do you think they thought 1 in 70 years was bloodthirsty?
No.
I mean, they just executed 8 people today in Iran.
I just want to be clear. I don't support Islam. I am a Jew, despite what the chat's trying to say.
Listen, I'll tell you right now, if Jews, like, let's say Israel goes from a secular state to like Jewish law, and let's say on the news they were like, hey, they're stoning this 7-year-old kid because he was rebellious and disobedient to his parents, and they do it publicly or whatever like that. Like, yeah, I'll be the first to be like, dude, I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? But why can't, like, dude, if Islam had all these verses, but it like almost never happened, if it truly was extremist, like once in a blue moon, not 72,000 attacks in 25 years, that's actually true. There's been 72,000 Islamic attacks in just 25 years. If that wasn't a case, I probably wouldn't bring it up. It would just be like any other religion where I'm like, I don't agree with the words, but whatever, they're not harming me.
Yeah. I get it. And I'm sorry, I'm getting bugged by chat. If any of you guys have a question about Judaism, please ask me. Muhammad is not a real prophet. Please, guys.
Hey, you stop questioning people's Judaism. Like, who the hell are you guys? Are any of you rabbis or God or
okay?
Scholar? Leave him alone.
We also really shouldn't put that much emphasis on the chat. The chat's the chat. Okay.
We're also we're not in the business of telling Jews if they're Jewish or not. So stop, just whatever. There's no way to fucking prove it anyway, so what's the point?
I mean, there's a way to prove it.
I could show you my bar mitzvah photos.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. But, all right, anyways, look, take care, buddy. I hope, listen, what'd you say, you're 18?
Yeah, 18.
Yeah, listen, I probably was a bleeding heart liberal at 18, too. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm definitely not a bleeding heart
I'm just messing with you. Have a good one, okay?
Yeah, have a good one. You
all
too.
Right, bye. I definitely wasn't the same person, though, at 18 years old. Dude, I was just before voting for Obama, I was like, I just like during his first term, I just couldn't vote. I was, I think, 17. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, dude, I was so happy that Obama won. Like, do you guys think I'm the same guy today?
Yeah, my mom and I cried in front of the TV. Like that's how annoying
I don't know if I cried,
I
but
was.
I was very happy that he won. And then it took
I
about
mean,
2
I still
years
am for
into
that reason.
took him about 2 years into his first term. That's when I became a conservative. So if anything, I owe Obama one thing. He excelled how quickly I became a conservative. Anyways, JDB, go ahead.
Nick,
Hey,
check
what's
what's
up,
happening.
Nick?
Quick.
Hello.
Hey, I just want to start off by saying I watch your stuff pretty much daily, so I'm a big fan. I want to say thank you for your message, especially on Islam, because I think Muhammad was a horrible, terrible, false prophet, did a lot of horrible things, and now we live in a world where
If he existed.
73,000 attacks happen. Anyways,
If he existed.
yeah, exactly. But when it comes to Israel, I'm indifferent. I'm not one of these crazy pro-pallies who screams genocide. But
Yeah.
I also see like the settler violence, which is separate, but some of the proportionality in the Gaza war, I'm kind of trying to dig through.
Why do you care about proportionality?
Well, when it comes to like minimizing civilian harm, like especially with these dumb bombs,
You don't think
and
they
like,
are?
I mean, I think they are, but I also
Okay,
think they
I'm
aren't
not trying to
all
cut you off. I just want to go one
No, you're
point at a
good.
time because
Yeah, sorry.
I think you do sound like maybe you are open-minded. You're not, like you said, you're not this crazy, like, oh, there's a genocide. But so I want to be very, very careful and make sure I answer all of your questions. So when you
Mhm.
say, let's start with dumb bombs. First off, military for 12 years. There's no such thing as a dumb bomb. It's not a thing. Colloquially, by some civilians, they say dumb bomb to mean unguided missile, and even that isn't accurate. They don't have a system on them, but every single bomb is, you can still aim it. In fact, in Gaza, I think they're using too many, I guess it would be called smart bomb. I don't know. I don't know what the civilians call it. Guided missiles. Because, and I'll explain why. Guided missiles are something you do generally for more higher point of view, right? Because of when you're going down low, right? Which is what you would do in Gaza. You're not going to be shooting from way up. When you go down low, you do something, it's a tactic, and you should look into it, called dive bombing, okay? Which is just as accurate as a guided missile. And so this idea of dumb bombs, I don't really know what that means. Are you trying to say because they're dumb bombs that they're just hitting random things and they're not aiming them? Because then I'd have to ask you, why are the death toll so low for a place like Gaza if they truly were just bombing anything and they weren't aiming? We can't hear you when you're paused, just so you know. So if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Oh, maybe he got a phone call. Okay, well, I hope he comes back. Solio, go ahead. Or Solo?
It's Salo, but
Salo.
I've been here before. Now I actually have questions, but I'm a Zionist, so I fully believe. But I just have a couple questions. What do you think Israel should have done on October 7th? Because the world turned against them. But what do you think they should have done?
The world wasn't against Israel on October 7th yet. Not
get
on
what he
October
means.
7th.
Yeah. First off, how old are you?
16.
Okay, I'm going to drop you. I'll answer your question, but I just don't have anyone under 18 on here. But I'll answer your question, and then I'm going to get back to JDB because he came back. So, yeah, I think what Israel should have done is they should have done what they did in the first weeks when they split Gaza in half, when they made their way to the beach, when we got all those pictures where they planted the Israeli flag on the beach. And as they're splitting it up, as they're going, they should have, even if it took a little bit longer, set up, corridors right where the Netzarim corridor is. And then they should have worked with NGOs and the Palestinians, everything north of the Netzarim corridor, right? Everything. You give a certain time, even give a month. I think that's too long. I would say a week is more than enough, but I'm just saying, even if they thought maybe they needed an entire month, fine, whatever. And you establish an actual real red zone north of the Netzarim corridor. You tell every Palestinian and every NGO, and you tell the international community, This is the red zone. We are going, even if we have to help the Palestinians get there, we'll work with NGOs, medical people, all that. We will transfer the people south of the Netzarim corridor because we truly want the civilians to go south of this corridor. Now, of course, with tunnels, Hamas will find their way into the south of the Netzarim corridor. I get it. It's not going to be perfect, but what we are going to do is at the end of that month, whatever, when this becomes an actual active red zone, we are going in. We're not sending in our soldiers right away. We'll send them in because obviously you need on the ground people for the tunnels and stuff like that. But first, we're going to go neighborhood by neighborhood and we're going to fucking level it because we are not risking the lives of our soldiers. Okay? We're not risking the lives of our soldiers so that way we can make your lives a little bit easier and nicer. Now, of course, you're going to have to use intelligence. You're going to have to worry about the hostages. I'm not saying like literally don't just like be dumb about it. I'm just saying doing the same stuff. And we are not going to send in any aid into the north side of the Netzarim corridor. None of it. There's no aid going in there because, in theory, there shouldn't be any civilians. Okay? If you are part of that, if you're a civilian and you're still north of that after that, I don't know. I'm just going to assume you're part of Hamas. I think Israel should have taken that approach. And the reason I say that is because Israel effectively wanted that approach to happen. They said, move south, right? Go to the Al-Mawasi zone. But there was about, I think at one point, 1 million Palestinians that never left north of that area. They just stayed. And then more recently, after a little bit, it got down to 500,000. But still, like 500,000 Palestinians still stayed. So what did they have to do? Israel had to rebuild the Ez corridor. They ended up building up a second one in the north, so that way they can let more aid in. They did that stupid pier that ended up failing anyways. And then they had aid drops go in, and then the dumb Palestinians, some of them literally died because they're like, oh, big aid box. And then they literally got crushed. I'm not blaming that on anyone. That's just your fault. Like if you go under a big box coming down, you're just dumb. That's just what's the word I'm looking for? That's Darwinism. All right, JDB, what's up? What were we talking about? I asked you a question. I don't remember what I said.
No, you're good. I got cut off by a call.
GDB, you're the one that said you didn't like the settlers, right?
I mean,
wait, what was the last thing you said though? We'll get to that. Oh,
I guess
dumb bombs. Yeah. So did you hear what I said though? I don't know when you got the call about how dumb bombs can still be
cut off kind of right away. So okay. Sorry about that.
You're good. So dumb bombs can I'll just really quickly phrase it. Dumb bombs can still be aimed. First off, there's no such thing as dumb bombs. It's not a thing. What they mean is something that doesn't have a guided system on it. Okay. Dumb bombs can still be aimed. On top of that, in a place like Gaza, you're going to do what's called dive bombing. Right? It's exactly what it sounds like. Dive bombing is just as accurate as a guided system. It's just as accurate. There's this idea that you said, oh, but they're using dumb bombs. What do you think that means? That they're just hitting random spots and they're not actually aiming? They still aim. And Israel is probably, when it comes to fighter jets, probably the best in the world, to be honest. They have a lot of practice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just for some context, like one of my roommates is Syrian, the other one is from Palestine, even though he has a Israeli passport, which is interesting, but you know, they almost make me feel
That's because he's an Israeli Arab, just FYI.
Yeah, exactly. But they make me feel kind of guilty for even having moderate support towards Israel. So what they bring up is proportionality, you know, like is Israel's actions in Gaza, is it benefiting them more than it's hurting civilians? I don't know the exact definition.
The answer is, well, no, I give a shit for efficiency, and the answer is yes, of course it is. But that being said, you really shouldn't, and I get you sound pretty young. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, so you really shouldn't live your life that you should question your values because roommates or anyone in your life makes you feel guilty. Now, a good friend might speak with you and say, hey, have you considered this? I'm not saying nobody should tell you anything, but feeling guilty, that's not, no. You should never, ever change your values for that. But to answer your question,
people can't make you feel guilty. People can't make you feel anything. You choose to feel guilty, and that's the problem, not your friend.
Yeah.
There should be no guilt whatsoever for standing by your values. Your values are your values. They don't agree. They don't agree. You shouldn't feel guilty about it.
Mhm.
So what is why do you cherish proportionality so much? I'm not saying go ham and just genocide everybody, but why does war, in fact, what war ever in history, at least a major war, has ever been proportional? When has that ever been a thing?
No, I completely agree. I mean, that's my argument I always bring up to them. But, they always talk about,
Well, then why are you asking it here then?
well, because I'm kind of trying to wrestle with it. Like, I don't really know what to think when it comes to the proportional piece. Like, because, I mean,
But you just
when
told,
you-
hold on, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you just told me, you said you agree. That's what you think. When has proportionality ever mattered? I don't understand. Like, I've never gotten this idea of like, whoa, the proportionality. I don't understand why that's even a factor.
Well, when it comes to proportionality, like just because it doesn't make it right, like if you look at Russia and Chechnya or Assad in Syria, like just because those wars weren't proportional doesn't make it right.
No, I'm
It
not
doesn't make it
saying
justified.
no, it's the opposite of what I'm saying. I'm not saying just because you're not proportional, you're automatically right. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying just because you're not proportional doesn't make you automatically wrong, which sounds like that's what your roommates are telling you. You could be wrong. You could be wrong and be proportional, by the way. Israel, for example, here's proportional, okay, to the October 7th attack. Israel could have gotten 3,000 IDF soldiers, give or take, 3,000 Israeli civilians, pretty much men, some kids even, went into Gaza. They don't have music, parades, or sorry, music festivals, but like, let's just assume they have something, whatever the equivalent of that is in Gaza. They could have went there, slaughtered 351 people there. They could have taken 251 Gazans from 9 months old to 88 years old, taken them, put them into some tunnels that exist in Israel, right? Or given them to civilians to hold as hostages. They could have raped, burned, tied up and burned people alive, went to neighborhoods, and, you have AK-47s, M16s, whatever, RPGs, you get the point, right? And then slaughtered 1,200 people total. They could have done that. That would be proportional, but that would still be wrong, right?
Right.
Like, I would not advocate for Israel to do that. So proportionality means jack shit when it comes to justified or not.
How do you end the war if it's just how do you win a war if everything is proportionate? So like they launch 5 bombs, we launch 5 bombs, then we wait. They launch 2, we launch, like how do you win a war? Like the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, we nuked and melted 150,000 of their people.
Right.
Absolutely a good thing that we did. I'm glad they melted. Okay? And I'm glad all the other people that suffered from it also died because it ended the war. They quit. They surrendered. Saved 1 million people instead of us having to invade the Japanese islands. If you're not disproportionate, the war never ends.
I
It's
guess
like imagine a boxing match. Okay, you get one jab to the face, then I get a jab to the face. That's not how fights work. Disproportionate means someone wins and someone loses.
I mean, I guess to rephrase a little bit, like I'm just kind of wondering, are they disproportionately targeting civilian areas without caring if civilians died, like dropping these unguided munitions? I mean,
okay,
like
once
I said, I'm
again,
not
unguided
fully
doesn't mean
educated, so-
anything. Okay. Unguided doesn't mean anything. Are you a Jew or no?
No, I'm not religious.
No, but you could still be a Jew and not be religious, just FYI.
No, I'm not.
Gotcha.
Ethnically, no, I'm not. I'm not Jewish.
Okay. All right. How many do you know what percentage of Gaza has been damaged or destroyed?
Buildings wise, like 60 to 90%.
Right. Do you know what percent, even if we assumed Hamas's numbers were correct? And by the way, I'm not even saying civilians. Count every terrorist death, every civilian death, every collaborator death, all of it. Count all of it. Do you know what percentage of Gaza has been killed, according to Hamas?
It's like 3 to 5%.
Okay, yeah, it's closer to 3. I think it's 3.3, give or take. Kraken, you got some It's not letting me. It's not letting me mute you, Kraken. So just figure out that echo and then come back later.
Yeah, try again. I'll make sure you come in.
I got it for you, Nick, buddy. I got it. Control F did the trick.
Thank you.
That was helpful, Hammer.
Yeah, so it is. It's about, according to the United Nations, 81% of buildings are damaged or destroyed. Most of that being damaged, but still, nonetheless, damaged or destroyed. And about 3.2 to 3.4%, according to Hamas, has been killed, including all terrorist deaths. Can you tell me, because you sound like a smart kid, can you tell me what would make the percentage difference so large?
Israel not disproportionately targeting civilians and moving them to safe zones, etc.
That's right, yeah. Because if Israel were to discriminately be targeting civilians, well, there would be, if anything, if not on par with the same percentage of buildings that were bombed or areas bombed, even more. If they're indiscriminately bombing, meaning they don't really give a shit, well, then you would see at least relatively the same percentage.
Hey, Nick, did you say 81%? Is that the number you said?
According to October 31st, 2025 UN report.
Well, I got to tell you, that's a B-, and I find that an unsatisfactory grade, especially in my household. Anything below an A-. So we got to do something to get that up to 90.
It might be. That was October 2025. It could be higher.
Okay. Well, we need to redo a Scantron then and see if we pass it, get an A-.
Yeah, for me, JDB, when I was just in the Gaza envelope about a couple months ago, when I looked into Gaza and I saw some buildings that were still standing, and when I say when I can see them, I'm saying it's because they were mid-rise buildings, if you will, at least 3, maybe more stories. I questioned, I was like, what the fuck are those still standing for? To me, if Hamas can utilize it, and by Hamas I mean any terrorist organization, not literally Hamas, but Hamas, they can utilize it as an offensive capability to do more operations against Israel in the future. It should be absolutely demolished.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, like, I'm kind of answering my own questions when it comes to proportionality. So maybe my big thing that I'm not really educated on and that I'd maybe find some issues with is like the settler violence and stuff like that.
What percentage of the quote-unquote settlers do you think are doing, and when I say violence, I'm not even gonna say let's get into the context of what actually happened, because a lot of the times you see these videos, but they always cut off the context of them being attacked first. But let's put all that aside. What percentage of, by settlers, you mean Jews in Judea, Samaria, what percentage, just to give you an idea, there's about 550 to 700,000 Jews in Judea, Samaria. What percentage of those do you think are doing these super violent, awful attacks?
I'd assume a very small percent.
What would you guess if you were to take a gander at it?
Like 5%, maybe.
It's less than 1%. It's less than a fraction of 1%. Estimates put it at, and this is like pro-Palestinian estimates, so it's probably high, like 500 people. Which, don't get me wrong, if of those people are truly doing acts unprovoked, there's no reason, they just woke up one day and decided to go into like Area B, burn down some olive trees, attack some Arabs for no reason, I condemn that. That's wrong. I don't like it, and they should be punished by the extent of the law. Okay. But the issue that I have is when people try to implement this as some kind of systemic major thing, like it's 50% or even 10% of settlers. If it was, we would definitely know. So yes, just like I condemn anyone who does an act of crime, that doesn't mean I'm going to put such a hyper focus. If there was a city whose crime rate was, 1%, I'll round up. And if it was in the news every single day, imagine CNN, Fox, and everyone every single day was talking about City X, I would also find that equally weird. And then people will turn around and be like, so you like crime in that city? It's like, no. But what is this weird hyper focus on it? Yes, I think Israel needs to do a better job. Not because I give two shits about the Palestinians. I really don't, because they don't care about their own people. So for me, if you don't care about your own people, don't ask me to. But because of efficiency, okay? For me, it does Israel no good, because what these people do is they use it against the state of Israel. They don't ever add context. Dude, even B'Tselem, who's an anti-Israel organization, very anti-Israel. You can go to their database that they have online right now, okay? And you could look up the fatalities from Palestinian civilians to Israelis and vice versa. Taking away the IDF, taking away, the PA security, Hamas, anything, just straight up civilian to civilian attacks. The Palestinians kill Israeli civilians 9 times the rate than vice versa. So if what the Israeli quote unquote civilian settlers, whatever you want to call them, are doing is so awful, then wouldn't by logic what the Palestinians would be doing, again, not security, not Hamas, just straight up civilian, wouldn't that be 9 times as bad? So shouldn't they be getting 9 times the coverage by this logic? But of course they don't. Mm-hmm. So, and again, this is according to B'Tselem. This is a very anti-Israel organization.
Right. The reason it's bad is not because it looks bad. The reason it's bad is because it is bad.
What are you asking?
It's bad. The action of being a vigilante, of going after people. Listen, even responding to the attacks that the Palestinians do, let's be honest, the response isn't always against those specific people. Like if you could make the argument, the case that like Palestinians attacked a Jewish settlement and they go back and they get that guy. Okay, that's justice in a way. But if you're attacked by a group of people and then you go attack a random group of people in return, that's wrong. That's bad. It's not. It is bad. It does look bad, and that's not good. But what makes it bad is the action, the vigilantism, the taking justice into your own hands. Now,
agreed.
Ultimately, a lot of that responsibility falls on the government of Israel because, to be frank, they don't punish these people significantly enough and as a deterrence.
Right.
Israel should, and now, conversely, Israel doesn't do a good enough job of protecting these people where they feel like they have no other option but to take violence into their own hands. So there's a multi-level failure there. That's the problem. The Israeli government should, when that happens, when our people are attacked in Judea and Samaria, they should take significant action so that the people don't feel like they have to take matters into their own hands.
Dude, do we have like literal bots in the comments?
Hey, Nick,
After Hammer said that Israel's not punishing these people enough, someone commented, "You're a liar. They don't punish the settlers enough." It's like literally just said that, bro. I know. It's just like I can't tell if this is like an actual like real life bot. What's up,
Nick,
babe?
go look at what I sent you. You probably would want to show people. It's so funny.
What the fuck? Yeah, I'll show people. It is pretty
everywhere.
funny.
They're everywhere.
Hold on, guys. Got to see this video. Of course, we're on TikTok Studio, so I feel like the video is going to lag.
Hey, Golda, if you're here in the comment section, I got the Metacube stuff you recommended to me. Thank you.
Ooh.
Thank you, Golda. Thank you, Golda. That's how it works. I got to punch it into the chat GPT, which came up with the whole stuff.
Hold on, you guys. I know you can't hear it.
Oh, yeah. Look, Hammer. Abad found this guy in the...
Said Chabad will literally find you anywhere. I'll send it to you, Hammer. It already finished.
Hilarious.
It said Chabad will literally find you anywhere, even if you're hanging off a skyscraper. And there's a dude literally on the side of the skyscraper on the rope, and a Chabad guy out of the window is laying to fill in on him. It's hilarious. Anyways. Yeah, listen, oh, somebody said it's AI. Is it? Oh, well. It's not as fun anymore.
Is that AI, for real?
Yeah, that's what somebody in the comments said. But you know, I could believe it though. AI slop.
Well, anyways, Nick, I don't really have anything to disagree with you on. I think we're on the same page. Thank you for all you're doing, especially when it comes to Islam. I feel like most people are very either uneducated or just closed-minded. So thank you for educating and using your platform for that. I hope you all have a good night.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Kraken, what's up?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Good.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I definitely need to update my phone because this is the second time she brought me up, and I could hear you guys talking, and the screen went blank for some reason, and it was echoing, and I couldn't mute my mic.
Maybe you have to update your app or something.
Yes, definitely. This thing's so slow. But I wanted to ask you about the. Did you see that they just passed that thing called the NDAA in the House? I think it was, or the Senate,
I think it was the House, wasn't it?
or maybe it was the House. I'm not too sure which one's
Talking
which.
about the thing that everyone keeps talking about, where they say
Yes.
that it's the National Defense Authorization Act.
Yeah, that's it. Merging the U.S. military with Israeli military. Like, what do you?
But it
What
doesn't
do you
say
think
that.
about that?
But it doesn't say that.
at all.
It doesn't even come close
Well,
to saying
not-
that.
Okay, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. That's what I just seen on the news.
Section 219. You could just pull it up and read it.
Yeah.
Section 219 of the NDAA.
Yeah, it's it doesn't say anything close to that. Let me pull
Is
it
it
up.
just like intelligence gathering information, stuff like that?
Reply, dude. It's so annoying. Yeah, dude, just go read it. Like, pull it up
It's
since you brought it
AI,
up. But it's
counterterrorism, the cyber stuff. It's just, it's not merging. It's becoming more integrated for a more seamless information sharing relationship. Just information sharing.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, media is making
Israel is one of the leaders in the world.
Oh, I
in
know.
AI.
I know.
Wouldn't we want to work more closely with someone and drone technology and anti-drone
Absolutely.
technology? Why wouldn't we want to work closely with someone who's good at that?
No, I agree. But what I'm saying is, they're making it look like it's this huge deal. Like they're making it look like our military is going to basically be your military and vice versa.
They're
So
lying. Well, because
they're
they're
making it
lying,
like-
and
I
it
know.
hasn't passed yet. So what are they
I
worried
figured
about?
that was what it was, but I'm just, that's what they're making it look like, and that's what everybody thinks.
Still has to get through the Senate, which the way things are looking now, not much is getting through the Senate. So who knows? It might not even become law.
Right.
I mean, it has to at some point. It's the NDAA, but again, like it could be stripped. It's something you never know what could be stripped from the bill when it goes over to the Senate.
Okay, yeah, that was pretty much what I wanted to ask you about, because you were a soldier and stuff, and I wasn't sure what it was, honestly.
He was a sailor, right, Nick?
yes, but
A
I
sailor?
don't think he's gonna. I don't think he cares. Like, soldier is colloquially used for.
You
anyone in
should
the military.
care. You're a sailor.
Yes, I am a sailor.
That's right. That's right.
Now, does
Yeah.
Israel want to expand like into Jordan? That's another
Unfortunately,
thing.
no.
I've heard.
Dude,
Okay.
listen, I gotta be real with you. I want to answer your questions, but you're asking. What kind
Are
of
these
question
stupid
is that, dude? Like, seriously.
I'm asking you because
Well,
I hear
no,
stuff.
no. Think about your
I don't know.
question. Just think about your question, okay? Because there's only two answers, right? If the answers were to be yes, and based off of how I would know that. So just so everyone, if they didn't hear him, he asked, does Israel want to expand into Jordan? Okay. So if you haven't Googled this already and saw that Netanyahu came out yesterday or whatever and said, all right, you guys, we're invading Jordan tomorrow because we want to expand into Jordan, all right? If he didn't do that, I'm going to assume you did at least that basic amount of research.
Mhm.
Then how would I know? And this is why the question's dumb, because either I'm part of the Israeli government and I have all the secrets, in which case, why would I say yes to you if it's not out in public information? Or, correctly, I hope you understand, I'm not part of the secrets of the Jews. And so therefore I wouldn't know. So my question for you is, why are you asking a question that you know is literally impossible to get that answer?
There's a lot of people who think things like this are really happening.
Okay,
and
that's
I'm talking
amazing.
about-
Can you answer my question? Because that has nothing to do with what I just asked you. Why are you asking me as if my yes or no will make any difference at all? Because if you believe it based off a conspiracy, then my no will simply just be either I'm ignorant or I'm part of a secret cabal of Jews and whatever, and I just don't want to tell you because you're a goy or whatever. Okay? In which case you wouldn't believe me saying no. Or I say yes, in which case that wouldn't make sense because then I'd be exposing a big secret or making a joke. The point is that no matter what I say, it really doesn't matter.
Okay.
I assume you are intelligent enough to get that basic thought, yeah?
Hmm.
So how would you like me to answer? The answer is no.
I guess the question I should have asked was, did you hear anything like that?
I hear it every day.
Whether there are. Okay. I should have rephrased my question. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Santi, what's up?
Hey, man. I think I saw you were live with that Muslim dude yesterday. I had to drop like
Yesterday, you mean today? Or do you mean on Umingle?
I don't know. I only watch you on TikTok. I don't know if he was on Umingle, but you said that he was like.
Was I a
only 1%.
guest?
No, I don't. Like, I just know. Here's how you'll know. It's like you said that like he was like the only Muslim like 1% that you speak to that are like actually educated.
Oh, yeah. Was that yesterday or a couple days ago? You're talking about the the guy that's a Zionist Muslim and he's a Quranist.
I don't know what that means, but I wanted to ask.
It means
like,
they
I didn't get to
only
watch
follow the
whole thing.
Quran. They do not accept anything else. They don't accept tafsir. They don't accept hadith. They don't accept it. It's literally just the Quran.
So how was that conversation? Like, did you get anything meaningful out of that?
I mean, I would say it's meaningful in the sense that he was very intelligent. It's not, I don't think he was dumb by any means. He knew verses off the top of his head. He even knew a lot of hadiths off the top of his head, and he doesn't believe in them. However, I still don't agree with him, and I find his ideology to be slightly problematic because, don't get me wrong, if all Muslims truly did convert to that kind of Islam, I think it'd be great because even though I still wouldn't agree with their ideology, who cares? They'd be misrepresenting it and how I think the Quran is worded, and so they wouldn't be a problem. The problem that I have is that I don't think it really is that way. And although I do believe him, I don't think he's, well, maybe he is, but I'm hoping he's not like a Trojan horse. But even if I did believe him, I think that people could utilize that ideology to be a Trojan horse.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I only got to like watch like maybe a couple, like maybe 15, because he kept cutting in and out. So like you guys didn't get very far whenever I was part of the life. So I just wanted to know, like, because I've never seen you praise a Muslim, so I was wondering like what was going on, or like give kudos. So I was just like wondering like what he was saying that was like.
Listen, if someone's intelligent, they're intelligent, regardless if I like them or not.
No, that's fair. So I think that's the only thing I really wanted to ask. Right now, I'm reading, or I was like just kind of going down a rabbit hole because I was wondering, because I don't know, I'll just give you like my brain thought here. It's just that I have such a hard time like understanding like the left and why, like, you know, they bring up a lot of points of why they hate Trump, and it's like, you know, like the rape allegations that he has, like called him a felon and all that, and I try to conflict that with like I look at their group and like what encompasses them, and they're okay with like Islam and all of the things that like are part of that, like basically like raping women, not giving women rights.
No, they're not
conquest.
okay with Islam. It's that the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading right now. Yeah, but
Islam is the enemy of the West. They're enemies of the West, so they are allied with each other. Obviously, they're not pro-rape. They're just they just don't think that Muslims raping women is as significant or as important as bringing down the West. They think that's the broader goal, and whatever immorality they have to put up with in the process of achieving that goal, the ends justify the means. We don't care what you do along the way, just get us to our ultimate goal.
Yeah, I guess that's why I started really thinking like that's why I've never really like trusted them, because it just doesn't seem like very consistent. Like what they preach is like just like you'll find like a group of that and they won't spend any time like putting up posters protesting that. So it's just very bad faith in my eyes. So I just don't know what we can do about it. Like I don't know. It just so I'll, that's all. That's all I got. Thank you guys.
All right, bye.
How do I leave? I don't know how to leave. Can you pick me?
Let me catch up with these super chats. But first, oh, this is where some of the settings are in Live Studio. Hmm. 1 second, y'all. There it is. Stream latency, synchronized delay. Got it. Got to do it outside the live. Okay. Missed a few super chats here. General Maccabi, you should watch Dave Farina's hit piece on Destiny. Gosh, how many of you guys want me to watch this? Okay. Yeah, we'll watch it. The first 80% of it is 4chan level schizo ranting about Israel that you could easily clip farm. Ari says, should Netanyahu take the opportunity and send the Gazans to Spain? Hey, Nick, God bless you. You're the ultimate Hasbara warrior. Quick, irrelevant question. Do you believe aliens have came to Earth? Like, landed on Earth? Or, like, just, like, passed by? Or, like, look at us? Probably not. I don't know. I don't know. It's too much for me. Giannis says, Ortho Bros, listen to Jay Dyer and be anti-Israel. Riffraff, sorry. The strange death of Europe, Douglas Murray warned us years ago. True. Compovi says Wilson might say it doesn't matter. They're supposed to reject Jesus, even if supposed to be evil. It's still evil, and the goal then should be that Jews be grifted, meaning believe. I don't even know what that means. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying. Oh, Wilson might say it doesn't matter. Oh, you're saying Wilson would say they're supposed to reject Jesus. Oh, got it. Understand what you're saying. You're saying Wilson would say that it doesn't matter that Paul says that. Even if it's supposed to be evil, it's still evil. And the goal then should be that Jews be grafted, I think is what you meant to say. I get what you're saying. Sorry. Webster, Nick, what was the earliest sign of your intellect? Do your parents have any cool stories like you memorizing all the capitals at age 5 or something? Yes. I don't know what age, but like, yeah, my parents, I'm sure they do have stories about like, yeah, when you were this age, you did this. Put $1 in the Noahide jar. Webster says, nah, Nick, you'll be around forever. We need you. Thank you. Dirk says, on that note, God bless Solomon Mamika. That's Real Sal says, I sell food to Italian restaurants and my Muslim customers think I'm Muslim because I'm Arab. And always they tell me they have to show Westerners a different face. I go along with it to not lose money. That's smart. Kapovi says, rebellious son. I find similarities of it with the Japanese hikikomori phenomena. Webster, kid has a point that there are awful things in other religious texts. Looks too like the Old Testament. It's external from the text, more to do with politics. Kapovi says, according to Amit Halevi, military advocate prevented war cabinet to lay siege on evacuated pockets in Gaza one by one. Bibi cabinet let her prevent. Ari, why should Israel care about Palestinian lives more than they cared about mine on October 7th? Semity, Nick, can you explain differences in area A, B, etc.? A is controlled by the Palestinian Authority fully. B is controlled by the Palestinian Authority, security is split, and C is controlled by Israel fully, and overall security in all areas is controlled by Israel, and Hebron is split between H1 and H2. McFly, technically Nick is a diver because he was in a submarine. He was in the ocean, not floating atop it. True. We used to say over the 1MC, dive, dive, dive. My buddy, Dave, he would sometimes say die, and they could never prove that he was saying it. Like the captain once was like, did you say die, die, die? And he's like, no, I said dive. Straight face, but we all knew he was saying die. Corey Radcliffe said, Nick is a nuclear engineer for the Death Star underneath Israel, according to the conspiracy theories. Okay, somebody blocked that guy for exposing me. Lake says, Cenk and Anna remind me of a Rwandan radio tower circa April 1994. And the Canadian Zionist says, hey, Nick, when you mingle, can one of the tags be flat earther? Oh, sure, Hammer will like that. He's a flat earther. I need a good laugh.
What?
Yeah, Hammer loves the flat earth. Plus, I miss
I like
you.
talking to them.
He likes talking about it. He tries to convince people of the flat earth.
No.
Plus, I miss you doing some of those debates in the past on TikTok. Dude, you guys, I have literal text messages of Hammer being like, if the earth's not flat, then explain.
Oh, yeah, when I'm messing. Oh, that's true.
Oh, yeah, you're messing with me? Is that how you're
He's
gonna be?
kind of messy. Like it's like half and
True.
half.
No, he's
Yeah.
right. If you take those messages completely out of context, you could make a strong case that I'm a flat earther for sure. 100%.
I could
Yeah,
Candace
your
Oh, I
Owen.
forgot about
date
that.
is-
I
yeah,
could Candace Owen the fuck out of you, dude.
Oh, for sure. All the anti-gravity messages I would send you.
Oh my God, for
So
sure.
jokes aside, Hammer would
He could,
he
he could
would
just like invent
Hammer-
a completely new character. With
Hammer
it.
would comment these things because he knew it would piss me off. He would randomly, it could be 3 a.m. He would sometimes call me, text me. He'd be like, if you're in Australia and the earth is round, well, technically you're standing sideways, so why don't you just fall off? And I had to explain to him. And don't get me wrong, I knew Hammer knew the answer, but my autistic brain would be like, Hammer, you're not actually sideways. To your perspective in the gravitational pull, you're not sideways. He's like, but look at the globe.
mission
You're
accomplished.
sideways.
Oh yeah, that was fun. Those were
Drives
fun
you
times.
crazy with that shit.
Those were fun times.
Cars and dimensions, subs are boats, not ships, correct? That's correct. Yeah, we don't call them ships, we call them boats. But technically it's SSN, which means technically
Social security
commercial
number.
ship, nuclear,
Oh.
or social security
That meant
number.
social security number. Yeah.
Could be that too. Cape is back. What, Cape? Cape.
Yes, I'm back. So the question was, how do you view the state of the perception of Israel amongst the American people today?
Thank you, Mano, for the super chat. Nick, Civilization or Age of Empires? Probably Civilization. I consider myself a right-wing person. Right-wing polling has shown that the support for Israel is actually exactly the same as it was all the way back in even 2009, 2014. It's gone up and down a little bit, but it's the same.
What
as
about
you're
Nick
talking,
Fuentes?
well, I'm sorry, what did you ask?
Nick Fuentes, he's making the
You
youth
didn't ask
anti-Semitic.
about Nick Fuentes. You asked about Americans. He's one person. Why would I focus and answer the question about one person?
Because the boomers are going to be Zionist, but the youth, the young
The polling I'm referring to refers to the youth in the right wing as well. Yes, it's not literally as high, but it's not so much different that it's anything to really worry about. Now, if you look at the left
Oh, I don't
wing,
agree with that at all.
it
I don't
is.
agree with
The
that.
Gallup poll
I don't
was just
agree with that at all.
released. It's literally the same. Now, if you look at the
Not at
left
all.
wing, it doesn't matter what you agree with. I just looked at it. If you look at the left wing, it is significantly
25%
lower.
yeah, there was another poll that just came out yesterday. 25% of Republicans think Bibi Netanyahu should be arrested.
That's not
Don't
what
tell
he
me that's normal.
asked. I don't care about that.
Oh, you don't care that the Republican Party thinks that we should arrest one of our closest
I'd have
allies?
to
and
look
a
at the
world
poll
leader?
and who it was and what it is, but I'm saying that doesn't answer what Cape just asked. Cape asked me about Israel, not what they thought about Bibi. But nonetheless, if you look at the left wing, yeah, it's gone down significant. I mean, it's never been super high compared to the right wing, but still, relatively, it's gone down a significant amount. And I would simply answer, there's a lot of things that the left wing also disagrees with on me by a significant amount. So I'm trying to figure out why I would put more emphasis on one value over another one. They also believe you should murder babies. I don't agree with that. Now, to answer your question in the best faith way I can, yeah, I still think it's worrying. I'm not going to pretend like it literally doesn't matter. There is a shift in the opinion in Israel, and that I knew was going to happen. As October 7th attack was still happening, I knew that's going to happen. Charlie Kirk even said the day after October 7th in his Telegram, he said, these images you see, he posted a picture of all the dead Israelis in the body bags under that tent, that really famous picture where there's like lines of them. He said, remember these images because by this time, even tomorrow, the whole world is going to turn on Israel when Israel starts properly responding. And he was right. So yeah, listen, I think it's worrying, but would I take people shifting their opinion about Israel and still kicking the shit out of the Gazans that deserve everything that they have coming to them? Yes, I would take that over the world loving Israel and consistently being attacked and kidnapped and slaughtered and murdered and whatnot.
Okay. What would, like, if I was to, since I have a Western passport, if I go to Tel Aviv and like I seduce a Jewish girl and we have
Oh my
Jewish
God, what is
babies,
these fucking questions? What kind of passport do you
what
have?
happened? It's a Western passport.
First off,
from a
I can just
Western
tell by
country.
your voice you're never gonna seduce any Israeli woman. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I would bet my entire life savings if I gave you I'll give you 2 weeks. I will put you right on the Tel Aviv beach and I'll be like, you can seduce anyone, any of these women. I will give you my life savings. I know for a fact I'm winning that bet. Okay, I can just like hear in your voice how you look. Okay. That being
But
said,
Jewish girl,
you said you are
Jewish
in
girls are so
America.
beautiful. I'm in Europe.
Ugh, Jesus Christ. Where are you originally from?
Sub-Saharan Africa.
Go back. Zach, what's on your mind? Zach?
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick.
You're good, bro.
I didn't mean to.
Didn't mean to request?
No.
Okay, no problem. I got you. Chungo, go ahead.
Hey, I've been listening a long time. I have a question, which is, like lately I've been seeing a lot of people, including Nassim Taleb, who is ostensibly an intelligent person, say things like Jesus was a Palestinian. And I thought this was basically like a joke for extremely dumb people. But then, like, the mayor of New York City's wife went to a Jesus was a Palestinian retreat.
Okay, I don't know why that surprises
And-
you at all. She's
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but I mean, like, ostensibly intelligent.
she's not
and-
intelligent. What do you mean?
Ostensibly.
She's not.
So,
Not even a little bit.
Well, my question basically is, like,
Are you
do
saying
they
because
think
she's
that, like-
are you saying because her husband's in a position of power that we're supposed to somehow
well, she's an artist. She's a,
What
you
the hell
know,
does
she's a
that have to
public
do?
figure.
Okay, dude. I don't understand what
My
being
question is-
hold on. I don't understand what being an artist. I really am not understanding why you think being an artist somehow makes you automatically intelligent. Yes, there are a lot of artists that are intelligent, and there's a lot of dumbasses too. I don't
Okay,
understand
I
why
agree
you're
with you.
I don't understand why you're
I agree with
attributing
you.
that to your original claim of her being intelligent.
Okay, I agree with you. I discovered that she's not intelligent, or I have confirmed that she's not intelligent if she went to do this of her own accord. But my point is that, like, I didn't believe that people could be so stupid. So how do you? And then I went on a bit of a, you know, like, do they think Josephus was a Palestinian? Do they think that Caesar brought a Palestinian menorah in with his spoils?
Yes.
Like, do they
Yes.
think Bar Kokhba was a Palestinian? Like, do they think the Talmud
The
was
answer is
written by
yes.
Palestinians?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Like,
They would say
who's,
they were
who's the
Palestinian
first
Jews.
Jew? Right.
No, they
so
they
who's
do
the first
believe-
Jew? Where does Jews start?
No, they do believe they're Jews. They're saying they're Palestinian Jews.
But, like, well, I mean, I'm Jewish, right? but like who's first? Like where at which point
I don't
does it
understand
begin?
why they're not changing. Look, I don't understand why the question is like coming about. Like it's they're not changing them not being Jews. I mean, some of them are Muslims, so they might change Jesus and say he wasn't a Jew. But I'm talking about people that are just saying like Palestinian. They're not saying they're not Jews, so the answer is still the same to them. Whatever you would answer that question as, they would say the same thing. They're just attributing on top of that Palestinian. Because if you ask them were they Palestinian Jews, they'll say yes. Now, obviously, it's ridiculous because even like arguably, you wouldn't even attribute that until the at least Roman Emperor Hadrian, right? And Jesus was obviously like 100 years before that, but they're not smart enough to know that part.
I don't know how you emotionally deal with the level of like stupidity
Don't get
that you
emotional.
have to
Don't get
encounter,
emo-
and I don't know how to handle it.
Don't
So
get
I just
emotional.
need some
Don't get
advice to
emotional.
regain faith in society or something.
Don't get emotional. That's the first thing. You shouldn't get emotional about when stupid people say stupid things. That's what makes them stupid. If they didn't say stupid things, they wouldn't be stupid people. Stupid is as stupid does. That's what makes them stupid. Don't get emotional.
But how can you like hope to convince people of something when they're just that dumb? Like,
Those
what
aren't
is
the people.
point?
Those aren't the people you're trying to
What are we
convince.
doing?
You're not trying to convince Mamdani and his wife.
Right.
Dude, they're not. They're not
Exactly.
convincible. Like, why? That's not who. Believe me, if someone's walking around with a keffiyeh and a green headband, don't bother. That you've lost. You lost that one. Okay.
But, like, I want to believe that like debate or like communication can like solve this problem because like I need to live.
Man,
You
you're
know?
going to be very dude. You sound like a very optimistic guy. It's like kind of frustrating me how optimistic.
He's
you are.
young. He has hope. We all had hope when we were young. You'll get more cynical as you get older.
I don't think I was that hopeful when I was that.
You
when I was-
marched in BLM rallies, dude.
No, that's not the same thing as thinking that, oh, I can't believe that people are stupid. Like, I thought that even as a teenager, dude.
People that marched in BLM rallies were stupid.
I agree. I wouldn't have tried to convince them either. I don't.
Okay,
talking
God
about
created
convincing
all
you.
humanity.
That's not what I was
Right?
marching for, though. I don't think you understand what I was there for. Chunga, what?
God created all of humanity. We are all redeemable in some way, right? How
No.
do you deal with this?
No, we're not all redeemable. Malachites aren't redeemable.
Mostly.
Okay, well, mostly is not all.
Dude, you're not trying to. This is hard to answer. Because, I mean, it's just because Sam already answered. Dude, you're not trying to change the minds of literally every single person. That's not going to happen. That's literally impossible. I don't.
Well, in a democracy, you need the majority at least, right?
Okay.
So what do you do?
I don't think that that's exactly equivalent. If we're talking about the republic that we live in America, if you're talking about us being supportive of Israel or not, Americans can be 51% supportive of Israel or 51% against Israel. That's not really going to change stuff. If it gets so large, then yeah, that can actually change, and Israel will be fine, just like how Israel was fine during the Romans, and Israel was fine during the pogroms, and the Soviets, and the Nazis, and Israel will be fine. I promise. But to answer your question, we're not talking about don't try to have conversations. We said you're not going to convince Mamdani's wife.
Yeah.
It's more just like of a signal that before I thought, like every time I would see an anti-Semitic YouTube comment, I'd be like, "Oh, this is a teenage retard trying to be edgy."
Okay, don't say
And
that
like
word on
that is
TikTok.
clearly no longer. That is not what it is.
Okay,
Can't
do
say
I have
that
to drop
word,
you
dude.
because you can't say that word on TikTok? You
3,
don't like that?
2,
But
1, he's gone.
no, I dropped him. But
Oh.
you can't say that word on TikTok. But regardless, I gotta be real. I'm just kind of done with you, anyways. Like, I love the. No, I don't love it. I actually have a thing against people that are super duper like optimistic and like actually. And I'm willing to admit it's probably irrational, and it's one of my irrational things. There's a couple things that are irrational for me. One of them is people that are like overly optimistic / naive. Like I get more frustrated with that than I probably should. And the second thing is when there's hair that is stuck and you have to pull it out, or somebody else pulls it and I hear it, I get like
Hair?
hair.
Like stuck in what? Like a zipper?
sponge. No, like if you're pulling it out of something and it makes that
Oh, like a comb or a
fucking
brush.
yes, fuck. It
Yeah.
makes that noise
Oh.
like it
Like
literally
a hairbrush when I do it with my hair.
like I don't
I
even
got
want to talk about this right now because it's frustrating me. Like it freaks me out, dude. And the
Okay.
third thing is hearing people
Chew.
fucking
Eat.
chew. Yes.
Yeah, you don't like that.
It
We all know
gets
that.
it literally like I might genocide people over that.
Speaking of hopeful and naive, let me read you some data. Speaking of hopeful and naive.
Sorry, that wasn't for you. I'm still thinking about the hair.
Yeah, no, I get it. I don't care. Pew Research just released a poll in 2026. They also released a detailed
Nick, what's
table
up?
tracking back the data back to 2019. So in 2022, this is just Republicans, okay? Views of Israel was 66% net favorable, 18 very favorable, 48 somewhat favorable. This is ages 18 to 29,
What
young
are you reading
Republicans.
right now?
I sent it to you, by the way.
Are you reading?
In
No, I'm
20
saying what section are you reading right now?
So if you scroll down to the part where it says how Americans' view of Israelis, Palestinians, and their political leadership vary by age, and then in the column on the left, there's a link that says refer to detailed tables. Go to refer to detailed tables, and then go to page 15 of 28.
Okay, I don't see where you're looking. Hold on.
Here, I'll show you.
Are you saying the where it says about this research referred to the detailed tables?
No, here.
I think it is because I just clicked in it. does
No,
have
it says
multiple pages.
no. Here, look.
This is it. It's the detailed tables.
Yeah, go to page 15.
Oh, I thought you said 28. You
No,
say 15
of
like
20.
the top number says 15, or you mean?
No, 15 of 28 is the PDF number. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I'm there.
The top line number is actually 15 as well. So it says among Republicans and Republican leaners, views of the Israeli government by age. In 2022, 18 to 29 had a 49 favorable rating, 13 very, 33 somewhat favorable. So that's a 49. 41 unfavorable, 12 very unfavorable, 29 somewhat unfavorable. In 2026, last month, Republicans under 18 to 29, 28 favorable, 6 very, 22 somewhat unfavorable, 68, 28, and 40.
I think there's a lot of people.
That's Republicans.
I think there's a lot of people, and I'm not saying they're right, but I think there's a lot of people that are. I even know some pro-Israelis that they are Republican, because I don't really know many leftist pro-Israelis unless they're maybe Jewish, but like other than that are like, oh no, I'm very supportive of Israel. And I know they're very pro-Israel, but when you ask them about Bibi or Ben-Gvir or I guess the government, they're like, no, I don't like them at all. Now, I don't agree with them, and I think they're still naive, but there's a lot of people I know that are very supportive of Israel, and they just put hate on a lot of the time they say Ben-Gvir, but...
Okay, then go up to page...
And also, unfavorable, dude, I know...
Go to page 11.
I guess it depends on how it's asked. Like, if I asked you, are you favorable of the current government setup in Israel, what would you say?
I would say I have a favorable view. Okay, you don't want to do the government. Fine, go to page 11. Republicans and Republican leaners' views of the Israeli people by age. In 2022, 18 to 29s had a 66% net favorable view of the Israeli people.
Yeah, and it's 42% today.
That is a 33% drop.
I don't know. I have to look at the methodology because I looked at just to the same exact... when did this come out? You said last month?
Yeah.
Same exact month.
No,
Gallup
this month.
poll came out and it wasn't... Well, it didn't look like that. So I don't know. I have to look into it. I have to look at why this one is so significantly different.
If this is accurate, and Pew is very accurate, right? And they have
Pew is not very accurate. Pew is a worldwide leader in Pew is garbage. What are you
they're
talking
better than,
about?
They're better than Gallup.
No, I don't agree. I think Pew is left wing. I think they skew shit all the fucking time. Okay, let me rephrase. I don't think they're not in the like center when it comes to like they are well renowned research. I'm not gonna say like they're so far like they're a leftist organization, but Pew is crap, dude. It's as crap as you can get while still being, oh yeah, it's Pew Research, they're good. Dude, Pew Research, go look at the Muslim ones they do that you know is bullshit when you read them. They definitely shift stuff to the left.
How do they shift this? They ask Republicans.
To the left. I'm saying they shifting it to the left. I'm saying their opinions about it get shifted to a more left wing.
This is a subset. But this is a subset. The subset.
I'm not talking about who they ask. I'm saying they're shifting the numbers that will be more appeasing to someone that's leftist reading it. I'm saying they shifted to the left. I look, you might be right about this. I'm not saying this is or isn't right. I'll look into it. I have no idea. But to say Pew Research is great, fuck no. I
think Pew Research is head and shoulders above Gallup.
I think it's garbage.
Head and shoulders. Okay. Anyways, if this data is accurate, it's horrible. It's very bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Really
and if you look at the 50 to 64 and the 65 plus,
yeah, we can complain about it and say woe is me, or Israel can just fix their PR like we've been saying for years now.
I'm not saying woe is me, but if we don't acknowledge the depth of the problem, you can't even begin to scratch the surface of solving it because you don't have a game plan for how to make change. If you think it's just at the fringes or at the margins or a little bit, then you're not.
I do not trust. It's not about blinding. I really legitimately do not trust, really, especially with such a polarizing topic. I do not actually trust these polls. Not even a little bit. And I'll tell you why. When it's a polarizing topic, right? Something that honestly, I truly believe, and I have good reason to believe, that most Americans actually just don't really care. But if asked the question, they will be like, yeah, pick that one. I'm not saying there's no shift. Obviously there is. But I believe that what we see on social media and these polling groups is not a reality of what Americans actually give a shit about. Now, you might be right. That doesn't mean that these people still aren't like, yeah, I don't like Israel. But what I'm more worried about is people that don't like Israel want to put a hyper focus on it. I'd be willing to bet that most of these people are just answering that way. A lot of it, especially since we're looking at the young, what does the young do? They answer questions that they don't care about based off of how their peer pressure is going. I'm willing to bet that a lot of those people are like, I don't really care, but since you're asking me, well, my friends don't really like it. Now, you wouldn't expect that in a group 35 and older, but 18 to 24, I would have answered a certain way based off of how my friends answered on things I don't care about as much. If I cared about it, sure, I might go against what my friends say. And I could be wrong about that. I guess we have to. We literally can't know until they grow up, and we have to see.
The problem is yours is a theory, and I have data, so we have no way to prove or
data from people that consistently get shit wrong. I don't trust these polling groups. I gotta be real.
Okay, really well now you sound like a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I have history that shows you that these polling groups get stuff that's wrong.
They have 7 years of polling data. You have your opinion.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, these same polling groups said that Trump would lose, but okay. I don't think. Okay. Pew did. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat, McFly. This is the same Pew that said Trump was going. Oh, yeah. Actually, he said the same thing. Was going to lose. Yeah. Yeah. No, Pew did say that. Listen. I think regardless, even if it's at 100% support for Israel, Israel still needs to fix their PR. So regardless, the result's still the same. Thank you for the membership, Sotaku. God bless you. Thank you. All right, you guys. I'm gonna head over to YouTube. Sorry for all the people that are requesting. I went by faster. Holy shit! Sorry, 10:30. Yeah, I'm gonna head over to YouTube. So you guys go over to Mingle. HL Ladatov. I'm Mr. Okai. God bless America. See you guys over on YouTube. I hate being on TikTok, man. It's telling you, it's like something with TikTok Studio after the update. It just takes so much processing. I'm gonna before I go live tomorrow, I'm gonna look at some of the settings. Might be the encoder or something. Need to shift it. Yeah, I actually tried to look at their detail thing on this Pew Research, and they don't even list their methodology. I'm not saying it's bad. It is Pew Research. They're reputable, but it doesn't actually say it. It just has the numbers. Maybe it's in the main page. Yeah, it doesn't say. Well, here's a little bit of it. 12,000 between May 4th and May 17th, but it doesn't say, like, it doesn't show a separation of, let me see. Okay, this one says 12,574 US adults, 10,000 of 91 of whom are part of the Center's American Trends panel. Let's see what that is. The remaining 2,483 respondents include oversamples of Jews, Muslims, and Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints members from SSRS Opinion Panel, LPSOS Knowledge Panel, and okay, let's look at this American Trends Panel. See who they are. It's primary source, survey data, U.S. public opinion research. It doesn't go into specifics. Second. Fortunately, we live in a world with declining response rates where some people are more likely than others to respond to surveys. In addition, we sometimes oversample people in certain groups of interest in order to have enough of them. Between the problems of non-certain. Yeah, it's kind of vague, but essentially what it says is this ATP is a group of people that purposely join this panel, right? And you have to get, I think, let me see right here, how people join. It says they select people at random, but it is people that apply to the ATP. And then it says only those selected can join. You can't volunteer. When the ATP was created in Spanish, English, and Spanish, was conducted randomly. Switch from telephone. Want to look more into this ATP, people? Yeah, thanks for the super chat. The best parts of the live are when you and Hammer disagree. Yeah, I know. We do that a lot. It's good. It's healthy for the brain. A sentence said, I was watching your 1v10 and I think you could have pressed the Palestinian guy for suddenly changing his answer from there weren't attacks to there were, but not on the same scale. Yeah, I mean, okay, I could have done a lot of things, but when you're in the moment, you have different... Okay, I'm sorry. I'll try better next time. Your employer says, I'm just kidding, by the way, assented. Our liberal Israel supporters welcome here. Jewish guy with Holocaust survivor family here. Appreciate you, bud. Yeah, why wouldn't you be welcomed here? I don't care if you support Israel, you support Israel. I don't really care if you're left wing or right wing. If we have that conversation about left wing or right wing, then yeah, we might disagree on that. But 95% of what I talk about really is Israel, Islam, the West, geopolitics. Gotham says, I'd love to see you debate Dave Smith. Yeah, I would too, but honestly, I kind of like fell off. I don't even know where he's at anymore. Like, don't get me wrong, I'd still say yes. I haven't seen him in forever. Heim says, look up Vicegrad 24's latest. I do like them. Yeah, we can look them up real quick. Scented says, you still crush it nonetheless. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, no, I was just messing with you, Scented. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of things. It's just, they say so many dumb things that your mind just, like, when you're in the moment, it just kind of is like, so many stupid shit. It's very easy after the fact. Trust me, I watch my lives back, or not my lives, my debates back all the time, and I'm just kind of like, why didn't I say that? Yeah, it happens. All right. Said Vice Guard. Or Vice Grad, excuse me. 24. Their latest says the Islamists in Qatar have spent at least $250 million on lobbying the United States since 2016. By the way, that's only foreign lobbying. That's not including any of the universities or anything, by the just FYI. Anyways, hiring 88 lobbying and PR firms. Qatar, and let me repost this real quick. Qatar also logged 627 in-person meetings with U.S. political contracts between 2021 and 2025, more than any other foreign government. Here is why.
And I hope you know, Your Excellency, that you can count on us.
You can count on us, Hegseth told Al-Thani. Well, he's probably got that bit right, but can America count on Qatar? Qatar is a tiny country of about 300,000 citizens in the Persian Gulf. It is a Wahhabi dictatorship, an absolute Islamist monarchy under Sharia
Down a little bit here. There we go.
law. Most of its residents are indentured workers from abroad who have no stake in the national wealth and share few of the freedoms enjoyed by the Qatari citizens. They lock up homosexuals, ban public expressions of Christianity, and violently suppress any dissent against the Al Thani royal family, the nation's supreme rulers. Qatar has spent $250 million on lobbying the US since 2016, hiring 88 lobbying and PR firms and funding think tanks which would otherwise be tearing their hair out over Qatar's human rights record. Qatar also logged 627 in-person meetings with US political contacts from 2021 to 2025, more lobbying contacts than any other foreign government. They have put former CIA, Department of Defense, Ministry of Justice, and State Department officials on their payroll and funneled billions into American universities and think tanks, influencing US arms sales, military decisions, and diplomatic messaging. They have also passed suitcases of cash bribes to European officials, running into millions. Yet, this same nation also gave $6 billion US dollars to the Muslim Brotherhood, a terrorist organization which spread out of Egypt early last century. Qatar also continues to host leading members of Hamas and other terrorist groups in five-star hotels in Doha, their capital. The Western approach to radical Islam tells the world more about our interests than our principles. We declare war on Islamism when it launches attacks in the West, we condemn it thoroughly in Iran, we debate it furiously in Palestine, and we ignore it almost entirely in Nigeria and Sudan, where it claims more lives than anywhere else on earth. But most alarmingly, we court it, cultivate it, and encourage it when it comes to us with money. This last scenario is rare because Islamist regimes are truly appalling at generating wealth, but an abundance of natural gas makes Qatar a dangerous exception. Qatar should be much more Western than it is. The irony about their support for the Muslim Brotherhood is that the Muslim Brotherhood was set up to oppose British imperial rule, but the Qatari state was actually founded by the British Empire. Talk about biting the hand which feeds you. The British Empire also handed Qatar their vast natural resource of gas, which they now sell back to the West to obtain the cash, which they then use to lobby us and manipulate our foreign policy while providing cash handouts to our enemies. So, sorry guys, we the British created the problem of Qatar. We failed to impress our Western values on them, and now we all pay them to impress their values on us. You only have to look at how Al Jazeera portrayed the US retreat from Afghanistan as a success to see why American leaders are grateful for a Middle Eastern government which will...
All right. Just because I know you guys want me to, I'll watch some of that Dave guy, whatever. But first, I do want you guys to see one thing. And because I put it in the title. Or at least my what's it called? The thumbnail, sorry. So earlier today, that fucking I didn't actually know who this person was, to be honest. I mean, like, I knew who he was, I just didn't know his name. His name is Malik. I guess he is the what's it called? He's the handler of Quora and maybe some others, I don't know. He's the one that a lot of Muslims are even pissed off at because Quora got baked so hard that a lot of people are blaming Malik. Anyways, I knew she had a manager because Maddie told me Quora's manager was messaging her before the debate, but I didn't realize this was the guy. Maddie texts me when I'm at the VA. Nick is learning about all the Dawa guys. I know, I'm catching up. Maddie texts me, I'm at the VA. She's like, hey, all the Dawa bros are here, including, she says Malik. Again, I didn't know what she meant, but I was like, hey, I'm at the VA right now. But sure, if he's still up when I come back, I'll be there. So I get back from the VA. I'm at home. I go up on her panel. She's like, "Oh, he's gone, but I'm sure, like Satan, you just mentioned his name, he'll show up." And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. So I debate him. Then I cook his fucking ass. This guy is dumb. It was only like maybe 10 minutes, or no, actually, it wasn't even that. It was, it was probably like 10 minutes, give or take. And I cut it down to show you guys because 99% of it was just him crashing the fuck out. So I still put that in there, but obviously I'm like, all right, I skip parts, but the parts I skip is you're not missing anything. It's literally just him screaming and crying and whining and bitching. And unlike with Quora, where I was a little nicer to her and I let her deflect a little too much. I was like, I'm not doing that ever fucking again with these Dawa fucking bros. So I just held my ground, and man, does he suck. Anyways, enjoy. Hey, Malik, no,
Nick, don't run. Nick,
he's
don't
already
run.
doing it. He's already doing it. Wait, I should give you guys quick context. Right before this, he actually just came up, because remember, I come up, he was already gone. And somebody sent me a clip of him saying that Palestine belongs to the Palestinians and Muslims according to the Christian / Hebrew Bible, right? And that is why I went up and I was like, what did he mean by that? So that's the start of this. He's crashing out. He's running away. Where you guys don't answer questions and then you freak out and start crashing out, and then you accuse us of not answering. Yeah, got it. Cool. Yeah. Pedophilia. Got it. It's fucking 0.5 seconds for him to crash out. I haven't even said anything yet.
You have
Why
to
did they all do that? This is exactly what they all do. It's not a secret.
So listen.
Answer the question. The question. What did you mean about Abraham?
Oh, okay, good. You're done with your question? All right.
That's the question. Don't run away from it. Like you guys
Hold on. Now watch how quick they're gonna mute me, and I'm gonna embarrass.
Oh my God! Why is he running away?
Just shush. Stop doing it. Listen, I hide you in gas chambers, and I put you in gas chambers, and I piss all over you, and I'll put your address next out, so you can go make a GoFundMe
the question.
You made the claim that we were calling her phone.
I don't care. Can you answer the question?
I don't care. This is not atheist America that you live in now.
If you guys can't hear him because we are kind of speaking over each other, he was trying to deflect to talk about how I made another video, which I'm going to show you guys. It's actually pretty funny, where I very strongly suggested that time when we watched, when you guys saw Maddie debating, you know, when she got that phone call and then she got another phone call, was absolutely Cora calling her / someone on Cora's team. 100%. And so he wants to talk about that. But I'm like, I'll answer that after you answer my question because I asked it first. Yeah, there's nowhere for us to go if he's running away like a coward.
So she's got to run. So he's running.
I don't care. Great. Anyways, this is literally what every Muslim Dawa person does. They are like, yeah, I'll talk to you. Okay, here's my question. Oh, I don't want to answer that question. I have a question. And then when you refuse to deflect with them, they go, oh, you're running?
Either answer what you were talking about with Abram, or I'll just drop you. It's that simple. The question is about Abram.
Listen before I enforce jizzy on you. Relax. I didn't make
you pay up until now. Gay.
No.
Am I gonna have to scoop it off like Aisha had to with Muhammad? In his
no. You're gonna have to do what Paul did. You
remember that
take a thorn in the backside. Paul had to take it. So yeah, in Genesis 15, it says that the land given to Abraham, promised to Abraham, is the land of Canaan, which will be those that bless Abraham. Genesis 12. Do you agree?
So just first off, I make myself laugh. So yeah, just in case you didn't hear him, I'll play it one more time. He says that the Bible says that the covenant that was given to Abraham, which I said, ding, that's correct. It was started with Abraham. He says that the covenant passes to those that bless Abram. Well, he says Abraham, but he means Abram. It's like, no. One more time.
Canaan, which will be those that bless Abraham. Genesis 12. Do you agree?
So no.
Yes or no? No. Do you agree? Yes or no? Okay, you don't agree. No, okay, so fucktard, be quiet. Genesis 12:3.
I'm gonna answer you. Shut up. No, stop. I'm trying to correct you. So he asked the question: is it true that the land was given, the land of Canaan was given to whoever blesses Abraham?
The land given to Abraham is the land of Canaan, which will be those that bless Abraham. Genesis 12.
No, that's not what it says. It says, for those that bless you, you shall be blessed. And it also says later in Numbers, specifically to Jacob, aka Israel, for whoever blesses Israel will be blessed. So tell me why that means Arab / Muslims / Palestinians, whatever you meant, deserve the land.
Now his little friend, his brides of Christ, are jumping in.
Maddie, you can now watch this. Ryan. Oh,
yeah. We know you're in bed with Shekels, Woodstein, and IP, so shut the fuck up so I can speak.
Or Palestinians.
Brother.
I sent this to IP earlier. He loved it so much.
Palestine is a Muslim land under Muslim rule. Guys, don't make me throw you all in the gas chamber again. Just relax. Let me speak. Guys, relax before I throw you in the gas chamber. Now listen. W. Hitler. Now be quiet. Now listen. Watch this. Was Abraham a Jew, Nick?
No. Keep going.
Sure as fuck wasn't a Palestinian. Good. So shut your bitch ass up.
Question.
Who are the only? Okay.
Genesis 12. Answer the. Isn't it always funny that these people that go to the world in front and start crying and be like, you don't have to be human to be, or you don't have to be Muslim to be human. Genocide. And then they're like saying shit like gas chambers and Hitler.
Question, but I'm gonna talk over you.
That it's the Bible says that it deserves to go to the Palestinians / Muslims. Answer the question.
Because the land of Canaan is given to those that bless Abraham. Muslims
That's not where it doesn't say that anywhere.
Just shut up. Yes, it does.
Where does it say that?
Okay, good. Do you agree that land was given to the people of Abraham?
Now.
Do you agree that land was given to the people of Abraham?
Are you saying before?
Yes or no?
Are you saying before Esau?
No, it's a forever covenant.
Yes, but the covenant was transferred. This is actually what the Bible says. So he's talking about in Genesis 12. He says, does it say, he just said it again. This is embarrassing. He says, does it say that whoever blesses Abraham will get the land? No, it doesn't say that at all. It says whoever blesses you will be blessed. It doesn't say blessed with the land. That's stupid. And then again, it says later in Numbers, it says specifically those who bless Israel will be blessed. So why would it change? He doesn't want to answer. You know why he doesn't want to answer? Because of two reasons. Either one, he doesn't know the answer, which is probably the reason. Or two, he's scared to keep going because he realizes he's about to debunk one of the biggest pro-Pally talking points ever. Which is, if he kept going and he assumed that the Palestinians were the descendants of Abraham, that would debunk the Palestinian talking point that says that they're Canaanites, because they say that a lot, right? But how can Palestinians be Canaanites who come from Ham if they're descendants of Abraham who come from Shem? Literally wouldn't make sense. Then Rebecca, who is known as the mother of the high priest. Why is she known as that in the Bible? Because she's the one that actually put forth the first domino effect of getting the covenant transferred away from Esau to Jacob. Now, I don't know if Malik knows who Jacob is. I'm going to go ahead and assume he does. I want to point out real quick that just look at the caption when I say the word Malik. Because again, I'm a funny guy. Covenant transferred away from Esau to Jacob. Now, I don't know if Malik knows who Jacob is. I'm going to go ahead and assume he doesn't. Anyway, so that happened earlier. And then I noticed before he even went up on the live, this was, he tweeted this before. Because again, I didn't know who he was. Somebody sent this to me. And he put, guys, Nick Vitale is having, okay, to give you guys more context, he is, he was calling me Maddie's handler, which of course I played into. I said I am Maddie's handler. I'm her Mossad connection. But anyway, so that's where this came from. He's really upset that I've been sharing clips from Maddie's debate where she baked Cora. Anyways, he put, guys, Nick Vitale's having nightmares that he got cooked 3 times in a row by Cora Itachi. First, I don't even know who the fuck Itachi is, but whatever. And others. So now he's trying to figure out how to cope for his friend. Guys, these Zios are, of course, teaming up with a man whose wife was a stripper, Bop Logic. I guess he's saying God Logic's wife was a stripper. I don't know. But what I do, first off, way to judge. Second, I'm assuming Itachi was the second girl that came up. She did even somehow worse than Cora. Cora I was being actually relatively nice to, and she still ended up proving me right at the end. If Itachi is that second girl, which I assume she is, because he says in a row, she did even fucking worse. She wasn't even remembered, right? But nonetheless, him saying, trying to figure out how to cope for his friend, obviously he's talking about Maddie, are these people really in that much denial? Do they actually think Cora won? They don't. You know how to know how I know they don't? Because people don't act like this after they win a debate. Cora, from my understanding, she debates all the time. I assume she would just move on to the next thing, talk about it maybe for a couple days and how well she did and move on. They wouldn't be begging for Maddie to come back and do a 2v2. They want me and Maddie to debate her and, I don't know, somebody else, maybe Itachi, I don't know. They wouldn't, that's not what you do when you win. You don't beg to go back to it. And then Sneeko himself, it's crazy how I'm like kind of praising Sneeko. He said, yeah, let's go back to the same topic with Israel-Palestine. Maybe we can actually move forward with the conversation. And they're like, no, I don't want to talk about that anymore. Well, why wouldn't you? If you won, then why wouldn't you? I tell you right now, if I bake someone in an Israel-Palestine debate and they come back to me like, you want to run it back? You know, after a little bit of time, let it settle. I'd say yes. Why would I run away from it? I'm like, I already know I can beat you in this debate. And of course, this whole entire comment section is just making fun of him because this guy's an idiot. Anyways, I want to show you guys where this comes from. So we'll get into Europe being invaded. But where is it? Oh, just so you guys know, I was on another podcast with the American Young People Are Being Radicalized, what it's called, with Glenn Tamir. You guys want to check out that YouTube video? Here it is. So Maddie told me, right after the debate, by the way, that she was getting phone calls, including the one during the debate, from a blocked call, no caller ID. We didn't think about it much about it. She ended up texting. We're in a group chat together. She ended up texting in the group chat like a picture of just like they were calling her at 3 a.m. She ended up like blocking blocked calls, so like it doesn't actually ring the phone. Like they can still call, but it'll just go straight to voicemail. But literally just like 3 a.m. It was just like she sent us a screenshot, just the same person just calling over and over and over. And so then I thought about it. I don't know why I didn't think about it when she told me, but I like thought about it and I said, I ended up texting Maddie and I said something along the lines of like, do you think it was Cora or her team? She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, I don't know much about this girl because I just found out she existed. But from my understanding, my chat, you guys were telling me that she doxes people. And then Ryan knows things. If you guys know him, if you don't, you should know him. His name's Ryan Belrose. He's an incredibly intelligent guy. He said that there was clips of before the debate with Cora and Maddie that Cora was like on a live talking about Maddie's personal information and getting her followers and people to find out information on her. So then I'm like, I'm going to go back to the live when she got that call. And I noticed I'm going to pretend to be Cora. Yeah, this is her, right? Anyways, she's doing this with her eyes as Maddie's getting the call. She keeps going like she's on her phone. Sorry, it wasn't tight enough, but you guys get the point. You can see her eyes. And then you don't see her eyes do that for like pretty much the rest of the debate. Maybe once in a while you look because she's probably on her phone, chat GPT, AI and stuff. But right when she calls, Ken, it could be the biggest coincidence in the world. I'll just show you guys. I'll shut up. Just watch. Nope, that doesn't help. There it is, right here.
Under a hospital.
Yeah, and I'm asking you what's the evidence for that?
Wait, you guys need to see the captions. I'll just go back to full screen. And I'll just zoom in. Sorry, guys. What the fuck is the others? There we go. That's Bethel.
Under a hospital.
Yeah, and I'm asking you what's the evidence for that?
That they found his body there.
Okay, and I'm asking you for a source if that's all right.
Look at Cora's face.
Sure.
Oh. Hello?
She just left the call.
I think she accidentally clicked off.
That part we didn't hear. One more time. Look at this.
I think she accidentally clicked off.
Yeah, somebody was trying to
Sounds
call.
like she said I think she accidentally got a call, which we thought was super weird because if you say what's your source for that and you see Maddie do this, I would have assumed, oh, you know, she probably accidentally dropped herself when looking for the source or something, but she just somehow goes right to call. Pretty weird.
Call me and I tried to hang up on them.
Let's look again.
But yeah, those who were dragged to hospitals and kept there basically to hide
Look
from
at
the
her
IDF.
face.
They were
Look at
not
Cora's
being medically
face.
treated. In fact, many of them were severely medically neglected. Sorry, I don't know what the hell this person's doing. But yeah, that they were severely medically neglected.
One more time. Just when you guys see Maddie kind of skip a little bit on her video, that's when she's getting the call. Look at Cora's face right before and right as she gets the call. It's like biggest coincidence
They're
ever.
basically to hide from the IDF. They were not being
Yeah, she's
medically
looking down.
treated. In fact, many of them were severely medically neglected. Sorry, I don't know what the hell this.
She looks down once, clearly, very clearly, she's looking down to first get the number, getting ready to hit call. She looks up, and then you see her look. Right at the second Maddie gets a call, you see Cora's eyes go down, probably to look, oh, the call's going through. Sorry, I know you guys saw it, but just one more time. It's so fucking obvious.
Sorry, yeah, somebody was trying to call me and I tried to hang up on them. But yeah, those who were dragged to hospitals and
Looking
kept
down,
there
she's
basically to hide
getting
from
her
the IDF.
number,
They were
putting
not
it
being
in,
medically treated.
clicks
In fact,
call,
many of them
looks
were
down
severely
right when she gets the
medically
call.
neglected. Sorry, I don't
Continues
know
to look
what the
down.
hell this person's doing. But yeah, that they were severely medically neglected. We could look at I don't
And then
know.
she never does that again, only during like the calls. So yeah, they're upset at that. It's very obvious because of a couple reasons. One, the fact that she's literally said it was a call. Two, because she's actually known literally for doing this. She's literally known for doxing, getting personal information. Thanks for the super chat. Baltimore, my theory is Cora knew she was losing and was so desperate she wanted to make it seem like Maddie was using notes to make Maddie look bad. I think she was just trying to throw Maddie off her game. When you're getting calls in the middle, it makes you go, what was I saying? Like, I think that's what it was. But anyways, or maybe it was just to fuck with her. I don't know. Point is that she's known for literally doing this. Dude, this is the same girl. Somebody sent me the video. I think it's in the whatever. Somebody sent me a video of her using a voice changer just to speak with so God Logic was there. He's like, no way. IP. Somebody I think sent the video. Okay, this isn't the video, but this was like my favorite picture ever. look at Sneeko's face and look at Maddie's face. Anyways, yeah, it was to go up. Here it is, right here. This is it. Look at this. So anyone that's like, if someone was in the comments like, oh, this is a stretch, Nick. It's like, yeah, because the person that would do this, just so everyone knows, this is...
Go to verse 18.
Yep, it's right there on the screen. What about it?
I'll raise up for you, for them, a prophet like you from among their brothers.
So that is Cora using
Who's
a voice
speaking
changer.
Verse 18?
Yes.
Yeah, the Lord is speaking.
The Lord is speaking to her.
Lord is speaking to Israelites.
No, the Lord is speaking to Moses. In verse 18, the Lord is speaking to Moses, and he's saying that the prophet will be raised from their brothers.
Okay, first off, I don't actually think that's true. For you, a prophet like me from among you. So yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look. That's not even true, but that's not really the point here. So we'll just kind of move on, but I'll look into that later. I'm pretty sure it's Moses actually speaking.
It's referring to the 12 tribes of Israel.
Yeah, Israelites.
Okay. All right, perfect. So,
all right, there it is. Right there. Yeah, so that's her. You can tell because of how many times she said okay or all right, perfect. She said it multiple times. But yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Anyways, hope you guys find that as funny as I do. Let's get through this real quickly. Okay, so here is Muslim invaders. This is what we really came to talk about a little bit today. Muslim invaders. So, just so you guys know, the Prime Minister of Spain wants this to happen. Okay? He actually said openly that he wants to bring these people in and give them all amnesty. Why? Because he said it straight up openly. I want them to vote out these far-right people, which, of course, we're talking about far-right in Spain. That just means pretty much anyone that's probably centered, center-right, and past. And so he says it straight up. So what ends up happening is Spain, about a month or two ago, or maybe 3 months ago, they ended up, pushing this bill, right? And they pass it. Okay, let's get amnesty to these people. Then they're starting to open the borders up, let people in. Okay, let me pull up a map real quick so you guys see one thing real quick. Ceuta, or Ceuta, I assume that's pronounced. Anyways, whatever. Let me just pull up the map. Okay, so a lot of leftists were so fucking dumb. So dumb, okay? They go, as you guys can see, that's in Africa, right? So Fox News puts Ceuta, Spain. And all these leftists thinking they're so fucking smart, we're like, oh, Fox News is dumb. It's not Spain, it's Africa. Yeah, no, actually it is Spain, okay? Because even though it's geographically in Africa, this is an autonomous city that's part of, wait for it, Spain. Good job, left. Good job. I'm so proud of you. Yeah. Anyways, and it also is like the only land bridge that's pretty much, if not the only, one of the only that can actually go from there to Europe, specifically Morocco to Spain, as you guys can see right here. So zoom out a little bit. Here's Morocco. Boom. That's it. So just so everyone knows, if you guys see anyone online saying, "Oh, that's not even it's not even in Spain, it's in Africa," yeah, they're all fucking morons. Okay? This area, in fact, that's what this line is. It's an autonomous area that is politically controlled by Spain, and on top of that, it is there's a specific treaty that's been signed into specifically with this autonomous city that's controlled and politically owned by Spain that connects with the EU specifically for migration, etc. All right. Now that I've given you guys the context, I think this one is in Ceuta. I'm pretty sure, but it doesn't really matter. Just watch because it gives you an idea of what has happened in just the past 24 hours. This is one video. Just one. Look at these. Look at these disgusting fucking... Okay, anyways. I want you guys to tell me, now I made a video on it, so if you saw my video earlier, don't answer. Did you guys notice something, or specifically not notice something in this entire video? Let me just play it one more time. I'll play it in 3 times speed, or 2 times speed is all you can do. Just look. Just one thing. Sorry, I can't listen to them anymore. I'm gonna mute it. Do you guys... Exactly, a lot of you are getting it. There's 0 children and 0 women. I looked, unless I'm really missing it, I don't see one. Not one. Now, look, I don't know if this is in a facility where the men were, I don't know. What I will say is I don't see any women, and in the other videos I'm going to show you, very rare, if not at all. Okay? I want to make this very clear. I'm staring into your soul while I say this. People who come as refugees pack their important belongings and their family. That's what refugees are. People who come to invade, they leave behind their family. Do you guys understand that? I know you guys do. I understand that the people in my chat do. But I really need people to understand this. If you come to invade, you leave without your family. If you come as refugees, you bring your family. This is one video. Let's look at more, okay? Here's more. Sorry, you guys, I made you miss the best part. And by best part, I mean the most awful part. These people are antithetical to the West. Look at how they act. Like fucking barbarians. They, in a 24-hour period, it's been less than 24 hours, they go from this, right, to just invading, to this, attacking. I made this video because I make good videos. And it gets people really hyped up. But it's important. This is the thing about like content creation. Sometimes it's like really sad because you're like putting effort into something that's actually so sad. Like we are witnessing the downfall of the West. But you also want to put a lot of effort into it because unfortunately we do live in a world where certain videos will get pushed out to the masses more. Anyways, this is the past 24 hours in Spain. Look, they're coming out of fucking trucks. Look at this. Yeah, I have Spanish blood too. I'm half Spanish. It's insane. Look at this. You guys think it just stops at you think it stops at just attacking some people and invading? No. They're raiding people's homes. They are breaking windows and going into their homes. They are looting. They're attacking. And the Spanish government, Javier, specifically the prime minister, you sold your people out for some votes. And I see a lot of people that are saying, yeah, they deserve it because they voted for it. And don't get me wrong, for about 5 seconds, I feel that too. Like there is a little bit of a, yeah, well, you guys fucking asked for it. But at the same time, what does that really do? Because the effects that we will see in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, and so on, if we don't do something about it now, will still be the same. Regardless if we say we told you so or not. So I get what you guys are saying. I do, but it doesn't stop at Spain. That's the problem. If I could truly think it stops at Spain, I'd be like, fuck you guys, this is what you get. But it doesn't. Let me catch up with some of these super chats real quick. GM Fisher said, I would love for you to get into the Israel Update podcast with Gadi Taub and Mike Dohan on your spare time. Okay. Alex says, Malik is a Muslim who doxed David Wood. Of course. I read that one. Grumpy says, I saw the Berlin Gay Parade. They had signs for Intifada right before they got run over. Ironic, isn't it? Yeah. Like Canadian Zionists, actions have consequences. And Jose says, how do we send you an X link? You can put it in the chat, and if I can see it. You can also, I guess, technically put it in Discord, but I don't have Discord open right now, to be honest with you. Anyways, we'll get back to Spain in a second, but I want to show you guys that Tyler Robinson's own lawyers threw shade at Candace Owens, effectively. They didn't mention Candace by name, but I'll read you the quote, and you guys tell me who you think they're talking about. So they, in an attempt to block cameras from the courtroom, which I said was odd, because if TPUSA asked to block cameras from the courtroom, Candace would absolutely use that as evidence that they're hiding something, but when it's Tyler Robinson's lawyers, somehow she's silent on it. Anyways, they pointed to, and this is the quote, electronic media outlets that have used the case to advance outlandish conspiracy theories and political agendas. So, did they say Candace Owens? No, but there are obviously a lot of people that are pushing conspiracies, but obviously Candace Owens is the mother of the Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk conspiracies. Nemesis says, Europeans arm yourselves. Oh, no, they can't because the government gave up the right to. Candace will just start attacking them now. That's absolutely right. Notice how, this is one thing Candace does pretty smart. She did it with Erica Kirk. What does she do? She waits before she starts attacking somebody. First off, she wanted to attack Erica Kirk before Charlie even was murdered. Okay, obviously. We all know that. But she didn't right away. In fact, she even said, Erica Kirk and my husband are the only two people that can shut me up. And then when Erica Kirk came out, I was like, can you shut up? She's like, no. So, what she does is she waits for kind of the base, her base to start to shift in a direction, and then she comes on and does it. So she hasn't mentioned anything about Tyler Robinson's lawyers or not. She hasn't really said, oh, they're in on it, or they're helping us, we need to help them, we need to free Tyler Robinson, because, hey, he's innocent, right? According to Candace Owens. Surprised she's not doing more to free Tyler Robinson. But now that they did this, I bet you Candace Owens either does one of two things. She'll ignore it as if she pretends she never saw it, or she'll start attacking them and saying they're also in on it. Everyone's in on it, just so you guys know. Every single person's in on it. Yeah, this guy posted this video saying breaking news, Israeli Zionists killed a 14-year-old boy, and then he cuts out the part where the 14-year-old boy tried to stab him. Also, this video is from like 2 years ago, but for some reason, if you guys haven't seen it, here's the part that he cut out. So you see I don't know if he was 14 or not, but whatever. You see the Palestinian kid walking, and he literally attempts to murder security, and then they correctly pop him, which is good. So that's a good thing. Anyways, Just in case. Yep. France in 2016. They're not dangerous. They are in danger. Refugees welcome. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. Okay. Cool. Good job. Good job. Yeah. Here's me explaining to all the leftist idiots that are saying Ceuta is in Africa. Yeah, I explained everything I already said. It's literally an autonomous city of Spain. All right. Showed you guys that. Yep. All right, cool. We're ready. Let me go to that YouTube video. I'm not going to watch it all hour and a half, but we'll start it until I start to get pissed off. What's his name? Dr. Daff. Is it Dave? Destiny? Genocide? Professor Dave? Oh, here it is right here.
Hey everyone, as you know, I'm a science communicator who explains science and debunks science-denying frauds. Quite the Venn diagram exists between anti-science propaganda, predatory capitalism, Christian nationalism, and Zionism.
Wow, he's a leftist? I'm so shocked.
Which means I end up bringing up Israel from time to time. Zionists hate that, so they attack me constantly, like what happened recently with a guy named Destiny. Let's talk about him. If you don't know who Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, is, he's a media personality who takes to defending liberal and progressive viewpoints on most political topics. He sounds smart enough when debunking MAGA talking points, and if that's all he ever did, you'd be hearing nothing negative about him from me. But that activity is dramatically overshadowed by his unrelenting Zionism and support for the never-ending parade of human rights violations being perpetrated by the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel. Whether he is being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently decided
Nick, check the comments. He crashed out at every comment disagreeing with him. Let's see here. President Dave is about 2 weeks away from obtaining nukes. That's actually kind of funny. I used to like Professor Dave's content, but then he started calling out Israel. Now I really love. Okay, so that's not obviously most of his following is probably going to agree with him. So I have to find the ones that he disagreed with, or disagreed with him. Excuse me. Wow, look at you getting all this free money, shitting on Israel. Man, if I cared about money, I gotta be real with you guys. Like, if I really didn't care about my views, and I just really wanted more money, or if I was center and I didn't give a shit about, maybe go to newest, yeah, that's probably smart. I just didn't give a shit about Israel or Palestine, I gotta be real with you. I would have jumped, with my skills in, like, debating and remembering information, woo, I would have jumped on that pro-Palestinian shit, dude. Oh, you have no idea. I would have jumped on it so fast. But I can't. Even when I pretend to be pro-Palestinian, not on Umingo, but like to debate like friends and stuff, it hurts me. It really does. Here's one. Genocide objectively requires the state to have intent to destroy the people as such, not some soldiers, which then you deceptively pretend is all of them, just like MAGAs like to do. Given that Israel is literally working with and arming Gazans and hopes to put those very Gazan clans in power, they are clearly not trying to destroy the Gazans as a whole. Hey, that's actually a good point. I didn't think about that. Anyways, ergo, your claim that they are objectively committing genocide is poorly third, whatever. Let's see what he says. Number one, good thing I showed dozens of clips of Israeli officials explicitly stating genocidal intent, a shithead. Whoa. Just so you know, shit fuck. That's actually not really a requirement. The actions have to match the officials explicitly stating that. I doubt you showed dozens of officials. But we'll see. We'll see. This was 17 minutes ago he said this. But that being said, you have to match them. There can actually be people that say stuff that's genocidal intent, and you can even see actions that you don't like that you see as disproportionate, and it still would not actually meet the definition of genocide, specifically Dolus Specialis, 1998. Yeah, I want to. Can I debate this guy? I already hate him. Anyways, yes, it's the belief that European Jews should get to murder and ethnically cleanse the indigenous population of Palestine and steal the land to create a Jewish ethno-state, which is bad. By all means, keep humiliating yourself, fuckstick. I doubt he'll see this, but I feel like I don't want to. Because he's just gonna look at my profile and he's gonna be like, he's a Zionist piece of shit. I don't want to debate this piece of shit. Whatever. Just send it. I don't even know if I'm going to see that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know if you go to notifications. Does it actually show you if people comment back to you? Oh, they do. Okay, I never actually got to notifications. All right, let's just get into the video.
To poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew-hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes Mask Off, and the thumbnail says, "These fucking Zionists," where Zionists is covering the word Jews, implying that I really just hate all Jews. In it, he is reacting to my third and most lies about science and gaslighting his video, so you can find anyone. I'm there.
That's it.
Science as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite.
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbro tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism and everyone
Oh wow, the whole world says it. I guess we should all change our mind.
hurts your feelings is just going to hate you demise tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist.
I wonder, since this guy's such a leftist, if hypothetically when he says the whole world, obviously he means the majority. It's not literally the whole world, but let's say the majority, let's say 70% of the world became conservative. I wonder if he would then shift his entire values.
Pile of filth.
And I didn't mention.
Thank you for the super chat. Udu says, Nick, I've noticed that when you debate anti-Semites, you refrain from calling them anti-Semites. Is that a strategic choice? It just depends. When I debate, I don't generally debate if someone is anti-Semitic or not. So I don't say the obvious because it's gonna lead them down to purposely deflect and then blame me for deflecting. Now, if the debate is about that, then I have no problem. I'd be like, yeah, you're a fucking anti-Semite. But it's just kind of an idea of like, let's say I'm trying to get an answer out of them and I finally get them to maybe start answering questions. And then they slip in like a little comment, like that one dude with the Hawaiian shirt, the idiot that said Ivrit, not Hebrew, right? They slip in like, Holocaust, whatever. Like, if I go down that rabbit hole, then I lose the entire argument. So it is a strategic choice, but it's not that I would definitely refrain from it. It just depends. He's too sophisticated for that. He lets them understand it on their own. That too. Like, it's just, what does it gain? An anti-Semite, a legitimate anti-Semite, is not going to care if you call them an anti-Semite. And it also isn't going to teach anyone, because anyone who is even center, definitely on my side, but even center, is going to hear an anti-Semite and they're going to be like, he's an anti-Semite. Me saying it doesn't gain anything at all. Chaim says, update about the Kana book you read on the plane to Israel, and what are your thoughts on the Fauci and COVID being a lab virus? Is Fauci hiding something? Yes. And
in Judaism, I said Zionism, get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. The reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you. And
I agree with Destiny, but I also want to point out it's something bigger than that, and it is rooted in anti-Semitism. When pro-Palestinians consistently refer to the Holocaust, right? Not just the definition of, I'm talking about the Holocaust. It is rooted in anti-Semitism every single time, and I'll tell you why. Because even if you believed, let's say somebody convinced me of everything about Israel, and they convinced me that it's even a genocide, all that, it still wouldn't be the Holocaust. There's a lot of genocides in the world that would legitimately, again, let's assume literally everything about, they say on the pro-Palestinian side was true. There are so many things that actually fit, so much better in terms of physical actions, mental intent, all of that, than the Holocaust. You want to know why they say the Holocaust? I not that I disagree with Destiny, I do see what he's saying, but it's deeper than that. It's because the Holocaust was the Jews. That's why. You cannot convince me any other way. You cannot. They are trying to make the Jews, they're poking at the most sensitive time in modern history for the Jews. They're doing that on purpose. Now, does that mean everyone that does it, whether it's this Professor Dave guy, I don't know who the fuck he is, or anyone else, does that mean that they know that they're doing something that's rooted in anti-Semitism? No, it doesn't necessarily mean that, but it's still very much rooted in anti-Semitism. Because even if you believed everything about Israel, even if you believed the fucking magic rape dogs and all that shit, that would not be the Holocaust still. They're still not putting them into concentration camps, leading them into gas chambers and all that shit. Like, there's a lot like the fucking twins with Megala. Like, there's so much stuff about the Holocaust that wouldn't even fit at all with Gaza, even if you were the biggest pro-Pally in the world. That's why they do it. If the Holocaust was targeting somebody else that wasn't the Jews, I promise you they would not be bringing that up. They would bring some other fucking example up.
The control society. It's kind of crazy to just admit, whatever.
It's Darvo. Yeah, it is Darvo.
Yes, he is literally calling me a Nazi. Deconstructing this farce will come at the end of this video, but we have a lot of context to set up and information to get through first. Honestly, so many people have asked me to make a video formally summarizing my stance on Israel, and this was an excuse to do it, while also highlighting what a douche this guy is. Beyond his nauseating defense of Israel, he also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that I was able to come across. Hornet's nest, remember? But we will get back to him in due time. Now, many of you are aware that this is not the first time I've been harassed and slandered by Zionists, not by a long shot. Right after the genocide began, for several months I was spending way too much time on Twitter, relentlessly combating Zionist propaganda being disseminated by hordes of paid...
Hey, if Dave somehow sees this or whatever, I will challenge you to a very respectful, if you keep it respectful, I'll keep respectful debate. I'd have absolutely no problem with that. You can pick the topic as long as it's about Israel-Palestine, whether you want to go with history or contemporary times, genocide, ethnic, whatever you want, as long as it's about that topic, right? I will debate you, and I will win. But I will be respectful, as long as you are. I match energy, but I will have no problem. We can even do it on modern day debates where we have moderators, all that stuff. And yeah, I know he won't debate. I'm just saying, just maybe, possibly. I would absolutely crush you in a debate in the most respectful, nice way. Or matched energy.
Influencers whose job it was to brainwash the masses and manufacture consent for genocide. You've never seen propaganda anywhere in your life like what was being vomited up at that time. A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographic evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven. Endless claims of rape, when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in...
Okay, so first off, you're pulling up... I've read these reports. First off, even if that was true, you didn't debunk rape.
Cooked in an oven.
Where is it?
And
like the fact that you say rape claims, even though it's blah 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 blah. First off, what is this? October 7th, rape claims debunked as Israeli propaganda and rebels. Okay, first First off, it wasn't debunked. There was an entire. Okay, so this guy's not in good faith at all. Obviously, I knew that, but. There's an entire investigative report by the United Nations released saying that there were 6 different areas. By the way, it was only an interim report. 6 different areas that they actually confirmed that rape and necrophilia happened. So first off, what does that even mean? I actually want to see where this where this comes from. Let's go ahead and oh wait. From this TRT World. Okay, it's from TRT. Do you guys know what TRT World is? Oh wow, I bet you this is May 27th. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this was after the investigative report. Let's see here. Where did I put it? I think it's under UN info, right? I think it's this one. Yeah, here it is. March 4th, 2024 was when the UN report. And this is from May. So this came out after. And the title is something that comes out 2 months after the United Nations, which I'm sure we're all on page that the United Nations is the biggest pro-Israel organization in the world. Yeah, pretty sure we all understand. Okay, let's read it. Commander Zalka shot dead. He thought that was evidence of sexual violence. He learned. Okay, got it. So far, what it looks like is there was one specific area where a guy, volunteer commander with Zaka, said something that he says it's not that I invented a story. Okay, I couldn't think of any other option. Okay, got it. Okay, yeah. So There's obviously a lot more, so there might be other examples, but it already starts off with, generally articles are going to start off with their strongest points, right? It just starts off not by saying that the rape claims literally have been debunked, but this is called yellow journalism. If you debunk, let's just assume this is a debunked story. I don't even know specifically this story, but let's just assume for the sake of argument we know. This is what yellow journalism is. They're not lying. A rape claim was debunked. And let's say they give a second example, then you could say claims. It's not a lie, but the way it reads and the way this idiot puts, because of course he only puts the headline, it just makes it seem like, oh, see, rape didn't happen. It's not the fuck what it says, because okay.
Claims of rape.
But yeah, the point I was going to make is that even if, because he goes immediately to, oh, it's the IDF blah, 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 doing it. A couple things. I don't think anyone thinks that rape literally doesn't happen. It's 0% in any country, by the way. But to deflect away from what happens on October 7th by saying, and notice how this Dave guy cuts off TRT. He purposely cropped that out because he knows. You guys don't know, like, TRT World is a Turkish public broadcaster. They're Turkish. Yeah, that's why this guy cut it off. Let's keep going.
In fact, it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to
Yeah, there was. Anyways, this is what this guy does. You notice what he did with that that Lebanese video? Let's just, once again, let's just assume he deleted my comment. What, already? Just posted it. Where was the comment at? I can't remember. Here it is right here. 32 minutes ago. Is there a way to get back to this? Because I feel like if I refresh, it's going to lose the comment. Liberal 32
endless
minutes
claims
ago.
of rape when in fact
Debate Nick Matavia have any balls. What was it, 32 minutes ago? Let's scroll down. It's by some guy named Liberal. It's probably a little older than 32 minutes because I was after I refresh. Here it is. No, it's still there. You know what I should do? I should screenshot it though in case he does delete it.
it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese
that's what I was saying, right? Let's just assume this is right. I don't know exactly what he's talking about, but let's just assume that's right. This is what people like this guy does. They take things that are easily debunked and then apply it systemically across the board. We all know Pallywood does exist. Of course it does. Literally, we could prove it if we're just going to go with one video. So he finds something that is debunked, and then he says, Pallywood doesn't exist. Look at this example I found that's debunked. That's what these people do.
Short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza. Bases underneath hospitals.
Does it even say anything about
term
hospital?
Pallywood.
Is this not there?
Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in.
So just so everyone knows, every single hospital in Gaza has not been bombed. That's not even true. And even the ones that have, a lot of the times you will find things where they say that it's been bombed, but it's actually a corridor outside of it and it's not actually the hospital. Or there was a time, I think it was Nasser Hospital, I'm like 99% sure, they bombed it. And guess what? There was one death. Guess who that death was? It was one of the Hamas commanders confirmed by Hamas. Now, how did Israel do that? Because it was a hospital and it was a targeted strike. They followed Article 19 and they used a tank shell. However, when you go on Al Jazeera, it says Al Nasser Hospital was bombed by Israel.
In Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering.
Proof it was planted guns. Thank you.
And a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity.
Hey, Dave, what was on that calendar? I'm just curious. What did it say at the top of the calendar? What date did that calendar start on? Let's go look it up together. How do I do this here? IDF. Let's see. List of Hamas names calendar. I'm sure I just need to get a better picture. You know, one that's a little bit, there we go, that's bigger. Okay, let's go ahead and cut this real quick. Hopefully this is good enough. And then we're gonna go to Google Translate. All right, let's go to images here. The top says the Battle of the Al-Aqsa Flood, 10/7. And it starts on 10/7. I wonder. That's a little weird. But no, let's focus on the guy who, he did make a mistake. He said it was names, and it was actually the dates or the days. Yes, once again, this is what these people do. They go, oh, look, this guy, and by the way, this was like, it's like 2.5 years ago. This guy in the IDF, he got something wrong. Therefore, I'm right about everything. And then you're like, what does that say? Oh, don't worry about what it says at the top. Just like, what, you notice how he got this wrong? Interesting.
Terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign.
Thanks, Conservative Kelly, for the big super chat. Hey, Nick, I'm texting with my friend Danielle about you right now, and she wants to know if you'll marry her. I already married her. Wait, are we speaking about my wife, Danielle, or a different Danielle? If it's a different Danielle, tell her I'm already married, and I'm not Muslim, so one wife.
Campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day. I was shitting all over these disgusting frauds day and night for several months, and the wrong people noticed, so they dogpiled on me and got my account suspended. People often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative.
Okay, yeah, so this guy's just straight up an anti-Semite. Like, who the fuck? What? There's a huge difference between saying I told you so and loving that thing. That's like the equivalent of me saying I like that Spain today was invaded by thousands to tens of thousands of Muslims. No, of course I don't. Just because I can point out, hey, I told you this kind of thing would happen, in what world does that mean I love that? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Also, you're literally putting... Whatever. Conservative Kelly, thanks for the super chat. That was from Donnie. Love you guys. Gotcha. Wow, that's insane.
Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. Scary anti-Semites who want all Jews to die, whether
also, notice what he did. You want to know how I know he's talking about Jews and not Zionists, wink wink? Just watch, okay? Because if I said what you just did was definitely an anti-Semite, you're calling Jews victims, he would say, no, I said Zionists. Listen one more time and I'll show you how we can prove he meant Jews.
They're very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites.
Zionists love anti-Semites. See, it wasn't anti-Semitic what he said, guys, because he said Zionists. So he could be meaning me. I'm not Jewish and I'm a Zionist. But wait a minute. It says right here, see, look, this is why we get to do genocide. Well, I'm pretty sure he's not saying American Zionists are doing genocide. He might argue we're supporting genocide, but he's not going to say doing, is he? He's saying Israelis, aka the Jews, At minimum, he's talking about Zionist Jews, which would be most Jews. So at minimum, he's just anti-Semitic to most Jews. Hey, I don't hate Italians, just like 90% of them. I'm not anti-Italian. I don't hate blacks, just 90% of them. See, I'm not anti-black. I don't hate white. You guys get the point. Like that's how it was. I wonder if this leftist, if there was a term for I don't know, a black movement that was made up of mostly black people. They had allies. Same thing like Zionists for Jews, but for blacks. And if somebody said exactly the same thing, but attributed to, let's say not even 90%, let's just even say 70% of blacks, I wonder if this leftist would call that racist. Of course he would.
They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child anti-Semites who want all Jews to die, whether a particular instance being referenced is real or not, are a key.
Wow, I wonder what we can look to see if Hamas wants all Jews to die. It's not like they wrote it in their fucking charter. It's not like even after their 2017 memo, which did not replace their charter, according to Hamas themselves, it's not like they didn't say to kill every Jew worldwide. I wonder. Let me just type in this random name. I'm just gonna guess. Let's call him Fatih Hamad. I don't know why that name's coming to me. Let's see, 2019. Let's just pick a random date. It's after 2017, right? Speech about Jews. Let's just see if this shows up anything. Let's see. Oh, what's this? What's this? Let's see what this is.
العدو الصهيوني معاه اسبوع للجمعة الجاية فإذا لم يعد فإذا لم يكسر هذا الحصار فإذا لم يطبق التفاهمات لدينا الكثير من الأساليب والوسائل في جعبتنا تنتظر الإذن لتنطلق قوة وعزما وانفجارا في الأعداء إن شاء الله تعالى بيفكرونا عقال مش عقال إحنا أهل غزة مش عقال.
Oh, we know you're not rational people. We know.
حاول العدو الصهيوني بالعكس.
I don't know if this is it. I mean, this is the same speech, but I don't know if this is the right clip.
بنموت حصار في غزة برا. يعطيني برا. قل لي الله
Ah, here it is.
تسخين. في عندكم يهود في كل.
There are Jews everywhere. Notice how we know he can say Zionist because he said it in the beginning of the speech, right? Just on the same page? Okay, cool. There are Jews everywhere. We must attack every Jew, not in Israel, but on planet Earth. Huh. But I thought Professor Dave said, let's just keep watching. Maybe he says I'm just kidding. Yahudi? We must slaughter and kill them with Allah's help? Oh, my Allah. Oh, my Durka. Whoa. Professor Dave, I thought you said this.
Ahead to want all Jews to die, whether a particular instance being referenced is real or not.
Real or not, guys. Oh, man, that's crazy.
Are a key facet of this narrative. So that's not what gets targeted for suspension. What gets targeted is anyone who is effectively combating and exposing the state-sponsored Hasbara narratives, which I was doing with a passion. So I was booted from the platform.
Okay, I'm going to be real. I'm going to Umingo because this guy's pissing me off and we're 5 minutes in. I'm going to Umingle. This guy's a tard. And no, he probably would never debate me because somebody in the comments, assuming they're right, said he was offered like $1 million to any Palestinian charity to debate Destiny, and he said no. That's insane. If $1 million, if $10,000 was going to a charity I liked, I would debate anyone. Okay, to be fair, I'd probably debate anyone anyways, but I'm just saying that would definitely be motivation. Somebody told me to add Flat Earther. Let me add that. Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Not much. What you eating? Peanuts?
Yes, sir. I'm on the beach.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. Well, enjoy, brother.
Why you got an Israel flag on the back?
Oh, I support Israel.
Oh, that's hell from. But yeah, but like, so wait. So like, why you got a necklace?
I support Israel.
Why you get a Palestinian necklace? That's a Palestinian necklace.
Oh, I know you guys probably would call it Palestine, but I mean, I'm sure you have understanding that I would refer to it as Israel, right?
Wait. But the West Bank is isn't a part of Israel.
Well, it's not part of Palestine either.
Who's it a part of? Then?
Well, it's if you're asking internationally, it's known as disputed territory, where Area C is controlled by Israel, Area A is Palestine.
It's not disputed.
It's a
state.
It's not a state. What do you mean? If it
Israel's
was a
not
state, wait, hold on,
country
wait a
either,
minute.
it's a
What? Well, just so you know, that's synonymous, meaning that's the same thing. A nation state is also known as a country. So you just said the same thing.
So Israel's the same
Wait,
thing.
well, yes, Israel is. Palestine's not. Actually, I can prove it to you. Can you tell me what the two-state solution is? Can you inform me what that is?
You asked me questions.
Wow, that was an easy one to run away from.
Free Palestine, bro.
From what?
From your fat ass.
Some people look like.
ايش يا زلمه شو هذا؟
ايش يا لمر
Fuck.
What's up? You good, bro? Why are you smiling like that?
Bro, do you get a lot of bitches or not?
I have a wife.
Why you on here if you got a wife, brother?
Well, I'm live right now. I stream. I do this. This is what I do. My wife
What do
likes
you
to
do?
watch, actually. I stream almost every night, not literally every night.
Well, what do you do?
Well, for the first 3/4 of the live, I talk about stuff that's happened for the day, political news, geopolitics, world news. And then at the end of the live, I go on Yumingo for a little bit and I debate people on political beliefs. I'm right-wing. Islam, I'm anti-Islam. I'm pro-Israel. I'll debate people on these kind of things.
All right, shut the fuck up.
Look at it. Are you watching like little kids, dude? Found a Muslim. Did you guys hear the little kid laugh?
What's up, bro?
There's literally a little girl laughing, like Aisha age.
Nigga, shut up, bro.
Are you Muslim? That's haram. Is that beer?
The fuck? I don't give a fuck. No, it's Hennessy.
Bro.
What?
Astaghfirullah. Jeez.
Twin.
Huh?
I'm listening to your songs.
I can't see it. What is it?
It's an Israeli song, I guess.
You like Hebrew songs? It's just blurry, but I assume it's Hebrew, yeah.
Yeah, it's Hebrew, but they speak in Arabic for some reason. They sing it in Arabic.
They're probably Yemeni Jews or something. Like Awa is a Jewish band. They're Israeli, but they sing in Arabic a lot of the times because they're Yemeni Jews.
Probably, but like their accent is like more Syrian, Lebanese.
No, they could be Syrian Jews. I just was picking one. That's cool. Why are you listening to Zionist music?
I like it.
All right, hey, that's fair. You know what? Respect. He's not lying. I respect it. I like some Arab songs. I listen to Arab songs. Fair enough. All right, well, you keep on rocking out then, dude.
Appreciate it.
Hi. Nice guy, actually. It's pronounced
Really?
Awa. Is it really? Damn, I've been saying it wrong
Hi.
this whole time. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I just learned one of my favorite bands is actually pronounced something differently, and I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time.
Oh.
Okay. I really like them too. They're one of my favorites, and I've been pronouncing it Awa because it's A-WA. So I just thought, but I guess that makes sense. Awa. What's up, dude?
I'm good.
Alhamdulillah.
What? I don't understand any shit. So you have Palestine necklace and you have
Israel
that.
necklace. Israel.
What?
Israel.
Aha. Yes, I support Israel.
You support Israel and Egypt?
No shit.
I was about to say that's a little weird. Are you guys still bitter because of the 6-Day War?
I'm living.
Huh?
قدك عليه.
Sorry, I don't speak that.
You don't know any Arabic?
No, I know some Arabic, like kifalek or salam,
So,
salam
you know the
alaikum,
basics.
astaghfirullah, bismillah, ibn sharmuta, kus emech, uskut, khalas.
Right. I have one question for you.
Okay, what?
So, which state do you live in?
California.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
like
I'm not a big fan of California either. So you know what? We might agree with that actually.
I just love Texas, dude. Texas people, they're freaking fun. Yeah.
Muslims love Texas. There's a lot of Muslims moving to Texas.
No, you know, I do work in Expedia, and I deal with a lot of Americans each day. Texas people, they are freaking amazing.
Yeah. No, Texas is great. Can you tell your people to stop moving to Texas though? No offense. Like, why don't you guys go to Dearborn or New Jersey, like Patterson? Why do you guys keep moving to Texas?
Jersey, dude, come on, you want us to die?
Yeah, but
be like
Texas is starting to turn a little too Muslim for me. No offense.
But where's the point of being Muslim or like just the Egyptian? You
No.
don't
I meant Muslim. Well, I assume. Are you Muslim?
Yeah.
Yeah, I meant Muslims, not Egyptians specifically.
So what's wrong with Muslims?
Well, listen, you guys want to have your beliefs where it makes sense in your culture, go for it. I also wouldn't advocate for Americans to move and change your guys' culture. But when you come into America or other parts of the West, I'm sure you saw what happened in Spain today, and you try to change the culture, the traditions, and the people, I find that to be wrong.
Well, I will not agree or disagree. However, it's their people work actually. So he's like the Pope. So he spread the message.
Who?
You know, people who go to spread Islam in the world. We call
Dawah.
them Sheikh. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I can't stand
So-
Dawah, bros.
It's a work. It's a work to.
But
to
what
do so.
about people who've already read your book? I've read your book twice. I've read 20,000 or so hadith. Obviously, I get some of them repeat, but 20,000 in total raw number. What could you tell me that would make me like Islam? There's parts of Islam that I think are fine, but a lot of it I don't.
The only issue, okay, I'm not well educated about Islam. You know,
I am.
Unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not well educated, so I cannot give you any extras. You can just go to an expert, like the nearest mosque to you. You can speak with the sheikh. I'm 100% sure they could.
Well, actually, when I speak with experts, they're usually the ones that confirm what I think about Islam, but they're proud of it. Like,
So what do you think about Islam?
that it allows for the mistreatment of women severely, pedophilia.
Who said so? Who said so about this?
In Quran Surah 65, Ayah 4, it says that you are allowed to... One second. Okay, 1 second. It says that you, the iddah, the divorce, the period after they get a divorce, the waiting period, is 3 months for a prepubescent girl. Okay? And then when you go to Surah 33, it specifically says that if you have not sexually touched your wife when you marry her, then you do not count for her in iddah. So it implies that this prepubescent girl gets married, has sexual relations, and gets a divorce all before she has her menstruation cycle.
Well, I'm sorry, I cannot go through this conversation.
Oh, where'd you go?
Hey, Nicola, have a wonderful day, my friend. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too, brother.
We're actually rolling it strong.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
You guys in Canada?
Yeah.
You guys like Canada?
Yeah.
I was just
Where's
in Canada
Circle?
a couple months ago.
Where was it?
Toronto.
Oh, nice.
No,
Like
it
it?
wasn't. No.
Was it horrible?
I've been to Halifax. That was about 10 years ago when I was in the Navy. We stopped in Halifax. I liked Halifax a lot.
Okay, nice.
Toronto was
Yeah.
not nice.
Halifax, it's a little town though. Like it's not like Toronto.
It was fun. It's a lot of college students, so a lot of people were having fun. And I don't know. And it was also 10 years ago, so maybe it was different. I don't know. Maybe it sucks now. But it was fun. Toronto, I didn't see a lot of Canadians at all.
Yeah, a bunch of Indians and Arabs.
Mostly, yeah. Is that just
Yeah,
like where all the migrants go? Is Toronto?
Yeah, we're just taking over everywhere. Yeah.
What's we? Aren't you white?
No, I'm not.
Dude, you're like whiter than I am. And I'm
I'm
Italian. You're Arab?
Yeah.
Say wallahi.
Wallahi.
Not him, you. The white dude. The other guy.
Who, me?
The white dude. The one that's white. Like, stop pretending like you guys are the same skin tone. One is very clearly white. I'm obviously talking to the white dude.
call me black? He's asking you where are you from.
Oh my gosh, dude. I'm
You're
asking
just saying
you.
I'm black. It's being racist to me, but he's calling me black.
I don't think there's a lot of shades between white and black. I don't know why you went straight to that.
Oh, so you're brown. Not brown.
Are you like is the white dude, is he Syrian or something?
No, I'm actually Canadian.
I thought you said you were Arab.
No, I'm half Canadian, half Arab.
Well, the Canadian shit took over big time. Like, you do not look Arab at all, bro. I'm just gonna be real with you.
Yeah, I don't. I get that a lot.
I bet.
You don't look Italian at all, too.
I do, but okay. I'm not
So
full
what are you?
Italian, but
What are you? Mix of what?
mostly Italian and Spanish.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Spain?
Spain, yeah.
Yeah, I would think you're more Spain. I think it doesn't look Spain. I think it looks Italian.
First off, it's called Spanish, not Spain. Spain's the country. It's like
Yeah.
saying you don't look Saudi Arabia. It's like
Oh, I said you look. But if you say like, you look Spanish, like, there's a lot of places where you speak Spanish, right? Yeah. So if you say you look Spanish, you might be like Spanish, you know? Isn't the right word for it like Latino or no? Yeah.
no. Latino is anyone from the Latin area, Latin America. You could say Hispanic.
Okay. So Latinos don't speak Spanish, or they do speak Spanish as well?
Well, many Latinos do speak Spanish, but you understand more people than just Spain speak Spanish, right? Like Mexico is not Spain; they speak Spanish. They're Latinos.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was just
one more
Spain that speaks Spanish.
Why do you have that Israeli flag behind you if you're not from Israel?
Oh, I support Israel. I'm not Israeli or Jewish. I just support them.
But why do you support them? Like, what's the reason that's
About like 6 years ago, I looked into like the history because I saw a lot of comments, especially in like May 2021 during that conflict where Hamas launched like 5,000 rockets, and I was just curious. I was like, who's in the right? You know, because everyone was like fighting online. It wasn't as bad until like after October 7th, but still, it was an uptick. And
Yeah.
so then I ended up getting a degree in Middle Eastern history, and I studied theology. I read the Quran twice. I read 20,000 Hadith. I read the Christian Bible. I read the Tanakh. I read the Torah and Tanakh.
You're Christian, right?
No, I'm actually a Noahide. I'm not Jewish, Christian, or Muslim. I believe in God. But
You're an
anyways,
atheist?
no, I'm a Noahide. I believe in God. An atheist would not believe in God. Anyways, long story short, I read anti-Zionist books. I read Khalidi, Ilan Pape, Konstantin Zarek, who's coined the term Nakba. And then I read, Zionist books, Chaim Herzog, Benny Morris, Ephraim Karsh. And I determined, based off of my extensive research, that there was a lot of propaganda against Israel. Not that it's perfect, but there's a lot of stuff that there's a lot of lies. And I think it's honestly, just to be direct with you guys, I think it's just an Islamist push to try to take over a Jewish land, because naturally Muslims are not going to want Jews in the Middle East.
Well, so you're
But
saying
Palestine is older than Israel.
It's not. Palestine was first started by Roman Emperor Hadrian officially, which was 100 years after Jesus. Kingdom of Israel, even if we put away the Bible, the Merneptah Stele, which archaeologists found, dated back to 1200 BCE. It mentions Israel on it. It was discovered in Egypt. And they mentioned Israel.
They mentioned the people of Israel. They didn't say Israel.
No, they mentioned the land. There were people
No,
in it,
people
true. Sorry, what?
I think the books you read are kind of wrong.
Because let me tell you, okay,
It's
why
not a
didn't
book,
they
it's a
Egypt
stele.
not-
It was founded by archaeologists. What do you mean it's wrong?
Yeah, the stele you read is wrong.
Okay, like,
Well, I saw the thing. I saw it with my own eyes. What do you mean?
I'm pretty
Wait,
sure.
how do you know it? How do you know it's wrong?
Because I was
Like-
told by one of the very, very old people that he is older than Israel.
Well, you're talking about the modern state of Israel. That's true. The modern state of Israel started in 1948, but that doesn't mean Israel wasn't a thing. Do you think Jordan is a state? They always run away.
What up?
What's up, man?
I want to talk to you about the whole Candace situation with the new footage. I don't know if you've seen it. The footage that was leaked to her, and you know how that changes the narrative. A lot of people are discrediting her for it, but I think we should at least hear her out for that.
Hear what out? I'm sorry. What specifically?
About the footage that shows this guy and doesn't show the impact of the gun.
What do you mean it doesn't show the impact? You're talking
It
about
doesn't
when we
show-
see the back of him?
Yes.
What do you mean it doesn't show
We
the
don't-
impact?
We don't see the recoil of the gun.
Well, a couple things. One, it was a very grainy image from way high up, and we don't see the recoil because... What are you shaking your head no for? It's literally a grainy image.
It's not that grainy.
Okay, a couple things. One, yes, it is. Two, well, just why are you shaking your head? I'm trying to answer you.
No, go ahead.
I was in
I'm
the
not
military
saying
for
it.
12 years. I've
I'm
shot
not
all those
interrupting you.
guns and more. I know more about
I'm
guns
not
than you.
interrupting you. I'm not interrupting you.
You're
I'm just
interrupting me
saying-
right now, actually.
Go ahead.
But anyways,
I'm
no, you keep interrupting me. I say one sentence and you're like, it's not
Go
that
ahead.
grainy. It was very grainy. But second off, what kind of recoil do you think you would get from that rifle? Like, what exactly do you think is the recoil of that?
Well, based on a lot of the gun experts that I've seen, I mean,
Have you ever shot a gun?
Yes, I have a gun.
So
right
I'm
now.
not asking about
I have
experts.
a-
I'm asking you. Have you ever shot a
Yes,
rifle?
I have. Look,
Have you ever shot a rifle?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what
and they
rifle
do-
did you shoot?
They do have.
I got
they do
you.
have a
Not
lot of
all.
recoil.
No, they do
Look,
not.
here's the
Dude,
thing.
can you just answer the question? What
here's the
rifle
thing.
did you?
Not-
Oh my god, dude! Listen, I
Are
want to
you
move
actually
on.
saying
I'm
that
asking
can
you.
change the
I'm
recoil?
asking you what kind of
Are you
rifle.
actually-
Why is this guy so scared to
kind of-
answer this question?
What kind of look?
Yes,
the
what kind of?
rifle that I've shot has nothing to do.
Yes,
with
it. You're saying the kind of rifle has nothing to do with recoil. If you're
And you
actually
asking
saying
me
that,
my personal look, you ask me my personal
Okay.
experiences with AR.
dude,
or
I'm
with
not.
rifles does
What is
not
an
matter.
AR? What is an AR?
It does not matter.
Yes, it does.
It does not because look, you're.
If
just
it didn't
shifting
matter, then why are you so
conversation
scared to answer it? Why do you keep interrupting to not answer this
I'm
question?
not scared to answer. It's like you're trying to shift it away
I'm
from. The
I'm
subject.
literally still in the same
I'm
topic.
literally
My
saying-
question for you is: are you
I'm
saying,
saying
dude? It's just a quick
that-
question. It's just
This
one
is
quick
the problem.
question.
This is the problem.
It's just one
No.
quick question. One quick. I want to
No,
hear yes
I
or no.
have shot a
That's
rifle.
not my question.
Yes.
Dude, if you stop interrupting, that is not my question.
Oh.
I want to hear you say yes or no to this. Are you saying that the type of rifle does not matter when it comes to recoil? Did you actually say that? So if I shot a 22
No,
rifle,
That's not what I said. Each
You did
rifle
say
is
that.
gonna have a different recoil.
right,
I
so
mean,
what kind,
obviously.
okay, back to the original question you avoided. What kind of recoil do you think, when you said it doesn't matter, now you admitted you were wrong, it does matter, what kind of recoil do you think would be from, I think it was a soft point, but 30-06, with the rifle that Tyler Robinson used, what kind of recoil do you think you would see?
Well, here's the thing. I think it will. I'm not gonna.
It would be very
when you say
little.
What kind? Are you saying like how much of a kick?
You would not see it. That's what recoil means. Yes, good job. We're on the same. Dude, I feel like you've never shot a gun. I think you're lying.
Look, I think that kickback is gonna.
If
be
I
quite
showed you,
significant.
if I showed you a video of a small woman, smaller than Tyler Robinson, shooting that exact gun, and it barely moves at all, and this is an up close 4K video, would you take back what you said?
Well, here's. I mean, what? I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see.
See how he does that? See, he's like,
Look
oh,
at the video.
now I don't know.
Look at the video.
Dude, let me tell
Here's the
you.
thing.
Dude, I'm
Here's the
trying to,
thing.
oh my
Look,
God. I'm going to
look.
mute you real quick so I can answer this. You keep interrupting. I have
Here's
shot
the
these
thing.
guns multiple times.
You cannot mute me.
I literally can. Watch. You're muted now. Like, you could speak, but I can't hear you. You didn't know you can mute on Umingle? Anyways, whatever. While you're muted, I have shot these guns. The recoil on them... Oh, Jesus Christ. Thanks, Conservative Kelly, for the super chat. My hubby is a firearms expert, and that's exactly how a hollow point 30-06 would perform under those conditions. That wasn't a difficult shot either. Yeah, no, it's insane. There wouldn't be that much recoil for that gun. That's insane. Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing, man? I've seen some of your debates on YouTube.
Oh, thank you. Well, I don't know why I said thank you. Cool.
Yeah, because you refuted, was it Mehdi, whatever his name is? That idiot.
Mehdi Hassan. I have. It was a minute ago, but I have gone after Mehdi Hassan. Yeah, that's true.
I think he's an idiot.
He is an idiot for sure. Yeah, I'm with you.
And also, I don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe you. There's a clip of him when he was younger, and he was like full blown.
Yeah. I posted it. I know what you're talking about, where he talks about like taking out the kafir and we're animals and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you read the Quran?
Twice.
You read it twice?
I did.
It's full of really bad shit, isn't it?
It is. It's awful.
Yeah, because in the UK, what we've got is far too many Muslims in here.
Also agree. You see what happened in Spain today?
Yes. Well, yeah. I don't know if you're aware of her. Her name's Talia Youssef.
Talia, like Tati? Yeah. Yeah, that's like my sister.
What?
Yeah, she's like not literally biologically my sister, but she's my sister.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Like she is she was at my wedding, my wedding dinner technically, but yeah, no, I love her.
Yeah, I mean she just really goes at it. Like she's
incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I saw she broke down a clip of what's going over there.
Did she?
I'll have to rewatch it if I'm honest. But it's all over.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is Talia, right?
Yes, that's the one.
Yep, I text her almost every day. Me, my wife, and her, and she's actually close by. We're gonna go see her because she flew to the States to hang out with her boyfriend, and she flew somewhere that's relative. I'm in LA. She's kind of north of me, but she's there, and so we're gonna go see her sometime soon. Yeah, she's great. Anyways, all right, I'm gonna go try to find some opposition.
Yeah, go for it, mate. And post it on YouTube.
Will do. Thanks. What's up, man? Are you okay? Is that supposed to be like a Sikh Heil?
I'm saying hi to you.
You're supposed to put the thumb in. You look gay now. Like you just look like you're like doing the gay salute.
Like that?
No, it's more like when Muhammad got fucked by Al-Zut.
Like
you know what I'm
that?
saying? When the Al-Zut fucked Muhammad all night long. It is super cringe. I ain't gonna lie. What's up, man?
I'm chilling. How you doing?
Some Arab just did a Sikh Heil to me right now. But he did it in a way that was like really gay, so I was just like, dude, you look gay right now.
They're all kind of gay, you know? It's pretty ridiculous the way they act. What are you gonna do? Anyway, man, you be good. I'm not gonna keep your live going with my nonsense.
God bless.
God bless you, man.
Yeah, bye.
You too.
What up?
It's that pussy boy.
It's the gay one.
Skip him.
You guys are calling me gay. You're two dudes in a car.
Yeah, I mean, you look gay. You look gay. Two boy, you don't got
Bro,
friends?
you're bending your wrist right now. You literally
You don't
look
got
gay.
friends? You don't got friends.
Fucking queer.
Do you not have friends?
Dude, his voice sounds gay too. What the fuck?
Your voice sounds gay. You sound like a straight bitch, nigga. Straight bitch.
I
With
love
that
how,
fat ass
love
forehead
how
that looks like
easily
a
I
movie
can get
screen.
under their skin. It's so easy.
Your forehead looks like a movie screen. Straight up. The fuck out of here.
Wow.
I play ping
The
pong
broccoli
on that
haircut
bitch.
got me. The
Watch
broccoli
Netflix
fucking
on that
haircut.
bitch. You stupid bitch.
You
Yalla.
stupid bitch.
Remember me? Remember me?
I literally
Remember
don't.
me, you stupid
Nope,
bitch?
not even a little bit.
Yeah. I'm the one that fucked your mom. Yalla. I'm the one that fucked out of here, pussy. Big ass forehead for no reason.
Better than fucking Aisha, I guess.
Ugly. Wallet. You're straight chopped. No bitches. You're straight. You get dick only.
Dude's in a car with a dude calling me gay. What's up? What?
Who called you gay?
A dude that was in a car with another dude.
Is that an Israel flag behind you?
What do you mean, is it? It's clearly the Israel flag. Come on.
Yeah, but like, why?
Support Israel.
That's gay. You're a fag.
Everyone drop a follow. It's you again, man. All right.
What's up?
Listen, bro.
I don't remember you. I'm sorry. What did we talk about? Can you guys
Oh
remind
yeah,
me?
you're really cool like that. You dumb bitch. You remember me calling you dumb bitch?
That's like 95% of Arabs. Why would you why would you stick out? I'm not even fucking with you. I don't remember you. Just remind me
Wait,
what we were
okay.
talking about.
Your existence makes me crash out.
I'm sure that's true, but what were we talking about?
No, it's not. Hey,
You just said it.
what's your religion?
Manoahide. Did you just spit on your screen? Hello.
What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
Oh, well.
Are you Muslim?
Yep.
In Hong Kong? Dude, alright. This is a unique opportunity then. Can you tell me, if you're allowed to, I don't know. Is it true what's going on with the Uyghur Muslims in China?
I'm not sure.
I just never had a chance to talk with somebody.
I don't know anything about Uyghurs or Tibet. That's one thing. I don't know.
Do you believe it's happening? I mean, everyone says it is, and there's like kind of video of it.
Sure, if it's happening, then it's bad. But we don't know.
Were you born Muslim, or did you convert to Islam?
Born Muslim.
Were you born in China? I didn't know there was that many Muslims in China.
We have the oldest mosque here is like 1,300 years old.
Well, yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense because of the Mongols, I assume, and they converted to Islam. They were very, very, very gruesome when they converted to Islam. They started really...
It's usually like the conquerors would, I mean, the conquered would convert to the conqueror's religion, but this time it's the conquerors converting to the defeated religion.
To the what religion?
I mean, to the defeated people. They converted to Islam because...
They didn't fully... I mean, they did take on Islam, but they did kind of change a lot of it, to be fair. They kind of did their own, like, hybrid version. But yeah, no, that's true. Anyways, why, have you looked into other religions? Like, are you comfortable with Islam?
Yeah. Wait. I
right.
think I know you, Nick Mattel. You were like,
Damn,
saying
I'm all the way.
like,
I'm all the way in Hong Kong now, you guys. Nice.
I mean, like, if you watch Palestine, Israel, then you're there.
Yep, that is me. I am Nick Matau.
I've seen your debate with Hakikachu. 20,000 hadiths.
Ah, yeah, that's the dude that lied about the number of hadiths and made it seem like I was wrong. What do you think about him saying that there's not 20,000 hadiths at all? Even though there's actually, even if you include repetitions before they altered it down, it's in the 700,000 to million plus. And that's according to Islamic sources. What do you think about him saying that's wrong? I forgot about that dude until you brought him up. But yeah, can you answer that? Because you just said 20,000 hadith right now.
There are repetitions, but
yeah, but that's only in Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, where I told him I read others like Sunan Abu Dawud and Sunan Nasai, and so
they all have repetitions.
Correct. But what do you think about when I told him? Because he said, well, if you only read Sahih al-Bukhari, there's no way it was 20,000. I said, I haven't only read Sahih al-Bukhari. That's just the one I started with. And I said, just so you know, even with repetitions, it goes into the hundreds of thousands to million plus, according to Islamic sources. And he laughed at that, which I thought was weird, because it's like Islamic sources say that.
I wouldn't say up to that kind of number. Maybe half
it is.
million.
No, you're just wrong. Half
a million is no more, plausible. But
okay, again, you're wrong. But even if, okay, let's say 500,000 then. You're not right, but let's go with it. 20,000 wouldn't really actually be a lot. And so...
But there's like, the things of the Athar, like the Sahabas, the successors, and which are like the Tabi'un and the Tabi'un.
Well, I didn't say I read all, let's call it 500,000. I didn't read anywhere near that. But what I'm saying is he seemed like it was such a weird thing. And you just did it too. You said 20,000, huh? You guys really think that's something that's impossible to do? Like, do you guys really think, like, it took me about 6 months. It's not, like, I don't understand, like, why you guys think it's such a, like, you guys make it seem like it's so crazy. Most hadiths are less than a paragraph long. It takes seconds to read. And so why are you guys acting like it's such a weird thing? And of course, reading them, I literally just went and read them. It's not like I had them all memorized. Because that would be impressive. So why are you guys, legitimate, I want an actual answer. Why do you guys think that that's such a weird thing?
No, I don't consider it weird. maybe he might have done.
No, you did. You said it. You were like 20,000 hadith, huh? Come on, dude. Don't gaslight me. You said it in a way that you were like you didn't believe it.
Yeah, but you said you did it in 6 months, so okay. I mean, maybe it's possible.
It's not maybe. I could have done it faster if I really bunkered down. It's just sometimes I took breaks because I got to be real with you. Sometimes it would go on for pages and pages of just Muhammad taking a shit on the roof. And I'm not even fucking with you. It's like legitimately it would go on about how he would go relieve himself on the roof. And it would be just hadith after hadith after hadith. So I'm not going to lie. There were times where I'm like, all right, I'm taking a break. But I just found it very weird because that's like the only clip he got from the entire debate because I fucking slaughtered him. And so his only part of the debate that he got a clip out of was a part that wasn't even about the debate. And it was something that a lot of Muslims were like, oh, he got you. And I'm like, he didn't. I literally have read about 20,000 hadith. Give or take. Maybe it's 18,000, maybe it's 21,000, but somewhere around those. And yeah, I get that some of them repeat, but I also find it disingenuous to say, oh, you didn't really read 20,000 because they repeat. So really you read 14,000. It's like, okay, but I still read 20,000. Just because they repeat doesn't mean I didn't take the time to read it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyways, have you seen anything else on me or just what's his name? Hakikaju?
Yeah.
I just called him Pikachu because I couldn't really pronounce his name.
Daniel, you could call him Daniel.
Daniel. So did you see anything else from me or was it just the Daniel stuff?
That's how I knew you.
Oh, that was a while ago, dude. I debated Sneeko also. I debated Myron Gaines. Also slaughtered them as well, just so you know. I tried to debate Jay Dyer, but he didn't want to debate me.
Is he like that ortho bro guy?
Yeah. I didn't actually know too much about him. They offered me. I said, yeah, I'll debate anyone. And then they came back and said he doesn't want to debate you anymore because he's quasi-retired. But I don't think that's true.
You retired?
Well, that's what he said to not debate me, but then people told me he did a debate the week after that, so maybe he just didn't want to debate me. I don't know. What's your position on... I'm assuming you're pro-Palestinians and you're Muslim?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to talk too much about pro-Palestine, but I've seen some of your videos where you speak about, like, you know, what is this called? Dilemma? Islamic dilemma? What is it?
That's not really me. I know about the Islamic dilemma for sure, but that definitely is more pushed by David Wood, God Logic, IP, AP. But I know about it if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, because I've seen some of the clips where you speak to Muslims about, you know, the Islamic dilemma.
I almost never bring that up. I'm not going to say I've never, but to me, it's not really the biggest topic because for me, I'm not a Christian. And the Islamic dilemma talks about how it affirms the Christian Bible and the Hebrew Bible. I do believe in the Hebrew Bible. I'm not a Jew, but I'm a Noahide. But still, Christians more likely are going to bring it up because they believe in both. So it's a little bit more attached to them. Again, it's not that I wouldn't bring it up. It's just my debate with Islam comes more from, I believe they're antithetical to the West and specifically how they act today. And it is from the tenets of Islam. That's more my debate. People like God Logic, David Wood, etc., they're going to debate more like, I believe in Jesus Christ, and this is why the Trinity's correct. To me, I don't debate that because...
I mean, like, I've seen videos of Tobias Singer where he, you know, deconstructs Isaiah 53 and, you know, that, wait, it does not refer to Jesus, you know. Christians always bring it up.
I haven't seen... I know who Singer is. I haven't seen that, but he's correct. Isaiah 53 is not talking about Jesus. Because just a couple chapters
and
before
even,
that...
like, you know, another part in Isaiah where it speaks about, you know, a woman, Alma, correct me if I'm wrong, Alma, which means like, and his name would be Emmanuel, like, you know.
Oh, yes, yeah.
He bore a child. Yeah, and I think I'm not sure it's in Mark or Matthew where they make a blunder saying that it is like a, you know, a virgin would give birth. Not a
right,
young woman.
Says young woman, yeah, correct. That's true. Yeah, for me, I don't obviously agree with Christianity, but I just don't really attack it much because I find them to be very lovely people. They're not doing anything to me.
Because
and
many Christians are pro-Israel.
Well, no, it's not about being pro-Israel. I know a lot of Christians that are sometimes anti-Israel or just don't really care either way. they're still very lovely people. They contribute the most to society in terms of like stuff like charity, adoption, organizations that help people. Same thing with Jews, but obviously Jews are such a tiny people. They have a big punch for their size, for sure. But yeah, Christians being 2.5 billion, I think they're a net positive for the world. And no offense, but I'm obviously going to be blunt with you. I find Islam to be a net negative. You sound like a nice guy. I'm not speaking as you as an individual, speaking about the tenets of Islam. The tenets of Christianity, even if I don't necessarily agree, it's not like I'm reading the words of Jesus Christ thinking like, oh, that's kind of awful. No, they're great teachings. I have no issue with them.
I mean, Jesus does kind of affirm the Hebrew Bible. I mean
He might, yeah, Christians totally might be right. He might actually be the Messiah, and maybe the Messiah is really supposed to come back after a second time.
That's what we believe also.
Well,
But
no,
we don't believe he's the Messiah because
no.
of the New Testament. Or the
You don't believe in, you believe he's a Messiah in terms of how Islam defines a Messiah. You don't believe he's the Moshiach ben David.
Yeah, exactly. Not
right.
We don't believe it because of the New Testament or
Right.
the
See, this is
Bible.
another
We believe
thing
it
I
because of-
find disingenuous about Muslims when they try to appeal to Christians by saying, "Oh yeah, we believe that too." No, you don't. No, you don't. Okay, you believe in a totally different. Might as well be a different human being.
Yeah, that's why. Yes, we believe in a different Jesus. That's what we say.
Right. You don't say that normally. You guys try to appeal to the Christians by saying stuff like, "Oh yeah, he's important to us too. We love him." It's like he's the same
that's
guy
why we
as in
need
the
to
same
stop saying such
name,
a thing.
but it's.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, you're right. You guys should definitely stop saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else? I mean, like you also come up with these things like hey, what's with these goats? Muslims and goats. Something kind of make this theory.
Okay, so to be fair, I generally bring that kind of stuff up when someone is not being like you and is. I match energy, right? You come at me. I even have a little pet goat right here. See. And I will absolutely match energy. But if you're someone like you, then no, I don't generally bring that stuff up. Although it is true that there is a lot of bestiality in the region, but I'm not gonna.
It is haram. I mean, like if you read I think you have read the hadiths, right? It says haram because in Tirmidhi 1455 says that punishable. Bestiality is punishable.
Okay, well, you should talk to some of the people. For me, it's not particularly that I think it's Islamic. I think it's more of a regional thing. But what do you think about sexual pleasure from prepubescent girls? Do you think that's punishable?
Yeah.
Really? Where does it say that? In fact, there was an entire fatwa that was put out by Khomeini, which I assume you're probably Sunni and not Shia, but nonetheless, he literally says prior to puberty, you're allowed to use the girl for sexual pleasure, but you're not allowed to have vaginal
I
intercourse.
mean, you should look at Adnan Rashid how he dismantles Khomeini.
Okay, then let's put Khomeini aside. Let's talk about the Quran. The Quran in Surah 65, Ayah 4 says for prepubescent girls that their iddah, the waiting period post-divorce, is 3 months. And in Surah 33, it says there is no iddah for a girl that you have sexual relations with. So, here go.
You can read Surah 4 verse 6 and read the tafsir.
Yeah, so Surah 4 is,
verse-
yep, so Surah 4, yeah, so Surah
And
4.
read the tafsir of Jalalain.
I've read the
Says that-
tafsir. So Surah 4 Ayah 6 specifically talks about orphans, and it just says at a marriageable age, which we don't know what that means according to Islam. You guys just put a modern aspect onto it and say, oh, look, 4:6 debunks this. No, it doesn't, actually. On top of that, Ibn Abbas, who I'm sure you know what that is, yeah? Yeah? Yes? No? Maybe? Yep, he's the companion in his tafsir.
Yeah.
Specifically says about 65:4 that it is specifically referring to young girls. And Ibn Kathir also backs that up, but Ibn Kathir obviously comes hundreds of years later.
Yeah, I think they gave 3 things like pregnant women, young girls, or women of older age.
Correct.
who
That's
no
correct.
longer.
Yeah, pregnant women, it's to the end of their birth, or when they give birth, and the menopause and prepubescent is 3 months.
I'll look it up.
Even if, let me ask you though, even if we assumed that you can wait till puberty plus 1 day, would you think that's okay anyways? Like even if we assumed it was past puberty or at least the start of puberty, is that still okay? Because that could be a 9-year-old girl.
Past puberty. I am not into this topic, man.
Well, I'm saying the best case scenario, if you looked up 65.4, and let's determine you were able to prove to me, you won't be able to, but let's say hypothetically you prove to me, oh, see, it actually means when they get their puberty. Okay, let's just assume that's true. Girls back then did not get their puberty as early as they do today. Girls today get their puberty earlier than in 7th century Arabia. Yeah, we know Aisha was 9 years old when the 54-year-old Prophet Muhammad had sex with her. So very, 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 very likely she was not post-puberty. She was probably prepubescent. And there's the hadith, of course, when she's living with him, that she's playing with dolls. And it says that the dolls were allowed if one is prior to puberty.
I think there are YouTube channels that explain this, but
Oh, I'm sure I've seen them. They never give a good answer.
they all explain them.
If that was true, how would you feel about that, being a Muslim? Let's say hypothetically I'm correct.
About what?
I said hypothetically I'm correct. Muhammad was 54, Aisha was 9. You're allowed to do this with prepubescent girls.
Consummated the marriage at 9.
Correct. That's what I'm saying, when she was 9. If I was correct, which I am, but if you determined I was correct, how would you feel about that? Would you still want to be Muslim?
Just read the hadith. Read the entire hadith literature.
It is. It's Surah 5133 and Surah 513. Or sorry, Sahih al-Bukhari 5133 and Sahih al-Bukhari 5134. The entire hadith says exactly that.
Yeah, there's, I think, in Sahih al-Bukhari where she said that, I think she obtained puberty or something.
Nope.
Before her parents or something like, menstruate. Once again, there are YouTube channels
Okay,
that,
let's assume she obtained puberty, and then the days later, after she gets her first menstruation, days after that, Muhammad at 54 has sex with her. How would you feel about that then? Let's assume she hit puberty.
I mean, like, morality comes from God. I mean, like, we can't use our...
Do you think it's moral then? Would you have sex with a 9-year-old girl at 54?
I wouldn't have sex with children. That's one thing I'll tell you.
So you agree it's wrong?
You gotta ask the YouTube channels. I mean, it's wrong to have sex with children.
Well, actually, I actually kind of like speaking with a lot of the Islamic scholars because they usually don't deny it. They usually say, yeah, it's fine. What's wrong with it? It's usually the kind of Muslims that want to deny it because...
I mean, like, you can ask there are the 4 Imams, Abu Hanifa, Malik, Shafi'i, and, Ahmed. They all...
Yeah, I know they are.
I think in their, their books, they've written all these kinds of things.
Yeah, I've seen the...
They have given the minimum age, 15 to 17. Like, around that. That's
so what you're saying is Muslims have updated their morality.
You could say so.
But that's weird because the Quran specifically says that you don't change it. And it even says that if the Prophet Muhammad lied about any of this, may his aorta be cut. Do you know what Muhammad said when he died? To Aisha?
Yeah, that is, I think if you actually read the Arabic, it says abhar. In the Arabic, it's watin.
It's the same exact word that is used in the Quran.
What Arabic uses, in the Quran, it's watin, which is like, that's the aorta. Abhar is more of like the, esophagus kind of thing. In the hadith, esophagus or something. And this was like, 4 years after, the Khaybar event. 4 years
Which one,
after.
the hadith or the Quran?
No, the Quran says watin.
No, I'm saying, what was 4 years? The Quranic verse, or are you talking about when he died?
You're talking about, when he got poisoned, right? In Khaybar.
Well,
Khaybar happened.
So no, he got poisoned, and he survived that, Later, when he did die, he said he felt the poison because it was a Jewish woman that poisoned him, which super based. Well, anyways, it was a Jewish woman that poisoned him, the woman that he forced marriage upon and then raped her. Sophia.
No, that's not what it says.
I know it doesn't use those words, but he did. He slaughtered her father and her husband, and then took her as a wife.
No, that's an exaggeration.
It's not an exaggeration.
This is a
That's
different woman. You're
exactly what.
talking about
No,
Sophia?
same exact. Sophia, yes.
No, this is not Sophia. This is another person.
Well, no. So he later, when he got poisoned, this is much later. He said he still felt the pains from the poisoning, and that it felt like his aorta was cut.
Yeah.
But I'm bringing
He
up.
still lived, but he still lived for like one, I think like around 3-4 days afterwards. And then
Well-
he said his actual final words: "May he be with the highest companions." That's his
Yeah,
actual
no, I know that that Muslims say that he said that, and that might be true, but I didn't mean his literal last words. I guess I should have been more specific. One of his last words. But it's not like the pain went away. I agree. It took 4 days or however many. It took some days to actually kill over. But yes, that's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
it says,
saying that was the
Abha-
same woman that
Abha-
poisoned him. I was just bringing up that Sophia, he did marry her after slaughtering her father and her husband.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if you actually read the context, they actually aggravated the Quraysh to fight against them. They broke the treaty. I think Daniel also brings this up.
What does that have to do with taking
a
a woman that you just slaughtered her father and husband? Is that what it says in the Quran? Actually, it does. It says what your right hand possesses. Do you think that's okay?
right hand possesses?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's,
like,
it's talking about
you
sex
can read
slaves.
the entire.
I've read the entire Quran.
You said Sophia, right? Slaughtered her entire, tribe.
Sophia, yes. The one that poisoned him was Zainab, but Sophia, correct. That was the one that he married her. And then a lot of Muslims will point and say, but she still has to consent. But when you look at the hadith, Muhammad said that her silence is her consent. And on top of that, even if we assume she did say, Muhammad, take me as your wife, even if we assume that, well, we also have to understand at the time that when you slaughter an entire woman's family, the men specifically, she has no way to survive on her own, because at the time, women did need men. So you can also argue that that she would only marry him because the other option is effectively death, because she wouldn't have been able to survive, which would mean that she was coerced, which would mean that any sex from that coercion would be called rape.
Mhm.
Which means the Prophet Muhammad's a rapist.
Oh, wait, this hadith. He was the most hated man to me until, the hatred went away. Something like that.
I'm not sure what you're asking here.
It's a report regarding this. I'll look it up.
MashaAllah. Have you ever looked into Christianity?
Yeah.
Not for you?
I always speak about, Trinity and all this other stuff. That's it.
It's just not for you?
No.
Why not?
I mean, some of the church fathers, they would disagree.
I didn't ask if you looked into the church fathers. I meant the words of Jesus.
The words of Jesus, I mean, they need to first verify this.
Really? That's kind of hypocritical. Have we verified the Quran is actually the words of Muhammad? From the words of Jibreel? From the words of Allah?
No. See, the Gospels are like the Hadiths, you could say. The Gospel, you cannot equate
No, I 100% disagree. The Quran and the Gospels would be the same. They were written by people after
that. Yeah, but the
Jesus
Gospels
/ Muhammad.
are the Gospels are like the biography of Jesus, and the Hadiths are like the biography of Muhammad.
Well,
It's
okay,
not
sure,
I mean, they would consider it to
but
be a
it's
holy
not
book.
this. No, it's not the same. the Bible, the Christian Bible, especially the Gospels, would definitely. I get it's written differently. You're right. It's kind of more of a biography, and it says Jesus said, sure. However, it still would be equivalent to the Christian Bible. But nonetheless, regardless, how have you confirmed the Quran to be the exact words that Muhammad spoke?
Because the Quran was meant to be preserved orally.
How do you know?
Ibn Abbas, you have Zayd bin Thabit, you
a
have
non-prophet,
Ibn
a
Mas'ud,
non-divine person. Okay, keep going.
Uthman.
Oh, another
These are
non-prophet, another not divine person. Who else? At least
I mean, like,
Christians will say Paul and the companions were divinely inspired, but Uthman specifically burned several different copies and only pushed one out. How do you know he got it right?
Yeah, and that copy came from the Prophet Muhammad, Hafsa.
Well, no, that's not true. What he said, and I know you know, and I know you know I know, what he said was after many of the companions and the people that supposedly, quote unquote, memorized it, were killed in a battle. And so he said, we need to compile this. And then some of the companions were like, no, we shouldn't, because Muhammad didn't say we should. But then they did it anyways. Probably a smart move.
Yeah, because the Quran was meant to be preserved orally. It wasn't meant to be
Right.
preserved like in a Muslim.
But,
book. That's
okay,
the whole...
did Muhammad...
But we did it.
Wait, no, you didn't. I'll explain why. Did Muhammad ever forget verses that he was given during his life?
Yeah.
He did, and you would argue he was the most...
But Jibreel was there to correct him.
Correct, exactly.
Jibreel was there
Good job,
to correct him.
Habibi. You just took the words right out of my mouth. Good job. You're correct. Jibril was there to correct him. Was Jibril there for
In his
Uthman?
final year, he came 2 times.
Was Jibril there for Uthman?
No.
Was Jibril there for Ibn Abbas? Abu Bakr, Umar, Ali?
Yeah, he was there for Omar and Uthman. I mean, Omar and Abu Huraira because...
After Prophet
they
Muhammad?
No, during...
Right, I'm talking about after. Was he there for them? The answer is no. You know the answer is no. So, if the Prophet Muhammad, the most perfect man to ever exist, if he could forget it, and it happened multiple times, by the way.
Yeah, but he's only one guy.
But he's the most perfect guy. He's
but
a
you have many
prophet.
companions. All of them
Most of
memorized
them were
Zayd
killed.
bin
Most
Thabit.
of them were dead. I'm not asking, did they fucked up the whole thing? I'm asking you, how do you know that they got it perfectly? We're not talking about some book that you're trying to remember. We're talking about the words of Allah. How do you know? And the reason I'm asking this is because of your criticism with Christianity. Well, we gotta verify that. I find that hypocritical. How do you know that the words that Uthman put down with the remaining companions, because most of them had been killed, how do you know they got it exactly right?
You have the Mus'haf of Hafsa. That's the only thing.
I'm sorry, can you
And
speak up? You're mumbling a little bit.
You have the Mus'haf of Hafsa. That's how we got it.
Can you explain that for me, please?
That is like, it's the Quran that was with his fourth wife Hafsa. She is the one who had it.
Right.
And the remaining, the copies, they had some errors. So, this one had to correct, so they...
Yeah, so
compiled
that
it
one
and
wasn't
they
even
standardized it.
complete. Yeah, that one wasn't even complete. And once again, I'm not saying that they would have gotten a lot of it wrong. How do you also know they didn't corrupt it? Because there are men do corrupt things, right? They weren't prophets, they weren't divinely inspired, they weren't being watched, and
That's
Jibril
why
was there.
It was burnt. That was Uthman burnt it. That's
How
why
do you
Uthman
know?
burnt it.
How do you know Uthman wasn't corrupting the Bible, the Quran? Maybe he changed some
Because
things.
he
He's
was
like, you know what? I really don't like this. I'm going to change this.
Because you have other companions.
But
who can
Uthman
read.
was the one that ended up really burning what he thought and pushing out the last one. But even still, how do you know that the men didn't corrupt it? Because the people that wrote
You have Ali. You have Ali who agrees with it. Ali, the fourth caliph, Ali, who agrees with it.
Again, your arguments that you say that you used against Christianity are the exact same that could be used. And what I find hypocritical is that when you're talking about the Quran, you're like, yeah, but there was this guy. How is that any different than the Christian Bible that you are criticizing for not being verified?
Yeah, but we know who authorized and standardized the Quran, but we don't know for the Bible. Like, we don't know
No.
who's Matthew,
Okay, let me
Mark,
ask
Luke,
you.
and
How
John.
do you know? How do you know who authorized and standardized the Quran? How do you know? How do you know?
Uthman standardized the Quran.
How
Abu
do
Bakr
you know
compiled it.
that? You weren't
History.
there. Okay, what history? Where does it come from?
Medina, during their caliphate.
That's a place. How do you know? What could I read now that says Uthman standardized it and he did it correctly because of A, B, and C? What am I reading right now today?
Well, you explain.
I would say the Hadith is one thing, but the Hadiths come hundreds of years later, yeah?
You have hadiths from the time of Muhammad, like, Sahifas.
Well,
You know,
no, but
I mean,
they were
after the-
compiled later. They're all from the times of
People who
Muhammad.
were- yeah, that they became thematic. They became thematic, like, which means based on themes, formal.
But the guy that
hadiths were
the
written
guy
from
that
a-
compiled them together and interviewed and studied and read and said these are the ones that I'm going to compile as Sahih al-Bukhari was later. I'm not saying he got it wrong, could have gotten it perfectly right, but what I am saying is when you say, "Oh yeah, but we know Uthman was a good guy and Ali agreed," you only know that because people later said that they said that. How do you know that's true?
oral tradition. It's like
So people said that that's true. How do you know? First off, you have to believe that the person that said this person said it is accurate. And then even if you believe that, you have to one second. Even if you believe one second. Even if you believe that, then you have to then believe that the person that they said something is also accurate. And then even if you believe that, you then have to believe that they're accurately portraying what the first person said, aka Muhammad. And then you have to believe that Muhammad actually is getting revelation from Jibril. I get you do believe that because you're a Muslim, and by all means have your faith. What I'm calling out is your hypocrisy with your criticism of the Christian Bible, which me not being Christian or Muslim, I find to be insane because it's exactly the same criticism.
Okay, sure. You can go to this non-Muslim guy by the name of Marjan van Putten.
I'm a
He's
non-Christian
actually
guy,
a
and I'm
non-Muslim.
telling you, I don't understand why that matters.
Yeah, because he tells you Marjan van Putten. He actually explains all these things. I've seen his videos. Marjan van Putten. He speaks regarding, even Bart Ehrman also speaks regarding all this.
That's
Bart Ehrman.
awesome. I don't know what that has to do with the answer to my questions, but that's awesome. Yeah, maybe I'll check him out. What
Marjan van Putten is a guy who studied regarding about the Quran, the preservation of the Quran. Bart Ehrman is a guy who studied regarding about.
I'm
the
not
preservation of
arguing
the
about the
Gospels.
preservation of Quran. I'm not arguing against that. I'm sure the Quran, when it was compiled, has been relatively preserved with little to no changes. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm asking you, how do you know that first one was exactly word for word what Allah said to Jibril, to Muhammad? That's my question. You can...
Oral tradition, that's it.
Exactly. So you're going off of what people said. People who were not divine, people who did not have Jibril, people who were not prophets. It's the same thing. That doesn't... You can compile something wrong. Even if it's 99% accurate, it's still 1% wrong. And then you can preserve that incorrect thing for thousands and thousands of years. I didn't argue about preservation. I'm sure it's preserved. Great. Awesome. It's only 1,400 years old, so it's not that hard to preserve. Dude, we have the Dead Sea Scrolls that are 600, 700 years older than the entire Islam. So it's not that weird to preserve a foot. Like, I always loved when Muslims are like, oh, we preserved ours. What did you guys do? Yeah, your Bible, or sorry, your Quran is like infant compared to the Torah. So yeah, I get it. You preserved it. Awesome. That's great. But preserving something that's wrong is still wrong. Especially when there's contradictions in it.
I'll get it. I'll see into it. I'll see about it.
Hope you do.
All right, man.
All right, brother. Peace.
Fucking A bladder.
Hey, bladder.
ما ازرخ انت
What
ازرخ انت ازرخ الخاي
What
You Israel Chai.
are you saying, bro?
Israel Chai? Israel Shai? Israel Chai, how you say it?
I'm Israel Chai.
I'm Israel Chai. How you don't know what the fuck I'm saying? I'm Israel Chai.
Nailed
My
it.
nigga, bro.
Time to escort Grandpa Tweety out the door. 20.
That's the one that wanted.
Hey, that was the guy that liked kosher dill pickles. Oh. Broccoli.
Oh, disgusting ass, nasty ass, Israeli ass, dirty ass.
Why do you sound chopped as fuck? Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Why is your baby on here? Boy.
We shouldn't. It's bad for you.
Yeah, I know. That's why I definitely don't do that.
Yeah, you're better than me.
Well, I mean, never said. Well, like I did say that I don't, but
No, I got you. You're being facetious.
I mean, like I don't have one, but just like if I'm at school, you know, it's just like
How old are you? Okay, I'm gonna skip because I'm live right now. I think you're a minor, so I'm just gonna. The person asking, I can't tell.
No
they skip
way,
or Nick
dude.
skips.
Hello?
They do. Hello, hi.
Hi, how you doing, man?
You're in Turkey?
I am in Turkey, and I know exactly who you are, man. Exactly who you are.
Is that a
A
good
little
thing? or-
surprising, I know, but you know.
No, it's not surprising. People, I just had someone from Hong Kong that knew me, but it's just you're in Turkey, so I would take the assumption.
Wait, I'm curious. What do you think? What do you think that I think about you? You know.
I would say most people
Sort
I
of.
connect with in Turkey don't like me, but it's not like it's gonna be an automatic thing. I've seen people in Muslim countries that are like, "I love your work," actually.
Yeah, it's just that in Turkey, you know, there's a lot of immigrants from like Syria, a lot of Kurdish people. Some Kurdish people, they don't really like Israel, you know.
Most
yeah.
Kurdish people I connect with, most of them do like or at least are neutral with me. But you're right.
Yeah.
There's some Kurdish people that see me and they're like, "Fuck Israel." What are you?
Yeah,
Are you?
I mean, by the way, I know it says Turkey, but I'm actually from the Turkish Republic of North Cyprus. You know, if you know about that
the
one.
place you're occupying? Yeah.
Yeah, but like to be honest with you, if you know the history a little bit, it's kind of justifiable. Like we can look at it that way. It's not like Turkey just came in randomly and just took it over. You know.
Really? You want to go through that history a little bit?
I mean, do you know about it?
Well, yeah. Listen, if you're from the land, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume, but you definitely invaded. Now, don't get me wrong. You guys do you, but I find it a little interesting because now I don't know your opinion, but a lot of Turkish people will be like, occupy your Israel. And
Oh,
it's like,
the thing is, right? The thing is, right? Because I'm Turkish Cypriot, I feel more of a sympathy towards the Israelis. You know, that's the reason why I don't really have a super negative view of Israel. You know, that's one of the reasons.
No, most Turkish people aren't they anti-Israel?
I wouldn't say so, to be honest with you. I mean, there's a lot of
Really?
like pro-Islamic Turkish people, but if you talk to like I don't know somebody from my age, they would either not really care or just have a negative opinion, but like not really care about Israel. If that makes sense.
They're the ones that are not as pious.
Yeah. Because if you think about it, Turkey is it has one of the largest atheist populations, largest growing atheist populations in the world. You know. But yeah. Also about the North Cyprus, did you know about Ioka B?
I don't know that. No.
Yeah, basically they were like a radical Greek group that murdered the British soldiers and it killed the Turkish Cypriot people. That's the reason, one of the reasons why. And they took down their own government, by the way. The government that had a Greek president and a Turkish vice president. So
That's why you guys invaded.
you know, one of the reasons why we.
So what you're
invaded,
saying
you know,
is you were attacked, so you invaded their land and occupied it?
Well, you know, it's just that they had all these fresh new guns, and what we had was stuff left over from World War II. You know, we didn't like the Turkish Cypriot people. We weren't supported by anybody other than Turkey.
So what you're saying is that you were attacked, people didn't support you, and so you got little amount of support by being gifted World War II old guns, which you used to defend yourself. Is that what you're saying? Did I get that right?
Like we didn't have enough.
Just want to make sure. Is that correct? Was that good? Was that correct though?
Kind of. Like, you know, it's just that
it sounds a lot like
you were getting murdered in your own. You were getting
It sounds a lot like, let's say if you were to go back to your indigenous homeland, hypothetically, you get attacked, and then let's say the Czech were to give you old World War II weapons that you use to defend yourself against the people attacking you. Who was it that did that? They weren't getting a lot of support. The Czech gave them World War II guns, and then they used that to help.
Oh,
that was
Israel. We had World War II guns. We had World War II guns left over from like the whole stuff. It's just that Turkey came in like around 1974. It took over the north of Cyprus, and yeah, that's why we had a safer place. That's why I sympathize with Israel. You know.
Kill that dog. All right, brother.
But are you streaming? Are you streaming now?
Yes,
right now? Am I gonna get clipped? Am I gonna get clipped?
Do you want to get clipped?
Not really, you know, because I'm not like really anti-Israel, to be honest with you.
I mean, I can clip that part.
Oh man, I don't want to get clipped though. Like,
all right, I won't clip you then, no problem. I mean, you are live, so about 3,000 people are listening to you right now, but I won't post it on my Instagram.
Wait, how many subscribers did you have, man? Do you have?
So the 3,000 is between the different places I'm streaming, which is YouTube and X. So it's not 3,001, okay. But on YouTube, I'm about to hit 80,000 subscribers.
Oh, okay. I mean, I've seen some of your videos, man. I like what you do, man. I like what you do. You're also decently. Also, lastly, before you go, what do you think about the relationship that America has with Turkey and the odd dual-sidedness of how America both supports Israel and Turkey? You know, what do you think about that? It's kind of.
Look, you sound great, but I don't trust Turkey, and I definitely don't trust Erdogan. And so, for me, I don't like that Trump is cozying up so much with him, and I don't like the fighter jet package that he's doing with them. If Turkey were to change their attitude or change their leader, and he had a more, not even pro-Israel, but even just a more kind of how you speak, then yeah, I think I would definitely, I would be. Listen,
I don't like Erdogan as well, man. I don't like Erdogan.
Hold on one sec. Yeah. It looks like. Oh, okay. Sorry, my chat was saying it was frozen, but I was like, I see it. I don't know why it froze for a little bit, you guys. That was weird, but it looks like it's back. Sorry. I'm listening to you. Yeah, I just saw like one person say it. And I'm like, yeah, it's probably just them. But then a bunch of people were saying
oh,
it.
okay.
But now that people are saying
I mean, you weren't frozen for me, so.
Test. Say something.
Hello?
You guys can't hear the audio.
Hello?
We're saying
oh, okay.
I can hear the audio.
But now that people are saying
oh, now people are saying it's good. That's weird. I don't know.
Oh, that was odd. But yeah. I was just saying, like, what do you think about like Azerbaijan and stuff?
Azerbaijan, yeah. I know they have a lot of controversy with Armenia for sure, and I don't support a lot of the stuff that they're doing. However, strategically speaking, I think Azerbaijan is a very strategic people to be allied with.
That's fair, because like it's just that you guys like the Armenian people, but the Armenian people don't really like you guys because you guys supported Azerbaijan in the Karabakh War. You know, I mean, not you. I mean Israel, but you know.
Yeah, no, you're good. I get what you mean. Well, Israel doesn't really support them in that way as much anymore. They are allied in a way, but they started doing what they did with Armenia in 2021. Israel hasn't really supplied as many weapons to Azerbaijan as they used to.
I've heard some people say that as Israel is slowly cutting ties with Azerbaijan.
Yeah. Sorry, I just I got a super chat from Conservative Kelly. She said, "Thanks for the super chat, Nick. The State Department canceled the F-35 program with Turkey on Monday. Fuck yeah. Sorry for you, but fuck yeah. Good. I didn't know that.
Oh man.
Well, thank you for the news. I actually didn't know that. Anyways, look,
Well,
you sound great, dude. I hope more people are like you in Turkey.
yeah. What does the chat say about me, by the way? I'm kind of
Yeah, they say
about
no,
that.
they like you. Yeah, they said like they said a lot of people in North Cyprus are good people, and you know,
Like we were like normally people in Turkey are already secularized, but us on North Cyprus, because we live with the Greek people for a very long time, and I mean I love the Greek people, you know.
Yeah.
Some of them they don't like me, but you know, like we're more secularized than even the Turks that live in Turkey. So
I got you.
yeah.
All right, well, God
Like
bless
I know
you.
that
Okay.
you don't like Islam. I know
No,
that you don't like Islam, but yeah, you gonna go?
Yeah, I gotta go, but I'm about to end the live here pretty soon because it's 1 a.m. where I'm at.
Oh yeah, I know, man. I know, because it's much later than when you normally stream. But yeah,
For sure.
you take care, man. And yeah, I hope to. I'm gonna check out my line, by the way.
All right,
Bye bye.
peace.
Oh my god, I just look like a fan.
You guys are all dark.
That flag behind you.
Which one, the American or the Israeli or the Iranian?
Honestly,
All of them? You hate all of them?
why do you support Israel?
I got my degree in Middle Eastern history, and I studied the conflict neutrally because I'm not Jewish or Arab or Muslim, and I found that Israel was actually a lot more in the right. They're not perfect, but you know they were a lot more right. There's a lot of propaganda against Israel that I maybe even used to believe some of it. Then I determined, based off of my research, that it wasn't true.
So what would you call them, like bombing Palestine? Like what would you call that?
Palestine. What would I call it? I mean, it's a response. You're talking about today, I assume, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a response to the October 7th attack. Hamas just came. Well, actually, they still haven't come out because they haven't agreed to it yet, but relatively just now have come out and have thought to maybe disarm. And that it's been almost 3 years since the October 7th attack. And so, yeah, I could understand your point if Israel was just bombing for no reason. Let's say Hamas on day one was like, we disarm, we give up, here's all the hostages, we're sorry, whatever. And they continue to bomb. I'd get what you're saying, but they didn't. So what do you want Israel to do? Nothing? They slaughtered 1,200 people, 351 people at a music festival. They kidnapped 251 people. A 9-month-old baby they strangled with their bare hands. They killed a 14-hour-old baby. They shot her in the leg. Like, what exactly would you have done if it was you? Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. Jesus, that guy was loud. Hello. The fuck was the duck lips for? What's up?
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Nope.
Mashallah. Hey, it's me. Oh, I get it.
Hey, Nick.
He's doing the thing with the, yeah. Hey, what's up? I don't
Hope
know
you're
your
doing
name.
well, bro.
Yeah, good. Oh, I liked it. Oh, dude, I like these. Heck yeah.
I made them with AI. They're good.
Did you make them with AI? No, I thought they were real pictures. BB just winking and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of them that I made.
Like it.
I appreciate it. You're doing really good work. It's good to see you.
Thanks, brother. I want that chain. if I ever convert to Judaism, I'm buying that fucking chain.
You definitely should. You definitely should. But I won't take up your time though. But I hope you have
All
a
right,
really
brother.
good rest of your stream, brother.
God
Peace.
bless. Peace. BB's drippy. What's up, dude? Oh, okay. What's up? Habibi? Habibti? Habibi?
Listen to me, you fucking Jew. You
Not a Jew.
filthy fucking Jew. You fucking cake. Where are your horns and your tail? You are the synagogue of Satan.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Do you know where Synagogue of Satan comes from? I'm not Jewish, by the way, but do
Yes.
you know where
You
Synagogue?
you got the Jew flag.
Yeah, I support Israel. But real quick, do you know? Just don't run away.
No,
I want
no,
to
no,
talk to
no,
you. Don't run away. Don't run away. Don't run away. Oh shit! Fuck.
Hi.
Guy was Jordanian.
Nick!
I don't know you. Sorry. Hi.
Oh my god, why are you still on here, bro? Are you that bored?
I'm live. This is what I do on my live. Well, the last quarter of my live. All right. You good?
Nick, I'm a fan, bro.
What's up, brother?
I'm good. It's a pleasure seeing you in the first time here.
Naemeod.
God bless you. Stay safe.
You too.
I love you.
Thanks, brother. Oh, I really like those kind of supporters. Just like love you and then peace. Pakistan. Oh, it was Pakistan.
Hey, what's up, Nick Mattel?
Oh, hello.
Are you only talking to Muslims tonight?
Just like I do every night, but
I mean, I have some questions. Well, I only have like one question for you guys to know.
I was about to say it's 1 a.m. You get one question.
Okay, I got you. So, because of my limited research, I do believe that you follow the 7 laws given to Adam and Noah. Something like that might be a little off. But my question to you:
Noahide covenant. Yeah, go ahead.
If you believe in the Noahide covenant from a strict Tanakh only position without like the Talmud, because I've heard you say that you don't believe in the Talmud, then
Well, it's not that I don't. Listen, I don't think people understand the Talmud. Like, do you understand what the Talmud is?
whenever I've read it, it's just them like debating different topics.
Right, but there's the Mishnah, there's the Gemara, and then you have the Chumash, like my Stone Edition Torah, right? And then you have, and generally the Chumash, you're gonna have like Rashi's commentary, usually at the top, and you have different commentary, and then you also have the Mishnah Torah, and then you have the Jerusalem versus Babylonian Talmud. So it's not that I don't believe in the Talmud, I just don't think it's for me. I'm not a Jew, and so it's like, it's not that I've never read parts of the Talmud and I go, wow, that's nice, but I can't believe in it because it's not. No, of course, it's
Okay.
just okay. Go ahead. What's your question?
So okay, I understand now because I've only really read Sanhedrin, and that's where they're really debating. So like I've read how they have commentaries on Isaiah 53 and Daniel 7 mainly. But if you believe that you only have to follow the 7 laws, then why does if you want, I could give you the verses, but I believe that the Tanakh is really telling even the foreigners to follow the laws that the Israelites follow, not just the
It
7.
doesn't say that. So what that's talking about, most likely, I'd have to read more into the context. It's probably talking about of the time when there was foreigners in the land under the halakhic law. There might be something there. I'm not really sure if that's what I'm just going to assume that's probably what it was. Because if you go to the Mishnah Torah with Maimonides, the Rambam specifically says for the Gentiles, if you follow the 7 laws of Noah, the Noahide laws, and of course you're a good person, which I guess technically that's synonymous, then you will have the same afterlife, the same world to come as the Jew. That's what he says.
But why do you believe in what he says though?
It's not about what he says. I'm just saying if you're going to use that as a source, I'm going to debunk it with, like, we're using the same sources here. I'm not saying about believing it or not. I'm saying if you're going to say this is what it says, I'm going to say you're wrong, and here's my... It's like, for example, if a Muslim says to me, oh, that's not true, and I use parts of the Quran, he wouldn't respond to me, well, why would you believe the Quran? I wouldn't. I'm just saying that that's the same source.
I know that, but here's the thing though, you're interpreting the source through the lens of your commentary. So I'm
Not
asking, like,
interpreting anything. If you ask me what I believe, I'll give it to you. I'm telling you that you're wrong because here's commentary about specifically what we're talking about. Just like
Right,
how
so-
if a Muslim says something wrong, I'll say here's a hadith or Quran, Sunnah, whatever, that says that I'm right. That's what I'm saying.
I understand, but it's a commentary. It's not part of the text.
Just like the Talmud isn't either. It is text. The Mishnah Torah is text, just like the Talmud. What are you saying right now?
So, right, all right. I'm saying that I have a couple of verses from the Tanakh that would show
Oh, the
that
Tanakh. I thought you said the
Yeah, yeah,
Talmud.
No.
You
I'm talking about-
100% said the Talmud because you said Sanhedrin. You did. 100% you said Sanhedrin.
We could go back. That's not what I meant though. Just to clarify right now.
Okay, you do agree though. You said I read the Sanhedrin because that's where they debate. That's what you said.
I said I've read the Sanhedrin. I didn't say I'm.
And then
quoting the
right
Sanhedrin.
after that, you said they said ...
No. I never said that they said that. I'm talking about the Tanakh. I
Okay,
misspoke.
sure. Okay, I have the Tanakh here. Sure. Tell me, you said that Tanakh says that I have to, as a Noahide, follow exactly what the Israelites follow?
The foreigners have to follow what the native borns follow.
Yeah, if they're in the land under halakhic status, and even then it's not fully true because the laws of Leviticus would only be to the Hebrews. So no, that's not true.
Really? But Leviticus is the one that says that you got to set the same law for the foreigner. As
My
the
guess is you're misreading the context for sure. But nonetheless, what does foreigners have to do with Noahides?
Aren't the so as a Noahide, you don't believe that you have to follow the Jewish law because you're not a Jew, right?
Correct, but if we were, let's say, post-Moshiach, right? If the Moshiach comes, the third temple was rebuilt. It is not for the Jews, it's for people of God. So Noahides would have the same access to the temple as Jews. Now, of course, there's the Holy of Holies, and that's the high priest. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying the temple as a whole. And so, yes, if I were to live under that, under the ruling of the Moshiach and the halakhic status, yeah, I assume that there would be a lot of things that I had to follow. But what does that have to do with me in contemporary times as a Noahide, which is what you're talking about?
I didn't know that the covenant changed. I mean, I don't know.
Nobody said the covenant changed.
But you're okay. I understand. Maybe the covenant didn't change, but I believe that you're saying that you don't have to follow them in contemporary times. But
I do not have to follow. Like I do not have to keep kosher, for example.
Right, but why is that?
Because that was the law given to the Hebrews.
Okay, but then Leviticus 24 says that you got to set the
Okay,
same
let's
law.
pull up Leviticus 24.
Yeah, I might be reading.
You're definitely reading it wrong because you're the only person in history that's ever said that a Noahide, or really everyone should be a Noahide. So technically you're saying everyone should follow the same laws, which
No,
is
I'm not,
obviously,
though.
you are saying that, right?
The early Christians debated this heavily in like Acts, for example.
Yeah, but we're not debating based off of Christian theology right now. You're debating based off the Tanakh. So I'm saying, you're saying that I'm not saying, Jesus Christ, you're like taking my words and not understanding the most basic concept. I'm not saying you believe that. I'm saying what you are quoting would say that. The Christian text didn't come until many, many, many hundreds of years later. You're saying that this would say that, but that doesn't make sense because this would assume that everyone, obviously that's a Gentile, would be a Noahide. So if, and I know it's going to be wrong, but if Leviticus said that essentially then everyone that was a Gentile would have to follow the same laws, I know that's not going to be true because then God wouldn't separate. They would just say these are the laws for the people. Okay, go ahead and tell me what part of 24. So I'm not going to read all of 24 right now.
Okay, for sure. So it says in verse 22 of Leviticus chapter 24, you shall have one law for the alien, for the native born, for I am the Lord your God.
Let me see right here. So it says, you shall have one standard for stranger and citizen alike, for I, the Lord, am your God. So it's not talking about law at all. But let's read a little bit before it. All right, let's read 15 and on. And to the Israelite people speak thus, anyone who blasphemes his God shall bear his guilt. If he also pronounces the name Lord, he shall be put to death. The whole community shall stone him, stranger or citizen. If he has thus pronounced the name, he shall be put to death. If anyone kills any human being, he shall be put to death. If anyone who kills a beast shall make restitution for it, life for life. If anyone maims his fellow as he has done, so shall be. I feel like I have to go back even further because this isn't even like the start. One who kills a beast shall make restitution for it. You shall have one standard for stranger and citizen. Let's go back a little bit farther. I might end up having to read the whole thing. There came out among the Israelites one whose mother was Israelite and whose father was Egyptian, and a fight broke out. And the Lord spoke to Moses, take the blasphemer outside the camp, and let all who were within hearing lay their hands upon his head, and let the whole community... Let's go back further. You shall take choice flour, back, and bacon, and they shall belong to Aaron and his sons, who shall eat them. Let's just go back to the beginning. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, command the Israelite people to bring you clear oil of and Aaron shall set up them in a tent of meeting outside the curtain of the pact. It's law for all time throughout the ages. Yeah, it sounds like he's talking to specifically. It's not even like strangers in the land. You said they were in the land. He's speaking to Moses, dude.
Wait. Okay, so show me what's the argument, right?
You said in the land, right? I assumed you meant Israel, right?
So 22 is talking about that there's an alien and there's the native born. So are you saying that the alien is Jewish as well?
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, are you talking about in the land, like Israel?
Sure. I don't know exactly what the context of it is.
Yeah, so I'm saying that this is just talking about the strangers that actually went. This is not in Israel at all. You know why I know? Because this is talking to Moses. So this would have been during the time that they were in probably the desert. But, you know, none of that generation ever went into Israel. Moses saw it and then died. and then the next generation went in. So this would be before that because he's speaking to Moses. I'd have to go back even farther because even the beginning of 24, that's how I was able to determine that he's not even talking about in the land, but he's speaking of the strangers. So he's saying the standard, not law. You were wrong about that, but standard.
The Hebrew just says the standard of law.
You speak Hebrew?
I'm just reading what it's rendered as directly. I mean,
So I can read it in Hebrew. It's specifically, I'll look to the word. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It would like, for example, like Jewish law is halakha or halakhic status or halakhic, excuse me. It doesn't say that word at all. Now,
formal decree. That's what it's defined as. Mishpat. It's a formal decree. Mishpat.
So this is very clearly talking about at the circumstance and the time of specifically in the healing tent and Moses around it, which would not even be in the land.
Yeah, what's the argument? So I don't understand. Like, what is your argument?
Well, first off, it's your argument. You're saying to me from the very beginning, and I'm going to finish it here. Let's go back to the root of the argument. The root of the argument is you said to me, hey, you say you're a Noahide, but you don't really follow the Talmud, but wouldn't you have to follow ... Now you're talking about a time that's very, very specific during an area that's very, very specific, and you're applying it to me because I'm a Noahide. So first off, my question to you, right, because chapter 24 deals with the oil for the menorah and the showbread. So it's talking about in context with that. That might be true, but that's not what you originally said. Your original question, correct, was you're a Noahide, but you don't follow the Talmud. You don't believe in it. You've heard me say that. So why wouldn't I have to follow the other laws outside of the 7 commandments for Noah, or 7, commandments?
Yeah, the universal laws.
Right. So why are you arguing that I should? Because 24, which is talking about the oil for showbread and menorah, and outside of the tent of healing, in the terms of Moses, you're saying that because it says that for that time of those people and the strangers of those people, you're saying I have to follow it? What's your basis off of that?
Well, first of all, you have yet to give me a verse within 24 or even before that shows that conditional of the time or the place. So like if you
it's conditional because he says to Moses, do this for the strangers. How do you know he's speaking about every single non-Jew for all time? You would have to prove that.
The argument for that.
What is your question?
So how do you know he's not speaking to all of the foreigners?
So that's called proving a negative. I can't prove a negative. I don't know how he's not doing that. That's ridiculous. You have to prove that he is doing that.
We just don't know what he's talking about.
Well, I'm sure if we read a lot more than just a few verses, we probably would get it. I'm not perfect and I don't have it memorized. But for you to tell me, well, you haven't proven he's not saying that is the dumbest thing ever. You can't prove a negative. One second. You can't prove a negative. Of course I can't prove he's not saying something. You have to prove he is saying that. So if you can give me a verse where he says this isn't just for these strangers, but for all, and then you have to assume that strangers means all non-Jews around the world for all time. You have to prove that. You're making the positive claim. Why would I prove that he's not saying something? How could you prove?
I'm putting you on the defense for the rebuttal.
It doesn't matter. How can I? But you haven't proven he is saying that.
The plain text just reads that way. What other?
The plain text does not read that way at all. I just read it.
Prove that. Based off of the text, it doesn't read.
I just told you. He told Moses in the time. You agree with that? Yes. Not the literal words. I'm saying he's telling Moses at that moment to the strangers. Yeah,
that's how time works.
What?
Yeah, that's how time works. God.
Correct. So if he's telling Moses, hey, these strangers, you should have one, again, not law, but standard on them, right? How do you know that means all the way to Nick Matau thousands of years later? That was your claim.
Because the law this way still applies to the Jews today. So like, for example,
actually, that's not true. In fact, 2/3 of the mitzvot do not apply to the Jews today. That's incorrect. But you're still not 2/3 of the mitzvot wouldn't apply to the Jews today. Actually, that's incorrect.
Give it to me in plain English.
Commandments. The 613. Hold on, stop. You still haven't answered my question, right?
Question, because which
dude, listen, you're not answering my question. How do you know this attaches to your original question, which you said I should be following all 613 mitzvot, right? Which is obviously not true. You did. You said Jewish.
Nick Matau, pull up the live. I never said you got to follow the 613.
You said Jewish law, did you not?
What I mean Jewish law, I mean like kosher, for example.
That's
because
one
it's
of the 600. Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. That is the 613 mitzvot.
I'm
You're
not
saying the
talking
same
about
thing.
I'm talking
You
about
are.
specific.
Kosher is one of them.
Yeah,
Dude.
the Sabbath, for example. The Sabbath.
That is also one of them. Dude, we're saying the same thing.
I understand that those are part of the 613, but I'm talking about what's specifically found in the Torah.
That is found in the Torah. All 613 mitzvot are found in the Torah, dude.
Okay.
You just don't know what you're talking about. You're arguing so defensively, and I'm trying to teach you, and your arrogance is like going to be your downfall. I'm telling you, you're saying the same thing. I'm just using the proper wording, and you're not. But it's the same thing. What I'm telling you, okay, is your original question was, hey, Nick, shouldn't you be following? Fine, I won't say mitzvot since you don't know what that is. Whatever the fuck you said, okay? And I'm asking you to attach this verse to that question. You have not done that yet. And instead you have said, stop. And then instead you said, hey, Nick, you have to prove he's not saying that. That is called proving a negative. It's a logical fallacy. I can't do that. Now, if we were to sit down and read the entire book of Leviticus, we might have to even go to other books, but let's say hypothetically, I'm sure we would find something. But it doesn't matter. It's your positive claim.
Okay, I got you. So, for example, in verse 8 of this very one that it's talking about is, every Sabbath day, Aaron shall set them in order before the Lord regularly as a commitment of the Israelites, as a covenant forever. So it's talking about the Sabbath day in here, one of the laws that you don't follow, and that still applies to the Jews to this day.
Well, not in the same way, actually. That's not true either. But nonetheless, yes, I agree. The Sabbath is something that Jews, in today's context, yes, they observe. They don't observe it the same way during the temple periods or even before when they had the tabernacle and all that. But yes, that is true. What does that have to do with your original? I'm going to ask one more time, and if you don't answer, I'm going to have to move on, okay? One more time. You said at the very beginning that, hey, you said, even though you don't really follow the Talmud, why not? Shouldn't you be following all the commandments? And then you brought up this verse, which does not say that. I'm asking you, why does this verse, or if you can bring up another one, maybe you're hiding one up your sleeve that you haven't brought out yet, that says that is talking about all Gentiles around the world and even for all time. And if that was the case, why would God give a separate list to the Jews if he really wanted everyone to follow it anyways?
I got you. So, again, the way that I'm...
Not again. If you say again, that tells me you're about to repeat something, which has not explained anything. Give me something new.
I'm going to clarify.
All
Yeah,
right,
you know what? Matter of fact, here. Let me see. I know I was thinking about one in Isaiah. Yeah, I don't want to waste your time, Nick. I'm gonna do
No. I want to hear this. Jeremiah chapter 10 specifically says, "Do not learn from the way of the nations, for their customs are worthless. They chop down the trees from a forest."
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
If it says, "Do not learn from the way of the nations," then it would show a separation.
What?
You know what nations means, right? You know what nations is?
From the Gentile nations?
Correct. So if it's speaking to the Jews, the nations would be all of the Gentiles.
Okay.
In this context.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about again?
I'm saying it shows literally that there would be a separation. You're arguing that there really isn't and should be one standard. I'm saying that one standard, one second.
What?
I'm saying that one standard would specifically be talking to Moses at those people. Again, I can get more context if we sat at this point. We probably should have. I didn't realize this was going to go this long. But nonetheless, if we sat and read the whole thing, I'm sure we would get more context than I've already provided. But I'm saying, speaking of those people at those times, the strangers are not goys or Gentiles, as you're trying to imply. The strangers are literally talking about the strangers he had with him in the camps. You're saying, no, it actually refers to everyone for all time, all around the world. I'm asking you to prove that. If you think that verse proved that, you are incorrect. If you have another verse that proves it, please provide it.
So what would be like
just
something
please provide it.
Okay, for sure. So I do believe that Leviticus 22
does
provides
not.
it, but we could just move on if you don't
It
want to talk
doesn't.
about it.
It doesn't, because one, it doesn't say law, it's a standard, and two, it's talking of the strangers of the time.
I don't want to talk about that one. That's fine.
It's not about not talking about that. I'm asking for something that says what you said.
Yeah, I believe this verse says what I say.
Why do you believe that? You believe that it says all people all around the world and for all time?
That's going to be an exact words fallacy. I'm talking about.
I didn't say those exact words. I'm saying, do you believe that's what it's saying?
Yeah.
Okay, what makes you think that that's saying all people all around the world for all of time?
Okay, so you have the alien and you have the native born. These are two categories. You can either be an alien to Israel or you can either be native born to Israel. Those are two categories of humanity.
When you say Israel, you're talking about the children of Israel?
The children of Israel?
Correct. Is that what you mean by Israel, or are you talking about Israel like the kingdom of Israel?
Sure, the children of Israel, maybe. I don't know what you mean.
What do you mean maybe? It's your claim. I can't give you the
I don't know
answer.
what are the distinctions between those?
You really don't know the difference between children of Israel and the kingdom of Israel? Like, are you real right now? Are you like being for real right now?
The Israelites? Yeah, I'm not an Old Testament scholar. I'm just pulling up this verse because I believe.
So you're cherry picking verses right now.
I'm cherry picking. So
I assumed you read this.
You haven't shown that at all. Yeah, all of the context actually supports what I'm saying.
It does not.
If you want to go before Leviticus 24, then you could.
I'm not saying before. I'm saying, how do you know it's speaking of the entire world and not just the strength? 1 second. How can you answer a question if you don't hear the whole question? What was my question going to be? What was What was it? Nope. Answer that. What was my question going to be?
I assumed because you had as well, but go ahead.
No, assume. Tell me what it was going to be. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I don't know. I have no clue.
Okay, so relax. So anyways, how do you know I'm wrong to say that he's not talking about the strangers that were with them in the desert? Because they had those, right? Like the Erev Rav, for example. Do you know who those are?
I've heard of them loosely. I don't know exactly the history.
Great. What have you heard of them?
So something to do. I don't know if it had to do with the Exodus or if it was after
the Exodus would be the start of their journey that later ended up in the 40 years.
Yeah.
But that has nothing to do with the Erev Rav. But sure, yes, that's the journey. But do you know who they are?
No.
Okay. Anyways, how do you know? How do you know it's not talking about the strangers that were with Moses and the people of that time, that generation that left? How do you know it's not talking about those strangers?
I mean, it's not mentioning them anywhere in the context.
It is. It's saying to Moses, do this with the strangers. How do you know? Let's say there was 2 people in the room with you, and I said to you, hey, with the other people, blah, blah, blah. Would I be talking about the 2 people in your room, or would I be talking about the whole world? I don't say those 2 people. I don't point. I just say the other people.
Did you say the other people in the room?
I didn't say that. I just say other people.
I have no clue what you're talking about then. I need more context.
So perfect. So how do you know that he's talking about the whole world?
So he says alien and then native born.
It's a stranger, and he doesn't say native born. And no, that's not true. You're lying now. You're straight up lying.
22 doesn't say native born. I'm reading for the NRSVUE.
The verse that you gave me. Yes, what are you reading right now?
NRSVUE.
Have you thought about reading the Hebrew Bible if we're going to be talking about the Tanakh?
This is the academic gold standard for sure.
No, dude. Bring up the Tanakh. I thought that's what you said at the beginning was Tanakh.
This is the Tanakh. This is in Leviticus 24. What do you mean?
Jesus
I have the
Christ,
Hebrew.
dude.
It's Chazra and the native. Oh, shoot. My phone's 1%. Let me put it on the charger.
Thanks,
Hold up.
Dude, it's 1:15 in the morning, all right?
All right, Nick. You know
I'm
what?
asking you a very question. That's great. I don't care if you love it or not. I'm asking you just do it very quickly, dude. How do you know that, first off, it doesn't even make sense to be talking about native born, because native born wouldn't make sense in this context. You know why I know? Because Moses never went in the land. So do you agree they're not in the land? Great. Can you answer my question without deflecting? This would have been finished.
You made a claim, so
this
I need
would have
evidence.
been.
You made a claim, so I need evidence.
You need evidence that Moses never went into the land? Are you fucking for real, dude?
Evidence that the Hebrew reads that way. Give me the.
I'm saying even if you were correct, I'm literally agreeing with what you said, dude. You're not listening. I said stop. Shush. Stop. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, even if it did, I'm telling you why it doesn't make sense. Okay? I need you to really lock in because I'm being very specific with my words. I'm saying, let's say it says that. I'm telling you how it doesn't make sense. Native born to where? To what?
To Israel?
Okay, are they in Israel at this time? Have any of the people in that camp been to Israel? Even once in their life?
Well, okay, hold up.
Can you answer that question? Because this will end it very quickly. It's a yes or no. It will, and I'll explain why. Great. Have they been in that land? Were any of them born
Native born is not univocal.
Let's try it one more time. Have any of them been born in that land?
Is native born
native literally means where you were born. Native born would be. Great. Can you answer that question? Yes or no? Does if any of them yes or no, have any of them at all been in that land even for a day.
It doesn't matter if they have or haven't because it can.
So
still be
if
used
it
to
didn't
refer
matter,
to-
he would have said Israelite, not native born. Because
You're just assuming that.
Israelite,
You're just
no,
assuming
because
like
the rest of the Bible says that. In fact, it says it in the exact same chapter multiple times. So no, I'm not
Okay,
assuming
let's-
it.
Give me the evidence then. Give me the evidence.
It's in the chapter. He says Israelites.
Give me the evidence.
Just go read the chapter. What do you mean give you the
Give
evidence?
me
You want me
the
to you want me to
chapter and
turn
verse.
the same chapter? Go read it.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
dude, it's like
So it's
20 verses. It's not that long.
Okay, so what's your interpretation of the?
I told you that my interpretation is talking about the strangers that are there. You're saying it's all time, forever and ever, all around the world. I'm saying you have to prove that he's speaking for all around the world, and you have to prove that he's speaking for all time, because that's the positive claim you are making. I've already
Where
said
do you
this like
find the
1,000
conditional?
times.
Where do you find a condition?
I don't want any more questions. I want you to prove that.
Why do you not want to be asked a question?
Because it's
just a simple question. Where do
1:20
you
in the
find the
morning, and this would have ended
wait,
a
that's not
long
fair,
time
that's not
ago.
fair.
I
Why
don't
are you allowed to
care.
ask
I
me
don't
questions?
care. I'm asking the
cordial
same
conversation.
question. I'm asking the
Where do you find
same
a
one.
condition?
I'm asking the same one question. I have not been asking about this.
I
Is
have
the
been asking
same
the same one
one.
question as well. Where do you find the conditional?
I'm not. I cannot prove he's not saying that. Again, that
You
is
can't
a
prove
proving
it.
an.
So you can't prove it. Okay,
That's not what I
completely
just
fine.
said. That's not what I
But
said.
You just said that. You mean you just
I didn't. I said I can't prove someone's not doing something. You took half my sentence and then cut me off. I said you can't prove someone's
somebody
not
didn't do something?
correct. You can't prove someone didn't do something.
What is proof, Nick? What is proof?
How can you prove someone didn't? Fine. I think you murdered somebody 5 minutes before I
What
connected
is
with
proof,
you.
Nick? What is proof?
Stop asking dumb questions. I think
What is
answer
proof?
this,
What is
dude.
proof to
Just
you?
we're gonna prove it right now.
No,
Answer
what is
this.
proof? We don't
I
even know what
think.
proof is yet. What is proof?
What are you asking me?
What is proof? There's
Are you
three
asking me for
English
the
words.
definition of proof? Are you asking by
How
a
are you
modern
using
legal
proof?
sense? What are you asking here?
How are you using proof when you say you
Okay,
can't prove
I'm
something?
gonna mute you real quick. I'm gonna ask this question, okay?
Why are you asking
I
me another-
believe that you murdered somebody before I connected with you. Can you prove to me you didn't do that?
Yeah.
Okay, prove it to me.
Okay, so you could go to you. Okay, so first of all, you could go to you mingle, and you could find all of the logs where I'm just sitting right here and I'm not doing any murders.
How can I do that?
Contact you mingle?
Have you ever left the camera at all?
No.
Okay, how about if I said 5 minutes before you connected with you
wait,
mingle?
No, so we just proved it.
Stop. That doesn't prove anything. You still haven't proved it. You told me what I could do. That doesn't prove anything. Can you prove to me you haven't murdered anyone ever?
Okay, so you shifted the goalpost. Admit that first, and then we could go about that.
Because you're being disingenuous, and I'll tell you why.
Concede,
Because,
though, you
dude,
just-
stop. Holy shit. I'm going to tell you why it's disingenuous. I'm going to tell you why it's disingenuous. You're muted right now. I'm going to tell you why it's disingenuous. Because you're talking about, like, you mean, oh, you can go to the servers. We can't do that with the Bible, and you know that. So you're being disingenuous. So I have to, because you're being pedantic, I have to expand the definition to, dude, you're muted right now. You can scream as loud as you want because you keep trying to interrupt me. So I'm asking you, right? Because right now you're being dude, you're being pedantic. I can't hear you, but I feel like you're not listening. Okay. I'm gonna wait for you to calm down, and then I'm gonna ask you, okay? I can't hear you because you keep interrupting me because I can't see your lips moving, okay? So because you're being pedantic and using something that you understand would not be a strategy that you can use in biblical times, I'm going to have to try to remove your gaslighting and ask you the question nonetheless. My question to you is, can you prove to me you've never murdered somebody? I can't believe I'm explaining to wait, you're an adult, right? Wait, can I see your face again? Okay. I can't believe this guy made it to an adulthood and he doesn't believe in the logical fallacy of proving a negative. So can you prove to me that you've never murdered anyone at all? Okay, how do you prove it? You're unmuted. Go ahead.
All right, have you unmuted me now?
Can you prove that
Okay,
you
so-
never
so
murdered
before
somebody?
I answer your gas-
Nope, I'm muting you again. I want the answer to that question. Can you prove to me that you've never murdered somebody, which would be proving a negative? You're muted. I can't hear you. I just need yes, I'm going to answer that question, or no, I'm not going to answer that question. I can't hear you. I need yes, I'm going to answer the question, or no, I'm not going to answer the question. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yes, I'm going to answer the question if you concede.
Okay, so you can't answer the question. Got it. Bae, one sec. Okay, what?
All right, am I unmuted?
Yeah, can you answer the question?
So I will answer the question gladly, but you have to
Just
admit what you just
answer.
gave me was disanalogous.
Okay, the reason I already explained why it's not. Did you
No,
not
you
hear
didn't.
me? I did.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna
No, you
explain
didn't.
it one more time, okay?
Wait.
I'm
Let's-
gonna
let's- first of
explain.
all, we need
Okay, I'm
to
gonna
pick-
mute you again because you're once again interrupting me. Okay, I'm gonna explain to you why what you're doing is disingenuous. Because I gave you a question that was supposed to give you the example to explain proving a negative. Do you agree I gave you that question? I can't hear you. I need you to yes or no. I trust me, I'd much rather have an adult conversation, but you keep interrupting. Stop hiding your face. I need a yes or no. Did you hear that question or not? I don't know why you're pointing at me. I don't know what that means. I just need a yes or no. Dude, you're wasting my time. I need a yes or a no. Stop running away. Just yes or no. Did you hear the question or not? Okay, I'm going to move on, dude. If you can't answer yes or no, I don't know what this means. Just tell me yes or no. Did you hear the question? Okay, great. So when I asked that question, it wasn't for the purposes of literally you mingle. I get I asked that question quickly. So you're harping on this disingenuous gaslighting, right? Of, well, and you mingle, you can go, just relax. Just listen, okay? Just try something different for a second. Just stop talking and just try listening, okay? Jesus Christ. Can you just listen? Dude, you can scream. I'm not going to hear you, okay? I'm trying my hardest because I think I legitimately want to have this conversation with you, but you're so fucking annoying right now. Just listen. Just try something different. Just stop talking and listen. Okay, I'm just going to get it out for the chat then. So the reason it's disingenuous is because he's harping specifically on this idea, right? I'll just block his screen. There you go. He's harping specifically on this idea of like, well, technically, and you mingle. I knew you'd skip for that.
Oh.
Hello.
Yusriel, how you doing, brother? You all right, man?
Good. That guy's weird. Anyways, I'll just get it out real quick. So yeah, he's harping on this like condition. It's like, well, technically, you mingle, you can just go to the servers. And so instead of answering the question as an honest answer, like being in good faith, right? Because if I knew he was going to do that, I would have given a different example. He answered something that he knows would be impossible for biblical times, right? It's not like you can go to servers and stuff like that. And so this idea, right, that he cares more about like, oh, well, technically, like, dude, the question is that you can't prove a negative. I could have also just, Googled, can you prove a negative? And that would have been the answer, but.
What the?
Anyways, a rabbi, well, a friend of mine, he's actually Orthodox, I should say. He ended up texting me. He says right here that, yes, in the original context, the verse is actually speaking about Gerim, right? And it says specifically in the Hebrew, Gerim, living among Israel, as in the children of Israel in this case. And it's definitely not talking about all Gentiles everywhere. The immediate context is a legal case involving a man whose mother was Israelite and whose father was Egyptian, which is in the same chapter, but it's in 10 through 23. And God tells Moses that the law concerning blasphemy and other judicial matters is to be applied equally to specifically the residents, which the Hebrew would be speaking of the people there at the time because of the Hebrew. Those that were living under specifically that jurisdiction. The verse is not saying that every Gentile in every nation would be under the Mosaic civil law. Rather, it teaches that within the community, there was to be one standard of justice specifically based off of that. On top of that, it also appears in Exodus 12:49, there shall be one law for the native and for the strangers who sojourns among you. So that's in Exodus. and it specifically says those that are among you, not the entire world. And Numbers 15 through 16, you and the stranger shall be alike before the Lord. Same thing, right? For those that are among you. And it says these passages consistently refer to the Gel, that's the Hebrew, which is the resident living among, not to Gentile nations outside of Israel. Now, the reason I knew that's obviously true, I mean, thank you for who gave me the information outside of Leviticus and the other verses. But the reason I know it's obviously true is because it's just common sense. If it was speaking of everyone, right, and that was actually a standard that God wanted, he wouldn't have given separate laws. Dodoi. It wouldn't have made sense. It would have been a huge contradiction by God. Or at minimum, it would have been a very weird thing to say by God. In which case, every atheist in the world and Muslim would have been all over that shit. They would have been like, well, why does God say this and says this over here? It's just common sense. But again, thank you for who messaged me the specific context.
I have a sincere question for you.
Yeah, what's your sincere question?
Do you think men are better than women?
And like, generally speaking, or specific things?
Yes, genuine, like general, like just.
No, definitely not. I think they have different roles. That some are better on average. Women will be better in some cases, and on average, men will be better in some cases. But as a general speak, no. Why'd you ask that?
Well, because a lot of people do, and well, I just ran into some guy that was really weird, and I'm just like.
He thinks men are better than women in like every aspect?
Yeah, people think that.
What about like as caretakers? I would say women are more emotionally in tune with their emotions, and so therefore it makes better for housemaking and caretaking and stuff like that. Also, women have more internal energy than men, so technically speaking, and this is because of biology, they have to give birth. Women are more likely to survive a plane crash than men. Probably still won't survive, but technically.
That's crazy.
Anyways, have a good one because you look like a minor and I'm streaming, so I'm going to move on, okay?
I'm not a minor, but okay.
Oh, well, that's a compliment then.
Hey, Nick, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
No, it's not too much. I mean, like as I've been watching your program today. I've been watching you debate as a couple people.
Thanks, man.
Right.
Appreciate
What's
I said appreciate the support.
Of course. Right.
I'm sorry about what's happening to your country right now. For context, he's in Spain.
Yes. I'm in Spain. I'm in Spain right now, and yeah, I did hear about. I was literally watching the news involving the 3,000 people who brazenly crossed the border from Morocco into Spain, and now of course Pedro Sanchez, who at one point would have championed this whole thing, is now going down there doing damage control. Right. So, like. This, I mean, like, what do I think is gonna happen? I mean, like, I'm not sure if you're curious about my opinion or if you have an opinion.
I'm about to actually end the live because it's 1:30 in the morning, but you know, I just hope it gets fixed. That's it.
So do I too, man. I too.
All right, brother.
Okay.
Well, God bless. Good luck. Yeah. Stay safe.
You too, buddy.
Peace.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
You?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You don't like Israel, huh?
Uh-huh.
I'm assuming you do not like Israel because you have Palestine tagged?
Yeah, something like that.
Or do you just not really care?
I mean, no, I care. I care about the Palestinians that are dying for no reason.
What do you mean for no reason?
Yeah. What are little kids doing to?
Well, no, I don't think little kids should be in war zones, and it's sad that a lot of parents keep them in those areas, but I
mean, where can they go? It's
they
their
go to the
land.
Al-Mawasi zone. Just because something's your land doesn't mean a good parent would. Let me ask you something. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, so you're probably too young to be a mother, but let's say hypothetically you had a kid in the future, right? If let's remove like man-made things out of the way. Let's just say it's a hurricane is headed your way. Just total mother nature, not even man-made. Okay. if the news says your neighborhood will definitely be hit, it's a very dangerous spot, would you say, but this is my house, I'm staying here, and on top of that, leave your child there?
Wait, can you repeat? Like,
Sure,
the
I'll make it
last-
quicker.
My bad.
So, long story short, a hurricane's coming, gonna wipe out your neighborhood. The news says your neighborhood's a very dangerous spot. Would you say, well, this is my land, my house, I'm gonna stay here, and even worse, keep your child there?
But that's not this. Like that's not.
You're
the same,
right, it's
though.
not the same thing, because a hurricane is sudden, whereas you know a war is going on, whether you want it to happen or not. So, it's even... you're right,
But
it's
why
not the
is there
same.
why is there a war going on? Like why? Like Israel.
Are you really, like, gonna just pretend like the October 7th attack didn't happen? Like, really?
Okay, forget October 7th.
What do you mean forget October? You can't just forget the major context.
Okay,
Like,
but that's not what started it.
oh, okay, fine, sure. When did it
Israel
start?
started this.
Sure.
way
When did it
before-
start? Okay,
way
great. When did
before.
it start? Tell me when.
I don't remember the exact year, but it was way before.
Way before, but I don't know. Interesting.
No, I don't remember the exact year.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, because even before the modern state of Israel, Arabs were slaughtering and attacking Jews in the land. So what was the reason for that if Israel started everything? Like the 1929 Hebron massacre. Why did they do that? That was almost 20 years before the state of Israel. What was that for? Because by your logic, if you're allowed to just respond to attacks, then Israel would still be in the right, because they still weren't the first ones to start it. So if you're going with this domino effect of I attack you, you attack me, you would still be wrong to say Israel started it. Could Japan attack America today because of them attacking them in World War II? Even though that was because Japan attacked America? Like, how does this work exactly in your eyes? Yeah, that's what I thought. Lebanon. Lebanon.
Bro, you have an Iran flag and an American flag?
Well, you're Lebanese, so I assume you understand that this is not the current Iranian flag, and it's the pre-1979 flag, right? Because you're a smart person and you live pretty close. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
What's up, Nick?
Yo, what up?
Nothing, man. Just on here trying to find some people to argue with.
Good luck, man.
You too, brother. God bless.
God bless. All right, you guys. It's late. I'm starving. I'm gonna go eat. God bless the world right now. God, especially Spain. Even though I think their government deserves it and they asked for it, but still, it's crazy, man. Hey, it's Tov. I'm so high. God bless America. Peace.